For anybody interested in getting the rules of this panel, the structure of it, the topics, anything else, you can have all of that information by doing the command that you see on your screen. Our panelists have their names, and some of them have their pronouns. Bullet, you got to put some real pronouns, buddy, because you're gonna trigger people, bro. I can already feel it. And some of your arguments are already triggering, so I feel like you're working against your best interests. But that's my 2 cents. I'm going to go ahead and bring up some disclaimers that the panelists wanted me to introduce to you guys. Now, I understand that most of the panel audience that will be coming through here are probably used to political panels. On political panels, you're covering very real issues with very real repercussions for many of the audience members watching. So I don't blame you for getting personally vested in the arguments, the outcomes, things like that. But what I will say, and I'll give my disclaimers first, is that doing panels like the one we're going to do today gives us a copyright-safe way of engaging with popular media on Twitch, and to kind of explore ethical problems and to have fun with them in an environment that is much more safe, in an environment that doesn't have repercussions for the real world in the same way that politics as a sport or politics as a source for panel topics, it does. So more often than not, political panels are designed to entertain and provoke while using a subject matter, politics, which is very close to the lives and experiences of many people in the audience. Having these real implications worn on the face of these spectacles is a recipe for a different project than what we're interested in doing here today. The purpose of this panel is to have fun with debate and arguments within the confines of this kids' television show from Japan. We're employing arguments and structuring questions that may be parallel to serious topics, as is the nature of the art itself, in things that may reflect reality. But it's important to note that the panelists here understand that the arguments don't go beyond that. I understand the arguments don't go beyond that, and my main ask for the audience watching is that you don't extend the arguments beyond that. Please take everything to be isolated to the context of Naruto and for the purpose of entertainment, as no panelist here, myself included, is speaking to any such an audience listening for something else. We're here to have fun and explore some entertaining topics from the warring ninja world of Naruto. It's going to be goofy. The panel will have 3 distinct sections, each of which will have segments for viewer participation. You're going to vote for whoever you deem to be the winner of each round. And then at the end, the total votes from all of those polls, which will be kept open for the duration of the panel to allow people who are late to still participate, all of those votes will be tallied, and a HOKAGE will be chosen based on the person with the highest number of total votes from all rounds of voting. The only special thing with the votes is that during the character fight, which should be the middle section of this panel, the winning team will have every single vote for their team counted for each individual person. And the way that we'll determine who receives those votes is based on the standings of the last round of that structured section. So whoever ends up being Team Obito in the very last round before the free-for-all would win if Team Obito wins, and vice versa if Team Itachi wins. Now, there are 2 disclaimers that the panelists wanted me to deliver, and I'll read those verbatim now. Our ethical beliefs about the world of Naruto do not necessarily comport with real-life political positions. It is fun to analyze fictional media in an extreme and hyperbolic fashion, in part because the morality and scenarios of these fictional worlds are so very different from our own. This is not to say that we will be presenting beliefs we do not personally hold throughout the course of this discussion, but rather to simply say that this realm of fantasy may be disanalogous to the realm of reality in our view, and this may account for seemingly radical positions taken. Wink a wink, we're gonna have fun. Disclaimer number 2. Everyone here is a friend who knows each other already. Please don't take any instances of barbaric rhetoric to be necessarily indicative of anything more than a pre-established dynamic of friendly banter. And I can attest to that. These guys play hard. All right. That's for darn sure. Now, again, if you're interested in the particulars of the topics we'll be covering, how things work, where the links for the straw polls will be, I will be updating that Notion document that you can get throughout the debate. So if at any point you're joining late and you want the links to that, I will be on the Notion document adding those underneath each of the topic headings. So look out for that. Aside from that, there's no rules beyond if I bang the gavel and I say, order, order, we will bring it to order. That being said, all the times, everything else in the Notion document, let's go ahead and do introductions for anybody that wants to do introductions. Does anybody feel the need to tell people who they are, assert some authority, anything like that before we start?
I'll introduce you as the loser.
You little okay. Well, because you did that, I think I might have to introduce myself.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so hey, I'm Hugh, humongous what? You get the idea. So I'm the real debate lord. As Book may have referenced in a previous stream, I have a near encyclopedic knowledge of Naruto, and he's gonna be unbiased here, right? He'll be impartial, but as Brooke, he might admit, I've thrashed Bullet in every single debate we have ever had. So this will be uphill for Bullet. I'm going to wish him luck, especially because he picked such a dumb losing side in every fucking argument, except the ones where he agrees with me. So I love you, Bullet.
Okay. I'll give a short intro and response. He was just lying. Okay.
Those are our two titans. Let's go.
Basically, those are the two that I'm going to have to watch out for, certainly.
Yeah, the two are going to get muted. Yeah.
Well, some people may have promised to mute me in spam.
Oh, no.
Let's go ahead and warm up with a meme question. Let's go to the meme section and we'll kind of pick one of those. I think it would be fun to open up with, where would Orochimaru be on the political compass? I'm going to first do intros, so everybody's going to get 2 minutes. I'm going to have that on my phone, and then I'll tell you to STFU or I'll call to order. Let's go ahead and start with Bullet.
I think that Orochimaru would probably be the far off left quadrant to me, mainly because he's always wrong, and then he doubles down anyway every single time he fails instead of learning his lesson. So I think he's very much like a communist in that regard. That's all
right. And next we'll go to Dibist.
I'd have to disagree with Bullet there in the sense that Orochimaru is always right, in the sense that whenever he completes an action, he always has pragmatism and utilitarianism in mind. In that sense, I would say that he's closer to being a radical centrist than your lefty thing.
Okay.
All right. And next we'll throw it over to Foxy.
Orochimaru, his entire motivation is just himself. Like, literally his biggest goal is to attain immortality. He has heavy egoistic characteristics. So I think that he's an egoistic libertarian right. Far libertarian.
And Hugh?
So Foxy was close to the right answer. Yeah, you're right. He's an egoist, but trying to put him on a political compass. Okay, he is beyond the political compass. So imagine a combination of Foxy and Dibist. He will take any position as long as it benefits him. Okay, he'll work with a fascist authoritarian government so he can get those fresh, young Uchiha bodies. But then, whenever that person loses, oh, I'll work with you, Naruto. I love freedom, you know? So, yeah, he just does whatever's convenient. He doesn't care. He's a bitch. Yeah, that's about really it.
Okay. And then Rames.
Orochimaru is a 15-year-old who's just discovered political Twitter. He tends to bounce around the spectrum. You know, sometimes he's a far-right libertarian. Slaves, I love it. I love to do experiments. Sometimes, you know, he's like, you know what? These children in this war-torn country, they really need to be blown up because they're war orphans. And that's something more of a radical centrist position. So I feel like he just tends to bounce around to whatever he needs.
All right. Well, I think if I can go to the rules here, because I have no idea what we're doing, the next is going to be a 15-minute free-for-all. So I'm going to have a timer going on my phone, and I'll give you guys a warning when we're getting close, and then we'll call to order. And after that, we'll move into final questions and then a jury vote thrown to the audience. Let's go ahead and start the free-for-all now.
Wait.
Okay, first of all, really, Bullet? Really?
Yeah,
He's not.
Second of all, Hugh, when you said bitch, I immediately knew that you wanted to say just like Bullet, but you stopped yourself for some reason. Why?
What?
Oh, listen,
Irrelevant, though.
I'm
Let's get back to
true.
the Orochimaru.
Sure.
Okay.
Listen, man, okay, I hate
Yeah,
Bullet
really,
all
Hugh.
that
Are you
much.
gonna pretend like you're a communist now?
Okay, first of all, okay.
Yeah. You think he's above the?
Pretending Orochimaru has any
That's
like
what- that's-
overall
that's
underlying
being
principles that are
essential.
consistent is bullshit. Okay, he clearly has no underlying real ideology other than what
Oh
self-serving.
my
Mute
god.
Implying
Bullet
anything
until he
else
takes the
is
shades off
ridiculous,
time.
and you should know that.
Are you trying to imply that that's not the libertarian position?
Okay,
I'm
Order,
just looking at it.
order. We have a mute for Bullet until Bullet takes off his shades and tie. So Bullet will be muted until such a time as his wardrobe changes.
I love you, Neri. I love you, Neri.
but yeah, no. Are you trying to imply that what you just said doesn't explicitly apply to libertarianism?
Oh, well, like, other for him being a pedophile? Well, of course that applies. But, again, beyond that, he likes young bodies.
Yes.
Again, but let's go a little bit beyond that. Let's get a little more granular, right?
Okay.
So he wants young bodies, sure, but also, I mean, for his identity-wise, he's super progressive. Like, first non-binary villain, right? Listen, man, think of any more famous non-binary villain. He's like, oh, I've been a man, I've been a woman. Who cares what those gender identifications are?
Have you not heard of pink capitalism? That's a very explicit.
Oh, wait,
libertarian.
that's feminism, okay? So I don't know. Orochimaru would not be a feminist, okay? Orochimaru, he would just reject femininity completely.
Are you saying he's a gender abolitionist?
Oh, 100%. Okay, listen, man. I am just saying. Okay, okay. I'm just saying. I think Demon Mama and Orochimaru would agree on some things. Specifically, gender abolitionism. Okay. Specifically.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no!
I'm not sure.
Just that.
I think,
Elaborate. What do you mean by that?
No.
What are you doing?
Let's take him out. Let's take him out of this.
What
Look,
are you doing?
honestly, with Hugh's young bodies thing, I'd have to disagree with him here. Orochimaru is like way more progressive with that. I think Rames got it the closest to us in the terms of how he's like a 15-year-old political like what did you call it, Rames? Political what? Political Twitter fan?
Novice. He's just gone on to Twitter. He's jumping from ideology to ideology. At the beginning, he was very far left, then he was kind of far right, then he was kind of far left again. Kind of like Shoe on Head, he just seems to shift around when he needs a new body. Whatever will be most profitable to him at the time. It's kind of what he goes for.
So
True.
with Hugh and Rames, if you combine the two, you see that in all the scenes with Orochimaru, he doesn't just focus on young bodies. This man is not libertarian, just libertarian at least. He's not focused on the young Uchiha flesh. He has like all sorts. He has Senju Hashirama cells. How old do you think that man is? He uses
wait, you know what?
all means.
Nobody. I think.
I will say, wait, he must be right. Wait, you know what? He's definitely a capitalist. That much is
Really?
definitely true.
How?
Huh? No, because again, a real socialist, right? They would disagree with exploitation. Okay. They
Oh
wouldn't
yeah, he's
like
always
that.
exploiting kids.
But Orochimaru though loves to exploit everyone, put them in like these dilemmas,
Mhm.
right? He'll find people who are poor and disenfranchised and has no family. He's like, hey, come work for me. Give them in shit conditions.
Yeah, but
And where the final cost is that they literally sell their bodies, okay? And aren't literally these slaves under
Mute
capitalism.
humongous
Okay,
for
Hugh,
2
what
minutes,
if
please. He
you know,
needs
right, on the
someone
Buddy,
to
go back
think
to
about
he's an
Orochimaru
agender, like
slash
snake.
Demon
All right,
Mama
Bullet,
comparison.
you have to
Yeah.
mute now.
Oh what? I unmuted.
Oh,
right,
well,
I
we
took
got
up the
another
five. I took up the
25,
five.
unfortunately, and they
Wait,
don't have any
Hugh,
conditions.
Hugh, what are you doing?
Okay.
Hugh, who did you pay? Hugh, who did? Okay, do I have to start countering this? Holy shit!
Wait. Who's Nicole want to mute?
That would be
Is there any
Bullet.
stipulations or no?
Nope,
Oh.
you're gone, bro.
Rexon.
Oh my God.
Wait. Can people pay like $25 to unmute him?
They could.
Yes.
They could. The opportunity is
They
there.
won't.
They won't.
They
should.
won't. They will not.
Poor Bullet.
I
Okay.
feel like Orochimaru was the first character in anime to have gulags, so I feel like that would also kind of endear him to the lefty position.
Wait. Define gulags.
Yeah.
No,
Find
doesn't-
gulags, all his enemies prisoners for experimentation.
Oh well. To be clear, okay, he doesn't say, "Oh, they're like re-education camps." He will explicitly say, "Oh yeah, I'm experimenting on them. Like they're gonna die."
Cult of personality, raising children to worship him.
Cult of personality is more of a populist thing.
I don't really know if it's a cult of
That's
person.
kind of Stalinist to me.
I don't know.
No, even a Stalinist would obfuscate, right? The gulag saying, "Oh, it's for the greater good." Is that like? Orochimaru's like, "Oh, I do for shits and giggles, bro." Like Orochimaru doesn't. He's not gonna pretend it's for greater good. A Stalinist would say, "Oh yeah, we're doing this now, but it'll be better on later." Orochimaru would never ever claim that. He's like, "Oh, well, I just want to be immortal and have a super OP strong body."
Apparently,
Some would argue that the USSR did make Stalin immortal.
in the chat, they're saying that the person muted Hugh, not Bullet.
Oh, of course she did.
Oh my god!
Poor
Justice.
Justice.
No, Book!
I'm gonna argue that he's.
How are you gonna rectify the situation, Book? Huh? You took away precious chatting
Yeah,
time. from Bullet.
true. That's a good point. I think you should stay muted during the other sections, as
Hey.
and I should just get free reign to talk.
All
Over.
right. So, Bullet, there's no way that he's explicitly a far left communist. I heavily disagree.
I think so. I could see an argument for him being like progressive lib left anarchist type, right? Because he's also like an agender snakekin, you know. He's always blowing up government buildings, so I think he'd fit in well with some, you know. He understands intersectionality, right? He's very much against authority. Clearly, when he's blowing up, you know.
Wait, Hugh,
the
you agree
Konoha
with
village
this?
buildings.
Oh, damn, Hugh agrees with you.
Do
Thanks,
you
Hugh.
agree?
Keep
Well,
going, keep
thanks,
going.
Hugh. What? Yeah, I don't know. I think that he could be anything on the left wing, but I don't think that he would be right wing. I don't think that's fair to say.
What's your reasoning for him to be on the right wing, on the left wing, and not the right wing?
Well, because he has an intersectional identity. He's very much anti-authority. He's always wrong. Far left wing, not left wing in general, but yeah, I think in general he fits all.
We know he
types.
has centrist imperialist tendencies, considering he took over the land, I believe the land of rice, and turned it into the land of sound by bribing its daimyo to create a village in the sound. That sounds very imperialist to me. You know?
That's big true.
Well, the USSR was imperialist too, so
That's a big true. That's a big fucking true.
Yes,
yeah.
that's
I think
true.
I think that could fit with Othlat as well. I could argue he's centrist maybe. I think you have to take in his identity.
You know,
his ideology.
I think I've been pulled over to Hugh's side. I think he is just an egoistic radical centrist because he switches around way too freaking much. He doesn't have any
My
consistent.
position, baby.
Yeah, I don't think he has any consistent like moral dilemmas besides what's going to be the best for him, and that's it. Like, it's just how do I attain immortality, and what are the means that I'm going to do that through.
His character design was based on Hillary Clinton. I don't know if you guys knew that. Kishimoto said that in an interview.
Wait, is that actually true? Oh god.
Look it up.
Taking that at face value, I'm gonna agree with Rames that he's a neoliberal.
Dang.
Oh my god.
Shit. Oh man.
You're
Sounds
making
like-
so many enemies for a book.
We're making enemies, boys. I bet.
I don't know. I agree with you and Ray. Orochimaru definitely has to be a radical centrist. He has no tangible political beliefs.
Well, are
You agree
neoliberal
with you and Ray?
radical
Okay,
centrists
dude.
that much
Yeah, no, keep
different?
going.
Who?
Are they that much different? The neoliberal and radical centrist factions?
Well,
Horseshoe, right? Like if you get the extreme.
I'm not sure.
Who are the neoliberals of the Naruto world? The
The
daimyos?
neoliberalism? No, I think that it would just be
We see a lot of
Well,
them in
they're all kind of
Boruto. That's
neoliberal,
all that
right?
I know.
Yeah,
I don't know,
that's-
Lame shit.
that's
Diamond's
actually
come
super
pretty
true.
close. Come on, they make a lot of dumb fuck decisions in like the
Yeah.
whole progression of like capitalistic schemes, right? That's what neoliberalism is.
I can see anything for any type of centrist position. I'm just I feel like this is a win just because Hugh got muted. So
Are we allowed to?
You got muted too. The bullet
Are we
got
allowed to
muted
bring?
too.
yeah,
I think
Are we allowed to bring Baruto into this,
Yes.
or is this Naruto? No. Okay, we can do Baruto into this. All right.
I signed up for a Naruto debate panel, not a Baruto debate
Yeah.
Yeah,
panel.
true.
Well, if you
Yeah.
sat through Boruto, I have to
trying
give
out
you
for a
some
Boruto
benefit for
stab.
it.
Okay, dude.
This is a Boruto
Okay,
dad
dude.
debate
Listen, the hottest take you'll hear today is that Boruto wasn't that bad. Okay, it was watchable. It was watchable. Okay?
Oh, the most controversial.
I'll be the
position.
heel. I'll be the heel here.
Watchable from the fedora guy.
Why?
All right.
Oh, shit.
Listen, book. Listen, okay.
Is friendship magical to you, bro? Too? Is that another position that you hold?
You're really hitting me where it hurts, man.
He's like, yes.
Listen, if the animation studio, I think they're called Perot or Perot, if they're right off screen holding a gun to your head, you can like blink twice and tell us.
Well, it sounded like we might have to cut this free for all short. Are we all in agreement that Orochimaru is a radical centrist then?
Yeah, it sounds like all the unmuted people are.
It does. It most
Sorry, I don't know. Wait. Okay, how long do we have? Because I kind of want to. I'll get Hugh in mute.
Let me
I can't
check.
do this.
We still
I need-
have 4 more minutes.
All right.
Hey, can we use those 4 minutes to just make fun of you?
I can't stop you. I mean, that's not part of the rules.
No, like Hugh has some base takes and some really cringe takes. All right,
Yeah,
but-
all of the cringe ones, are Naruto, and all of the other ones are the ones he agrees with me politically. Yeah.
I'm undefeated against you in debates. I'm new to the political
True.
debate lord scene.
Who is it?
Yeah, I'm currently 3-0 against you.
Yeah, I'm 14-0 against.
What the fuck? Sam, what is this?
Get back in here,
Come on,
Bullet, we
Sam.
need you.
Oh,
Take him out.
not Dibus with 25 to bring Bullet back, but Bullet is already back. So
I think you
I'm
When
not-
might
I
Hugh.
think Bullet, I think Hugh. Bring
Well,
Hugh
Hugh's one
back.
of my alts, so.
Yeah, he's an alt.
Okay, then we're bringing Hugh back. Hugh can return for the last
Okay.
3 minutes.
Oh my.
Have fun,
Hit
Hugh.
it, Hugh.
Good luck.
Hit
Good
it,
luck,
Hugh.
bud.
Come on.
Well, first of all, I'm glad I convinced everyone because clearly they agreed with it.
I thought that was actually his position.
Go for it. Come on, Hugh.
I mean, it's not to argue. Also, I will say there was a lot of slander here. Bullet has never won a debate in
What
Naruto.
are you talking about?
Focus
Okay,
on Orochimaru here. Come on.
and Ray, shut the fuck up, hey. Those weren't even debates, first of all. Okay, they were conversations. And second of all, we were basically on the same. We were just exploring the topic. Like I don't know. I didn't know you're such a debate, bro. Okay. Weird.
Oh shit, true. I didn't know either.
Hugh, 2 minutes. Come on, man. You got any last remarks about Orochimaru?
I mean, Orochimaru. I mean, like, yeah, proud of him. Well, he's not even. He's just whatever he does, whatever he wants. I mean, it's weird to assign an ideology to that. Now, in the past, before he went all like, right? Before that, he did have ideology.
Mhm.
He did not.
My
have
audio cut out. What was he like?
Mute him again, please.
Notice how he didn't want to kill those kids because he didn't want them to suffer. Because he's like, "Oh, your parents are dead. Like, there's no point, right?" So I'm just saying, right? Before then, he did care about suffering. He did care about people. It was only later on that he became this radical centrist type. So I think if you want to make it interesting, you can say past Orochimaru was a utilitarian.
Utilitarian? Maybe.
Yeah,
Where's that on the
Maybe you're
political
gonna do it.
compass?
yeah, but like,
Well,
Yeah.
well
Henry Kissinger just
political
really
compass
cared about
is,
Cambodia.
again, he just says, but he's
Why are you bringing my home country into this?
That's
He's
not
a
from
centrist
Naruto.
Oh no. Ray, what are you doing?
right.
What happened to the disclaimer, Hugh? What happened?
Anyway, so radical utilitarian.
Oda!
Kissinger
Oda!
was a
Hugh
big
is
Orochimaru
muted
fan.
again. Hugh is muted again. Good God.
I guess we're
Less
moving
than a
on.
minute, people. Whatever.
Luke is gonna make a killing off of Hugh's bigotry.
I'm sorry, Hugh. I can't get you out this time.
off of Hugh's inane take.
I know.
Seriously.
Well, Bullet, this is your opportunity to pretend like you've ever won a debate against you.
Oh my god! Why are you
Oh my
outing
god.
me? That's not even
No
true.
way.
I've crushed him in every single line. Why is the moderator butting in? This is bullshit. Always against me. I'm always getting
I was
ganged up on.
expecting
it.
more of it.
still
I haven't
win
even
anyway,
wrote
but
anything
yeah.
on my notepad yet. Like, I have no good
Dude.
points.
Honestly,
man.
same. Like, dude, what am I even meant to do here? Like, come on.
Yeah, I saved all my energy for arguing the ethics, which I'm going to crush you on, right?
Oh yeah, the ethics. Ethics. I was really prepared.
And
Alright, sorry,
I will
not
bring
that
it
word.
to
That's a bad word.
order.
Bad decisions I make.
It is time for the audience to weigh in. I have no further questions. As the judge of this court, I think that we've landed on consensus. I think the consensus is no matter what, no matter where you put him, he's an egoist, and beyond that, maybe he was a utilitarian. But nowadays, Orochimaru seems somewhere in the center. Whatever benefits him personally seems to be what he's going for. I think that that's fair. And I will be grabbing the first poll for everybody. And if you're arriving late, if you're watching this in the VOD, you can still, you can still take part in this. Straw poll.
Dude, while we're in downtime, Hugh, you have a new fan. KK Cool Pop says, Hugh, I'm your biggest fan.
Oh wow, that's
not-
his brother. That's his brother's username. I actually recognize that username. That's his brother.
That's cute.
Oh,
That's awesome,
his
dude.
family loves
Fuck.
him. That's really nice.
Dude, if my little brother did that, I'd be fucking like, I'd be like excited. Dude, that'd be awesome. Holy
I
fuck.
should pay my
Dude,
siblings to come in
Hugh,
here.
Hugh, you
What
should
the
go
hell?
hug your brother, bro. Come on, I'll
Yeah,
pay you to
true.
do it. Go.
He's
His
looking
brother's
better
really
by the
based.
minute.
Hugh, I will pay to mute you if you don't hug your brother.
Oh man.
Okay, the straw poll
wicked.
is out in all chats. I'm going to give that a little bit. I'm going to put
Hey.
another. Aww.
Oh.
Fucking
It's
great,
Good to
dude.
know he has somebody because,
Okay, dude. Okay. Fuck. I
Love
thought
wins.
I thought you
Love
were meant to
wins,
be
guys.
unbiased. What is this?
Love wins again, just like in Naruto. Face.
Oh, goodness.
Are you
All right.
mad that Hugh didn't follow the formal dress code? Is that why?
Ooh.
True. Good point.
I'm mad because his lighting is awful. That's why I'm mad.
Dude, I even okay.
Although, and I will give
Ooh.
a little bit of information on the deliberation of our jury. Humongous, monumental landslide victory, more than double the person underneath him.
Paid
Incredible.
people.
Incredible. So far,
Really?
Hugh is pulling out ahead in the votes, though close behind is Rames, actually catching up.
Fucking knew it. Nice one, Rames.
Is Bullet last?
I'm
I'm
going
lost.
Don't answer
to
that.
give it 2 more minutes, and I'll start that now. And you guys are free to openly deliberate in the meantime. Try and sway these voters.
I don't know, man. You
He's
made
always
a
wrong,
pretty
so I don't
decent
know what to say.
argument with the radical centrist thing, but
Oh wait. We're actually gonna use logic here. I thought we were gonna be like politicians, bullshit our way through it. Guys, if you vote for me,
I definitely.
I'll make sure Hugh is muted for the rest of the stream. Go. No, I'm kidding.
I
Don't
was
actually
gonna do
vote
that
for me.
anyway.
That'd be bad. I'd be just like Orochimaru. I don't want that. Don't vote for me. But if you were gonna vote for someone, Rames is actually a pretty good option. Like,
Hugh and Rames are now neck and neck.
Yeah, I think Rames should win this one. Honestly,
no, I
I'd
don't
give
know.
my vote to him.
He so desperately wants to say something.
wait.
Dude, turn your mic on.
Wasn't he,
We
wasn't he
appreciate that.
muted
Is-
before
Oh,
the
he's-
topic
is he
ended?
muted?
So the topic should have ended, and then like he should have gotten unmuted. What?
I don't.
Why are you?
I think he's
No,
muted
it's
all
still
the
a
way
topic.
through the topic. That's what I would say.
But the
It's-
topic's
it's-
ended.
man.
What do you
No, no,
mean?
it's not.
How
Let's
can
get
you
a big
not-
name. Let's get
It's
Mickey
It's not
Rooney.
over
Whoa.
till a winning
Whoa.
shinobi is decided. That's where I'm
Okay,
at.
but
with
it's
it.
only 2 minutes. It's only 2 minutes, right?
He's
Wow, look at this guy coming unmuted.
What is he doing?
You gave me like 6 minutes ago or 8 minutes ago.
Order! Mute yourself! What are you doing? Order!
True, dude.
Hugh, you know how the legal
Get
system
muted.
works. Even when you're right, you're wrong. That's how it
Yeah.
works. Come on.
Stay
Mute yourself.
mad.
Oh my
Make those
goodness,
mad
Hugh,
faces on
Hugh
screen,
just
boyo.
came out ahead. This is like the Democrats. We had a truckload
Oh
of
my
votes, and
God.
Hugh is now ahead by a significant margin.
Books left the
Guys,
audience. just
don't
likes the
mail in
press.
your votes. Do it directly, okay? Rames needs to win this.
No,
9,
listen, mail-in
8.
ballots are essential.
Sorry, it's
okay?
a marathon, not a
Yeah,
sprint.
it's the mail-in votes for Bullet are coming in.
It is a marathon, not a sprint.
I'm giving my final refresh on the straw poll, and we have Humongous as the winner of this
Damn,
round.
wow.
Despite the mutes, came out on top. Rames close behind, followed in third by Bullet, then Foxy, and Dibist. And there we go. Wow, interesting. Not what I expected, that's for sure. Now, that doesn't mean that the votes are closed. Like the Democrats, we're going to keep those bitches open all the way till the end, and we'll count up the totals across all of these things, and then we'll decide the Hokage based on that. But for now, the winner of this is going to officially be Hugh. Amazing. Congratulations, Hugh. And that's giving you a lead on everybody else. And, you're on the path to Hokage, buddy. You keep winning these battles. And, I think that's going to be good for you. Now we're going to move on to a more serious topic. Topic number 1. Now, I will say this, because I didn't give it as a disclaimer at the very beginning. Hold these people rhetorically accountable, my audience, depending on how they handle this. There are certain parallels they could make. There is certain language they could use. And all I'm going to say is, there has to be consequences, okay? And Hugh has learned of some consequences. Bullet has learned of some consequences. And yet the victories are what they are. So let's try to keep that in mind. That being said, topic number 1 from the ethical section is the ethnic persecution of the Uchiha by Konoha justified? Why or why not? And if so, by what means and to what extent? I'm going to go ahead and give it over to intros. We're going to start with Bullet Magnet, and we'll move in order on the screen. So, Bullet, go ahead.
So, regarding the Uchiha question, the unfortunate answer is that it is absolutely justified by any means, and to the most extreme extent needed to eradicate the entire Uchiha bloodline. The reality of the situation is that the Uchiha, unlike any real-life humans, of course, are quite literally an evil race with very strong genetic dispositions towards extreme violence and hate. It sounds extreme, but they are in fact the descendants and reincarnations of an evil demigod destined to fight in the name of hate. That said, we do have some examples of the potential for rehabilitation and good-naturedness among the Uchiha. I'm sure my detractors will be quick to bring up Itachi, Shisui, arguably Sasuke, though I wouldn't make that argument personally. However, while the rehabilitation and good-naturedness is possible, it's highly atypical, highly anomalous, and it's often only done through the extreme benevolence and strength of powerful, magnanimous ninjas like Hashirama and Naruto. And even when such ninjas as Naruto exist, they only exist alongside an equally powerful, objectively evil Uchiha, as they're the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. They end up fighting, blow up mountains, blow up cities, threaten lives. It's not worth it, right? At the end of the day, ninjas like Tobirama, who are able to tell that the Uchiha are an evil race, are justified both propositionally and doxastically in their belief that they must eradicate as much of the evil of Indra's bloodline as possible. That's my position.
All right. That was Bullet Magnet, and we're going to move over to Dibist.
That was actually quite a few strong arguments from Bullet, and they would work if not for the fact that the only reason that the Uchiha were like that in the first place was because of corrupt forces in the Senju clan or other clans that were facing the Uchiha to cause them to be misguided or misled. Hokage, from the recent, during Naruto, the only reason the Uchiha were massacred was because of Black Zetsu chaining the tablet. So it's not that they're irredeemable, but they're constantly being corrupted by... So the good-natured people, they're too good-natured, so they allow corrupt forces in their forces to swelter, and because of that, those forces cause the Uchiha to retaliate. And that's the only reason the Uchiha keep doing the shit that they're doing. But they can be redeemed quite easily if those good people just become a little bit meaner. So the ethnic persecution of Uchiha, I disagree with it.
There we go. And then Foxy.
Okay, so Divis made some good points. Bullet made dumb fuck points. The ethnic subjugation of the Uchihas was definitely unjustified, even from the very beginning. You can try and argue that, because they have the Sharingan, or because they can get the Mangekyo Sharingan, that they're dangerous, that they should be persecuted, and that they should be removed from society. But this is just stupid. If they were so powerful, why were they getting destroyed during the Warring State period? It happened to the point that shut up, Hugh. It was so bad that people were defecting from the Uchihas over towards the Senju. It's a non-argument, in my opinion.
All right.
So, yeah, that's basically it.
All right. Hugh.
Okay, that was fucking stupid. Okay, so there's two separate points. Okay, one is with the knowledge they had. I'm gonna say with the knowledge they had, it was justified. I'm gonna say if they had full knowledge, it's even more justified. Okay, so first of all, the Sharingan point matters. So it's just justified treating differently because of the Sharingan. So I'm not already one of the strongest clans by default. Okay, but again, as Tobirama would say, and Tobirama is the expert. Okay, he knows all about those damn Uchiha. Whenever they experience loss or heartbreak, they literally experience more anger and hatred than all the other clans. And on top of that, the more anger and hatred, right? So basically, the more violent, the more terrible the Uchiha, the stronger they are. So, and therefore, and especially in this scenario where everyone likes to get stronger, the strongest Uchiha are the ones who are the most hateful by default, because they have to be. And again, it only takes one Uchiha, one bad Uchiha, from control the Nine Tails and destroy the entire village. So again, if you only have one bad apple, you gotta take them all out. And not only were Madara sympathizers rampant, and uprising was inevitable, right? It was outright stated by the clan leader Fugaku that even if you ordered all the Uchiha, right, so this is the clan leader, if you told them all to stop, he said it would still happen. And Itachi, I know you guys love Itachi, the super genius prodigy. Oh, he's so smart. Oh, he's so good. He's such a good person. He thought himself there is no other option than genocide the entire clan. He thought there was no chance. Now, if we're going for knowledge that the characters didn't have, the Uchiha were being manipulated by this demigod named Black Zetsu, who edited the Uchiha tablet, who was immortal, who controlled all of Naruto history. And the stronger they get, the more of the Uchiha tablet they can read. So the strongest, most evil Uchiha are corrupted the most.
All right. And now Rames.
Start out a shout out to Riley Grace Strong for her support in the Twitch chat. But now to get on with my points, it was absolutely unjustified. So Tobirama, a notorious Uchiha racist, cites the curse of hatred. However, outside of Madara and Obito, we see no Uchiha during the course of the story actually succumb to this curse. In fact, we see many people uphold the will of fire instead, such as Fugaku, Kagami, and if we're going into the Baruto universe, Sarada. In fact, we know that when the Uchiha, which are one of the founding fathers of the village of Konoha, every single Uchiha, besides for Madara, sided with the Senju clan at the founding of the village, and that's why Madara left and went away. There was no reason this persecution was justified. All the characteristics the Uchiha clan possesses at the formation of Konoha, used to justify their ethnic persecution, could equally be applied to the Senju, who are at the other side of every single conflict that the Uchiha had during the Warring States period, equally killing and maiming as many people, including conscripting child soldiers, as we saw in the flashbacks between Hashirama and Madara, where their parents and their brothers were all consumed by hatred, killing each other. This was not unique to the Uchiha. We also know that the persecution led to the Uchiha eventually becoming disgruntled with their treatment by the village, which caused this revolt. And I feel like that's justified. They were placed in a literal ghetto by Tobirama and passed up and excluded from all leadership positions. Right? This is basically, taxation without representation. They're part of the village, yet they were excluded from having any say in its deliberations. They were sequestered as a Konoha police force, yet they had no authority compared to the Anbu Black Ops. And until Itachi, they weren't even in the Anbu Black Ops. So, and we know that their ghettoization placed in this secluded area was done on purpose by Tobirama to exclude them from the village. In no way was their persecution justified, and we know for a fact that over time, the post hoc justification for their annihilation wouldn't have existed in the first place if their persecution at the founding of Konoha never happened.
All right. We're going to move into a free-for-all. 20 minutes on the clock starting now.
I'm first. I'm first. Scroll.
Okay, go. Here, let me go after it.
Give your dumb fuck argument here.
Oh my god! All of your arguments linchpin on this post hoc rationalization. It's the Sage of Six Paths who comes in. He was literally the first ninja, right? It's not post hoc. He's the first one. He's an ancient being traveling through time. Right? We know that they're evil.
Sage of Six
I would remind you that the Sage of Six Paths.
Let's go ahead and give the floor to the winner of the last round. Let's pay him some respect. Hugh, what's your take on this situation? What's going on here?
First of all, the Stillman, okay? They didn't know about Black Setsu, so we can Stillman. But it's justified without that. And if they knew it, it's even more justified, okay? That's the Stillman argument. So let's be fair to them, because they have a shit argument. So, we're afraid. And that was post hoc. So when the Uchiha were first founded, it was completely equal. There was no mistreatment, okay? Madara, he left despite all that, right? Because like, ooh, the Uchiha should never be under anyone. The Uchiha should be the strongest. The Uchiha should lead. Should rule. Again, and why is this the case? Madara was the strongest Uchiha. And the stronger you are, the more evil and full of hatred you are, and the more you can read the tablet, which means the more corrupted you get. Okay? Again, it is only one bad Uchiha. Now, why did Tobirama do that? Why did Tobirama... Isn't that weird? Tobirama thinks that Uchiha are evil people, but he makes them head of the police. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right?
He makes
the authority force.
You know what the reasoning is? Because they all know if there's only one bad Uchiha, it can destroy everything. He's like, okay, we're gonna have the Uchiha monitor themselves, right? We're gonna have, and so then if there's any sign of shit being fucked up, it's gonna immediately be cut. Okay? He was actually doing his best. And all the genocide stuff and all that stuff happened after Tobirama with people like Donzo, who, by the way, and you know Donzo? Itachi agreed with him about the Uchiha. Because even the best of the Uchiha, the smartest of the Uchiha knew the Uchiha can't be trusted.
True. Fucking true, dude.
Okay, hold on. Let me attack you right now. Madara wasn't wanting to separate because he felt, oh, the Uchiha have to be the strongest. They can't have a leader over them. It's because Tobirama so heavily distrusted the Uchihas that he absolutely forced Hashirama to leave the decision of the HOKAGE up to a democratic vote, which that's fine.
Legit spent money just to say to his stream. He thinks Goku is a good father.
Go watch the episode! Go watch the episode!
All right. Notice how all the counter arguments rely on this linchpin post-hoc rationalization, dude.
Well, he's right.
In that era,
He is right. Tobirama did not want him, not because he hated the Uchiha. He was like, we're a brand new village, and the other villages, they like to send you more than the Uchiha.
Yeah, I'm talking about the democratic vote, right?
That's wrong.
How can you say that? Tobirama
continuously.
How can you say that Tobirama's ulterior motive wasn't to be dicks to the Uchiha when we can continuously see that he has deep-seated untrust for any Uchiha?
Let's just wait.
Biologically, you can't trust them.
Wait, okay, so all of the counter arguments.
This is where I'm gonna
counter arguments.
This
Wait.
is where I'm gonna hop
Foxy, all of the counter arguments.
We're going to toss it to Rames.
This guy in the corner, completely wrong. The Sage of Six Path, Haruromo, always held out hope that his sons would reconcile, and in fact was the dream that he imparted to Naruto and Sasuke. He always knew it was possible, and it was only through the manipulation of Black Zetsu that curse of hatred would continue. But it wasn't something genetically in Indra that caused him to do this. It was Black Zetsu's manipulation, and Hagoromo always knew that eventually Indra's spirit in his reincarnation would eventually overcome it. We also know Toby
we just have to wait for all of the environmental destruction and to make maybe their bloodline is diluted enough.
No way. Let Rames finish.
No, question, because this whole point doesn't matter.
What?
Did anyone know?
And we know that Toby Rama wasn't. Toby Rama was a notorious racist. All right.
First of all, so even just regarding
notorious racist,
if they're justified based on what they know, then certainly not, because there's no way to know.
If they knew about Black Zetsu, then you could arguably say, oh, well, then they shouldn't do it. They should just try to stop Black Zetsu. But they didn't even know what was corrupting them. They just knew the strong.
Not knowing anything, they still. How do they know that the Uchiha are going to eventually destroy the village? How would they possibly be justified in their persecution when they don't even know about the stone, the secret Uchiha stone that no one knows about? Right, but you're saying that because of that, they're justified.
They know about the curse.
But now we can't say that they can't know about Black Zetsu.
If you keep bringing the curse of hatred, you're not describing me accurately, Hugh. If you're going to discount his argument,
we're going to toss it to Dibus. Dibus, what's up?
The only way that you couldn't call his argument irrelevant, because if his argument is irrelevant, then your argument about the curse of hatred is irrelevant. You're leaving out key details, you fucking slime ball, okay? The curse of hatred is just like from the fact that Uchihas experience strong emotions either way. The only reason that they experience negativity and hatred in the first place is because people keep egging them on and causing destructive acts to them from that side that is apparently good.
It's justified for them to blow up the village because they get mad? I don't know, dude.
How do you awaken them and get your Sharingan?
They're like simping for genetic Nazis right now, by the way. That's what it is.
Strong feelings of emotion. We usually see this in forms of loss. It doesn't usually.
No, Mangekyo Sharingan?
Yes, same thing with the Sharingan as well.
Wait. Mangekyo Sharingan specifically has only been achieved through extreme negative emotion. Only. And how did he achieve their stronger form, the internal? How did he get that?
Internal?
The eternal Sharingan isn't like a wait.
You know that Madara said it was an act of love that his brother gave up his eyes to him. So it doesn't have to be stealing from a sibling. It can be a gift, right? That's like saying that Kakashi's evil because Obito willingly gave him his eyes at the moment of his death.
To be clear,
the blood that's
he got it. He got the eyes. You know why? Because his brother was dying. So again, more loss. So again, for them to get stronger, they have to experience loss, and that loss is magnified because they're Uchiha, and the stronger they get, the more corrupted they get. And as Madara said to Hashirama, because my eyes are so good, I can really read this tablet. And because this tablet, I have to fuck you up. I have to win. I have to kill you.
Okay.
Madara,
it's not just from the tablet.
If we're taking the anime at face, if we're taking Itachi Shinden and the anime at face value, we know that Fugaku also awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and still had the will of fire because he willingly gave his life to Itachi, knowing that his son thought that what he was doing was correct. He wasn't overcome by the curse of hatred.
Itachi, 最後に約束しろ。サスケのことは頼んだぞ。恐れるな。それがお前の決めた道だろ。お前に比べれば我らの痛みは一瞬で終わる。考え方は違ってもお前を誇りに思う。
He wanted peace the whole time,
because
even at the moment of his death. No,
Yeah,
no,
because
they're
he knew that the
evil. Because he
Uchiha were
knows it
wrong.
was
No.
because he knew that if the Konoha was going to try to kill the
Bullshit.
Uchiha, it was going to come to
This
civil
is a
war.
nice narrative, but it's
He
just
would
wrong.
rather
You're just making
lay
up
down
bullshit.
his own life for his son
Wait, there's
than
two problems
embroil the
here.
world in another conflict.
All right, so hold on. Wait a
I-
second. If we're gonna take Hugh's argument, let's say we grant this to him, right? Wouldn't that be further like motivation to treat the Uchihas well instead of subjugating them? Because the further you subjugate them, the more loss you put them through, the stronger they get and the more corrupted they get.
Stop
So
provoking
how
the
it
oppressors.
makes
Stop
sense.
provoking the oppressors, guys.
Wait, Lisa, Lisa.
Subjugation.
There's
Why
no
would
way
why would you submit to them?
Wait,
why-
Why would you
I'm not-
submit?
What are
Why
you
is
talking
that
about?
awkward?
Are you
That's
mad?
not-
Are you mad?
why
Are
did
you
you
mad?
wait?
Are you
Why
mad? Are you mad?
Why are you fighting back against the oppressors? Yeah, what do you think?
So
Right?
first of all, okay,
We shouldn't have to appeal to their
We're
fucked
in
up
a
blood,
world
right?
of war.
Beginning, if Toby Rama followed,
It's not. That's not true. You're just lying. It's because
I'm not lying. Look,
We-
if
we
Toby
know it's
Rama
true.
listened
What
to
has-
Hashi
Oh,
Rama-
Order.
Okay.
Toss it to Foxy.
Okay.
I
Oh
am
my
All right,
God.
so it doesn't. We're talking about this in the generalized sense. So if we go all the way back to Toby Rama just completely blew away what Hashirama told him to do. Hashirama told Toby Rama to treat the Uchihas with the respect that they deserve, right? Toby Rama didn't do this. He segregated them, and then he also established the
Wait,
Konoha.
why did you do that?
Wait,
Why
hold on.
did you
Q,
make
let me
them-
respond. Yeah.
Why did you do that?
You know why he told them?
Why does a racist do anything?
The
No,
reason
no,
that
wait,
the
no,
reason
he
that
said
Hashi.
everything.
Hold on.
Wait,
Q,
wait,
let me
what is
respond to this. This is a
Wait,
response to me, okay?
Fucking give the
Bullet for bullet.
So yeah, so the reason Hashirama told Toby Rama to do that is because he's genetically predispositioned to do so as the reincarnation of Ashura. That's the entire point, right? Like you keep saying, oh well, it was Toby Rama doing this and that. The reason Toby Rama does it, and the reason that the Uchiha respond the way they do, is because of their genetics. We know this. This is like the original ninja from all the way back in time, comes forward in time and tells us, hey, these are the reincarnations of those guys, right? One is evil, one is good. And Ray, you're wrong about the black.
He does not say that he's evil. He does not say that he's evil.
He said,
Specifically, he knows that the reincarnations of his sons Indra and Ashura will eventually overcome because he knows about the manipulation.
Eventually, after
Eventually.
aeons and aeons
That
of
doesn't-
destruction, that's not worth it.
No.
No, that's not worth it.
By persecuting them, you are furthering curse of hatred because you are giving them a reason. If you place a whole ethnic group in a ghetto, they are justified in rebelling. If you discriminate against them,
because they
keep
are
them
war
out
criminals.
if you keep them out of political power, if they're war criminals, so are the
genetic
Senju. We already
criminals.
covered this in the
They're
Warring
genetic
States. In the
Nazis.
Warring States series.
Order. To be clear, the Senju are just as guilty of war crimes as the Uchiha. I will not hear it any other way.
But the reason
Genetics
the difference is
order. Genetics aside, both are guilty of war crimes. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, Bullet, he's helping us. You know why? You're right. This isn't an argument of persecution. Because Bullet, do you want to persecute the Uchiha? No. What do you want to do to the Uchiha?
What do you mean? Oh, execute them?
Yeah. So again, why do you care? If persecution makes it worse, good. You don't want to persecute them. You want them gone.
Why?
Yeah.
Why do you want them?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing too, right? Is that you have to do it as
Shit.
strongly as possible. It's not shit though. It's just true. Like I don't know why you keep saying that. They're
How is this not
reincarnations.
true?
They're
All right.
literally destined to fight.
Yeah.
Even
No,
Ray
they
admitted that.
aren't.
Yes,
They
they
aren't
are.
destined
That's
to fight.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes.
It's not though. That's
They're only
bullshit.
destined to fight because
It only ended when God came down and made them stop fighting. Okay,
Yeah,
come on.
after their bloodlines were diluted enough that they finally had ones that weren't so influenced.
No. Only when Hagoromo came out.
Sorry, I'm
Let's just
choking
wait
on all the
3,000 years and all the death
Hagoromo
and destruction
came
they'll
down,
cause. That'll make it
all his
worth
power
it.
to them. Okay, Sasuke, at the end of the day, what was he still going to do? He was still going to kill Naruto. And
Yeah,
Naruto
true.
survived.
Okay.
Literally.
Even at the
Don't you-
end.
Wait, and was he doing that? Was he doing that out of evil, or did he have the same ideas?
Or
Who
did he
was
have,
he
like-
influenced by?
He wanted to
Toby
become
Rama.
the dark overlord
he had-
of the world. He said
What
this.
is
To end, okay, and what was his position? Similar to Toby Rama's,
Yes,
right?
he'll become the
Was to use
leader.
overwhelming strength to end war in the world. and bring peace to Konoha. They didn't want to destroy the village at the end.
Yeah, by killing
They still have the curse of hatred.
That's the difference.
He was right.
Uchiha's mental state is never a good argument because think about what this guy went through. His whole clan massacred. It's his oldest brother who he loved possibly the most. He goes through. Turns out his older brother does a reversal. He's like a double agent or some shit. He gets tricked by Madara Uchiha himself. But then it turns out Madara is Obito. What the fuck? Of course his mind's gonna be shattered.
Yeah, you notice how all the bad actors.
His brother who he idolizes says he loves the clan. He loves people in it to find the clan. Okay, Naruto, his best friend, stick with him for everything. Okay, God came down to talk to him personally. After all of that, the fighting's all over. Right, the world's gonna go back to a much better place. Then after everything, he's like, hey, you know what? I want to become the head of the world.
No,
Okay.
what is his argument there? It's not that the world's going to be a better place. It's that because they had a united enemy, they had the allied shinobi forces. But he believes without a united enemy, the 5 Kage are going to go back to the three world wars they had before the 4th one.
That's
They
a
still
bad
had
thing,
3
right?
world wars that killed several people. He wants to avoid that, which is why he wanted to abolish the system, kill the Kage, and bring peace to the world. And Naruto saw it a different way.
Yeah,
but his
is way
intentions
less
weren't like
pragmatic,
Madara's.
They're
Wait.
way
very
less
To be
pragmatic.
clear,
Reality is
it's
driven by hate.
exactly like Madara's.
Yeah, he's
It is
exactly
not
like
at all.
Madara's plan was to become the ultimate being, right? And then make it so everyone was forcefully live in peace due to the 10 Tails by all being trapped. Okay, that was his plan. What's Sasuke's plan? You become the infinite, the most powerful being, and again, be like the most powerful person, and then force everyone to live in peace. They don't have a choice. They have the exact same plan, just in different methods.
Okay, but now all you're doing is arguing that an entire race of people should be executed because of one person.
Wait. To be clear, I said whenever they become strong, it's inevitable they become like Madara. Due to the corruption of Black Statue and due to the tablet, which Madara states is the reason he did
that too, but they also influence
Wait.
the whole plan every single time as well, right? They're always sticking together. The blood ties of the Uchiha are just as strong.
This is not true. We know that at the very founding of Konoha, the entire Uchiha clan turned its back on Madara, who was before the leader. So we know that
They did. What are you talking about?
The Uchiha, the entire Uchiha turned their back
You
on
frame this so
Madara
dishonestly.
to side with. No, I'm framing it the way it happened in the show. And Madara claimed that he wanted revenge on the Uchiha. Madara wanted to wipe out the Uchiha because the clan chose the will of fire. So they're not genetically
Order. I'm gonna toss it to Foxy. I'm interested. What did you want to intervene with here, Foxy?
Oh, I was just backing up Ray. He's just absolutely right. He's just 100% right.
Okay, then bullet.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying, right? It's not the whole truth, right? When you consider the fact that Hashirama, the incarnation of Ashura, right? This is an equally important incarnation, right? He the reason they turn their back, quote unquote, on Madara is because of the influence of Hashirama. Right? This is what I was mentioning in my opening statement, that it's just as important. And he ends up fighting Madara and putting everything in threats anyway, right? And the Uchiha end up betraying.
Order.
Also,
This is not Demon
Madara
Mama's
denied
courtroom.
being
I will not have interruptions while I'm waiting for Bullet to finish his point, Hugh. Bullet,
Sure.
complete yourself.
Where was I? Yeah, so on top of this, they're always fighting, right? It always ends up resulting in the massive fight that threatens everyone's lives anyway, and the Uchiha turn on the village anyway. And also, Madara only didn't become Hokage because he denied it. He turned it down.
Madara did not turn down becoming the Hokage. What are you talking
Valley of the
about?
End, hello?
Yeah, he
Valley of
did.
the End. What do you, wait,
Valley
wait,
of the End was way later. What do you mean?
Wait a
He
minute.
fought
First
so
of
much
all,
later.
is it a
You guys are
trap?
misremembering the story.
The
you putting me in a
Uchiha
trap?
fought for the village
You're just remembering.
3 world wars, right?
Okay.
They literally bled through 3 world wars for Konoha. At no point did they cause a battle. They're always causing a battle. They literally died in
They were going to coup the village.
The reason why they were going to
the end due to persecution.
Persecution. They were made the police force. They were
You
made
keep
the
going
police force.
to the
Hold on.
middle of the narrative.
Okay.
You don't address the beginning. Address
the
the
police
beginning.
force
What about
was part of
Tobirama? What about the
Tobirama's plan
Donzos?
to
What
put
about the
them
Black
into a
Jetsu?
ghetto.
Let me
what is the best
explain.
talking
There's
about?
misinformation here, okay? You guys, some of you are missing out on actual just facts.
You're the one with misinformation.
Wait,
You
let me
keep telling
finish,
half the
let me
story.
Order,
Sorry.
Hugh.
Okay, so first of all, Hashirama was willing to overrule Tobirama and say, hey, you know what? Madara, I want you to do it. And Madara said, the village won't follow me. Because Madara knew he wasn't liked, okay? So to be clear, Madara was aware he would not have been accepted, and he rejected it. So before you say, like after the fact, Madara wanted to do it, but then he had elections. But initially, Madara had the choice. He chose not to. Second of all, Uchiha didn't follow Madara out. You know why? Initially? Because Hashirama cream-pied Madara, he destroyed his ass, and the Uchiha, they really respond to strength. Okay? They really respond to that, okay? They really feel that.
Good point.
Okay? So again, if Madara was stronger than Hashirama, easy clap. No difficulty. So okay, there's no will of fire shit there. Now, right, some Uchiha...
Did the Uchiha turning their back on Madara happen before or after final
It happened after they got clapped in the war, and they were scared of Hashirama.
None of them followed Madara out.
Yes. You know why? You know what happened before Madara left? Hashirama clapping Madara's cheeks. That's what happened before.
Yes, in the war. That's how the war ended.
That's the formation of it, but they had left already.
おそらくあの扉間が火影となろう。そうなれば内葉はいずれ消されていく。一族を守ると弟と交わした約束も守れそうにない。お前は俺を兄弟という。だが里のためにどちらを切れる。これ以上は無理だ。俺は里を出ていく。俺がそうはさせん。現実をどう捉えるかだ、柱が。この夢の道へ行くまで。お前との戦いを楽しむさ。本当の夢ってなんだ。この里の夢とつながるなら導き役としてお前の力が必要だ。つながりなどない。そしてお前には決して届かない。そう言ってマダラは里を出た。
Like in the Warring States period, Hashirama offered his life to end the conflict because he knew it wasn't going to end. So it's not like he clapped the Uchiha and they all came over. They peacefully assembled a village, and while the village was peacefully assembled, the Uchiha turned their back on Madara.
Madara stopped him from literally like suiciding in front of him.
いいか扉間。俺の最後の言葉としてしっかり心に刻め。兄者。俺の命に変える言葉だ。さらばだ。もういい。お前の腹渡は見えた。
In order to achieve peace. If that's the curse of hatred, I don't know what you're talking about.
So why did you leave then?
No, that was it.
Why
Like,
did you turn it down?
why did he turn it down?
Why did you turn down the Hokage? Answer that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'd have to agree with you in the sense that if he did in fact turn it down because the villagers didn't like him, this would be correct, right? But why? Didn't the villagers like him? Because the constant discrimination by Tobirama, people like Danza, people like Black Zetsu.
At this point, there was zero discrimination. No, you can't even say that.
Oh, you're saying there wasn't 3 world wars?
This is actually ahistorical.
Wait.
Madara didn't.
There is historic discrimination both by the Uchiha on the Senju and by the Senju of the Uchiha. Remember that this village was one born of war. Neither of these factions like each other. Everybody's discriminating against everybody else. Nobody likes those fuckers in the sand. Nobody likes those fuckers to the north, to the south. Everybody doesn't like everybody. Let's be clear there.
There wasn't any extra. The village system wasn't making anything worse. Okay, if you're saying there's baseline levels of discrimination, I don't see why that matters.
I'm gonna
I need to do a historical smackdown real quick because Madara didn't turn down the Hokageship. He was appointed the Hokage, Hashirama, but then Tobirama overruled him and said it should be decided by a vote. Which then resulted in Hashirama becoming the Hokage. It wasn't that Madara didn't want the Hokageship. It was Tobirama.
To be clear, I'm aware of this. Now, what did Madara say? What is it? When Hashirama was like, "Hey, I'm going to appoint you Hokage," what was Madara's immediate comment?
Yeah, during a casual conversation.
He would have turned it down anyway.
he expresses worry that he wouldn't make a good
doesn't-
Hokage. He's
Not
being
Hokage.
You're talking about a political appointment that he would have turned down anyway. Right?
he wasn't
He
going
wouldn't have
it
turned it
doesn't
down
matter that
anyway.
it got overruled.
Hashirama was
It doesn't matter.
Hashirama
He
was
was
convincing him to
being
take it because he knew it was going to
Hashirama
unite the
failed.
village
He
because of
failed
how
to
the
do that.
Uchiha were being discriminated against.
He failed to convince him.
What
He turned it down.
Failed
Why
to
are you saying he
convince
didn't
him.
turn it down? I don't
Tobi Rama
understand.
overruled it.
Yeah,
He said
Toby
he didn't
Rama
turn it down.
overruled
I'm
it.
gonna give one more minute for the free for all.
Okay, hold on.
He turned it down.
I want to address one point
Mhm.
very explicitly about Danzo. So, Danzo was a egomaniac. Okay, during whenever the third Hokage was appointed as Hiruzen, that's when Danzo immediately started operating with the Anbu. He was very resentful for not getting the appointment of the Hokage. He just wants power. He's extremely power hungry. And so whenever the Nine-Tailed Fox incident happened, he saw a way to secure power and eliminate a very strong clan within Konoha, the Uchihas. So he told the Uchihas to not engage with the Nine-Tails and to instead focus on escorting and evacuating civilians, which they did. And then that was used to further resentment and ire against the Uchihas and actually accuse them through rumors that they were responsible for the attack. Danzo specifically ignited the flames of rebellion. If it wasn't for Danzo, Fugaku wouldn't have had the idea to make a coup. Then when Shisui came up with the plan to use Genjutsu,
Hold up. I think there are contentions on level 1, so I'm gonna give it to Bullet, and then we're gonna close out that little line.
It's objectively wrong in so many factions.
it's not though.
Fine, give it to you instead. If I'm the only one who can go,
Bullet.
give it to
Not
you.
wrong.
I just want to say I think that this is a mischaracterization of Danzo. While I disagree with Danzo's pragmatics, but in regards to why he did things, it's not just power, right? He saw Tobi Rama die in his early days, and this influenced the way he saw the Uchiha and the power structures within Naruto in general, and understanding a realist position of needing to persecute them. And really, he should have gone farther, and that would have solved the
Really,
problem.
Danzo was friends with Kagami, who was on the same.
Order. That is the
Stay mad,
end
beat
of
him,
the
play
free for all. That is the
Awesome.
end of it.
Bossy, incorrect.
Order.
Yeah, we didn't even get to the wrongness of the fact. that we're talking about.
Order.
Holy shit.
Order. All right. That is the end of that. I have, as the judge, some pointed questions, okay? Some pointed questions. And I'm going to have everybody give me an answer, all right? And I'm going to go individually. You're just going to tell me a yes or a no for this one. Should a bad apple spoil the bunch, Bullet?
No, but I think the whole bunch is mostly spoiled aside for a few individuals.
Okay. Dibbist, should a bad apple spoil the bunch? You're muted, Bullet.
You're
Or
muted.
Dibbist.
You're
You
muted.
might-
You just said yes or no. Why did Bullet go on a rant? Okay,
That's what he
Should it-
does.
He gave
No,
3 lines.
no. I'd say no.
Okay. Foxy.
Definitely not. And the whole bunch definitely isn't spoiled. We only see a few that are spoiled.
Hugh.
If having one bad apple means the world is destroyed, yes, it's
Okay. Rames.
No.
Fucking slimy.
Slimy like the Uchiha or in some other Rames.
Wow.
Moderators.
Should a bad apple spoil the bunch, Rames?
I said no.
Okay. Next question. Who made a better Hokage? Tobi Rama or Hashirama, Bullet?
Probably in the totality of things outside of the Uchiha, probably Hashirama.
Okay.
Because he's kind of just destined. He's the reincarnation of.
But
Ashura.
what if we do include the Uchiha?
If we did include the Uchiha, then probably.
Dibbist.
Arguably Hashirama.
Okay, this is only because of the events during Tobirama's reign, and because it was wartime. Tobirama progressed the village to new heights because of his more warlike demeanor compared to Hashirama. I would say Tobirama made a better Hokage in that specific time.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the audience thinks of that. Foxy.
Okay.
Hashirama was clearly the better Hokage. He was able to actually bring two despised clans that hated each other's guts together, work cohesively, and then Tobirama just threw it into the trash.
All rhetoric, no
Hugh.
facts.
Okay, again, so you guys keep forgetting. We're not looking for the best person. We're looking for the best Hokage. The person who keeps the interest of the village in mind. So Tobirama, he definitely did not give away all the Biju for the sake of, I want everyone to be equal, so let's not risk anything. Tobirama was like, hey, bro, it's a bad idea. Tobirama is a better politician, stated by Hashirama. Tobirama is better at handling all the managerial duties.
Okay. Rames, where you at?
Hokage.
We know that without Hashirama, there wouldn't even be a Hokage in the first place. There wouldn't even be a village. It's obviously Hashirama.
Okay. And to be fair, there would not have been a village without Madara either. Let's keep that in mind. Next question. All right. Bullet, do you think that the prophecy is correct?
Which prophecy? Are you talking
The
about the slate
prophecy
tablet?
that these brothers will resolve their differences.
Yes, only after thousands of years of destruction on other innocent lives, yeah.
Dibist.
Yes, if someone stopped continuing the cycle of that fucking pestilence that kept parasiting the antagonist. Fuck, and I messed up my words. Keep going.
Okay.
I'm fucking
Foxy.
done. I lose.
Yes, I do think that the prophecy is true. It's just delayed by people having this unfounded fear of the Uchiha.
Hugh.
Clearly not, since Jesus had to come down and deliberately change the strategy he had. So yeah, clearly he was wrong.
Rames.
Yes.
Okay. One thing that I will say is it is not possible to fulfill this prophecy without two brothers. And if your plan is to eliminate the entirety of the Uchiha clan, this is something to consider if you said you honestly believe in the prophecy. Now, that brings me to my next point, which is I will clarify with each member to what extent is this persecution okay. I'm going to throw that to Bullet.
To any extent necessary to eradicate the bloodline.
To eradicate the bloodline.
Yeah, as that would stop the prophecy.
Dibist, are you pro or anti enforcement against the Uchiha?
Anti-enforcement.
Okay, moving
To an
on.
extent.
Foxy.
To an extent.
Let's say, sorry, can you repeat the question?
To what extent, if any, should we be persecuting the Uchiha?
No extent. No extent.
No extent. All right, Hugh.
Like, it shouldn't happen.
Hugh.
The only extent of persecution is valid is if you're planning to eliminate all of them. Anything less than that is not justified.
Okay. Rames.
Justified at all. And we know that it's not just the Uchiha and the Senju that are descendants of these two, because we have Naruto Uzumaki, all right? And we know the Uzumaki clan comes from Ashura. We also know that there are other clans distantly related to the Uzumaki and the Uchiha that could also be reincarnated as these brothers. So you would just be killing people off forever if your goal was to completely eradicate the bloodline, because it wasn't just a direct line. It splits in a bunch of different
It's
directions.
a direct line. That's why.
The only one who could see
It's not a direct line. The two,
It's the
we
direct
know the
line of
two,
the-
the two brothers.
Order! Now is not the time.
Can
Now
I
is
finish
not
your
the
point?
time. No. That was a yes or no, and you said no. What I will say is that I will give you guys a last-minute free-for-all for 3 minutes while I allow everybody to vote. Again, you're voting on winner. What does that mean in your eyes? All of your votes, whether it comes in before or after we make the call for the winner, will be added up in the end to determine the Hokage of this panel. Go.
I do want to say real quick, to be clear, this is just a pragmatic position. I'm not like fetishizing genocide of the Uchihas or anything. I'm just
Oh, yeah, same
it's
here.
just
Really?
pragmatics. It's just you have to. You have no other option. Hugh gets it. He understands. He's not an idealist. Right? He's a realist.
Let's be clear. Let's imagine this is a real world scenario, right? Where we had nukes in every major city.
Hugh,
Okay.
Hugh, calm down.
What?
I don't know if you hear that far.
No. We had every major city, right? Hey, everyone should have a nuke, right? Everyone should have a right to a nuke. We have a right to self-defense. But these nukes are easily hackable, and if a terrorist gets their hands on just one, which they can easily do, it kills a ton of people.
That's a good point with the Jinchuriki, right? Is that the Uchiha in particular are the most positioned to use their Sharingan to manipulate them. That is one point.
Also, Fugaku was never his idea. Actually, he was explicitly against the coup, but he just didn't have a choice because everyone else wanted it so badly.
Yeah.
They only wanted it because of the persecution.
Wait, the thing with Danzo and the Nine Tails thing, right? They were really upset because Fugaku wasn't the Hokage or Orochimaru. It's like, oh, Lord Orochimaru, what? Why is he the Hokage? Minato is. Oh, what a little bitch. That's what Uchiha.
They still wanted Orochimaru. Fugaku wasn't even, despite Fugaku's accomplishments and saving lives in the Third Shinobi War, he was discriminated against like all Uchiha were and kept away from the annals of power.
Yeah, I think Fugaku is one of the ones
historic in Konoha. Despite the fact that they died in 3 world wars for Konoha and the fact that they defended people during the Nine Tails attack, they were never allowed to hold leadership.
Fugaku, the one good one, and all of his clan was against that.
Toss it to Hughes.
Like, Minato is objectively better in every single way. I don't know how you can possibly reject.
Yeah,
Minato is not only stronger, he accomplished way more in the war. Literally, arguably, the war was stopped because people were so scared of his name. If they heard his name, they would just not even show up. Be like, fuck it. He was so strong. The leader of the Rock Village was literally like, and just signed the treaty because he just didn't know what the fuck to do. Okay,
my rebuttal would be is that you actually missed the point. It's not the fact that he would have been a better Hokage. It's the fact that he wasn't even allowed to be nominated because he was an Uchiha.
It would have been rejected regardless.
It's not about the
It doesn't matter. You should still be allowed to run.
It's about
what are you talking about?
Valuable.
It's about the chance to even get to this.
It's not an election. It's an appointment.
To say that he's the one good one, in fact, all of them are good because we know.
Order, Foxy.
So it's not the fact that Minato would make a better Hokage. He would. I'll completely agree to that. It's the fact that Fugaku had absolutely zero chance. He had no consideration because he was an Uchiha. Fugaku was a very, very good warrior, put up near Minato level, at least from what we can tell on how people have described him during the Third Shinobi War. He was described as being an extremely good warrior, just not as good as Minato. But he should have been on the table at least.
All right, I'm going to close voting in 15 seconds. So get your final votes in, get your final word in, gentlemen.
Also,
just pragmatics, just realism.
Genociding his people.
Danzo wasn't that bad. That's my argument.
Okay. I don't know, man. He wanted to collect them eyeballs.
If Ray wants to defend Sasuke, then you can defend Danzo. Okay, that's some bullshit.
I'm going to call this vote the vote by a large margin. By a large margin is Rames. Rames is the winner of this round. Congratulations, Rames. Rames and Hugh. Rames and Hugh. Fighting! Lore masters! I hope everybody can catch up in the next ones. All right. Moving on to our next question here. I'm going to take another from the ethical section. We're going to look at, is the creation of the Jinchuriki by the village an act of evil? Is it justified to any extent? Why or why not? And I'm going to start with intros, and we're going to go to Bullet.
Sure. So here's my mic. Okay. It is an act of evil. Ultimately, it's not justified, even though it's supposedly necessary, as some will argue. But we can just look at the case here, right? So the creation of the Jinchuriki is an extreme form of harm done towards the subject of the sealing. It's done on children, no less. Furthermore, it's typically and predictably resulting in these kids being ostracized from their societies. It violates their bodily autonomy rights, forces them into the lowest caste of society possible, and treats them like nothing more than volatile military assets. It's essentially the real-life equivalent of implanting a nuke in a child and then exiling that child to the lowest class of society possible. There is no way to present this as a good thing for those subjects. However, some will argue that the alternative is, we'll just have You just want to have the tailed beast run around destroying everything. Like, first of all, right, this is not necessarily the case. We know the tailed beast can be potentially defeated and tamed, as we've seen throughout the series. But more importantly, the society in question, in danger here, supposedly, is complicit and completely encouraging towards the oppression of the Jinchuriki. Ultimately, it is their cowardice and their unwillingness to step up to protect the village that gives these villagers no right to pass that problem on to the next generation, let alone continue to oppress said subjects after implanting the Jinchuriki.
All right.
That's my position.
And then to Dibist.
Now, while Bullet's points would work in a civil society, this is the Naruto world we're talking about, okay? This is wartime. Now, if it was just one country deciding whether or not to do a Jinchuriki, sure, it wouldn't be justified. But because Jinchuriki exists all over the world, you can't. It's called a nuclear deterrent, Bullet. Okay, you have to have a nuke to counter other nukes. And sure, you'd be classified as like that singular evil, but it's for the totalitarian good, in order to have someone to be the nuke that deters other nukes. And that nuke can be raised well, and they can be raised in a high class of society. The greatest example of this is actually a main character. It's B. B was raised in such like a Okay, look, I know some might argue B was also outcasted from the village, but this was negated by the fact that he was put underneath the Raikage's as his right hand man, as basically his brother. That would. I'm just saying it's justified. Next.
Oh, lucky for B. Now to Foxy.
Okay. So the use of Jinchurikis is justified. It's questionable if it's evil, because there's two sides to this. So the Sage of Six Paths intended for people to have Jinchurikis. In fact, Hashirama came kind of close to what the Sage of Six Paths wanted for the Jinchuriki, except that he did it through force. The Jinchurikis to have a mutual relationship with the Biju, and to say that, oh, it's a non-problem if we don't have Jinchurikis and Biju are just running about everywhere and killing people because we've seen people kill or seal the Biju in the past. That's not really a good argument, because that relies on so many external factors. You have to have somebody that can do it. If there's nobody that can do it, they're just going to kill a bunch of innocent people.
Okay, Hugh.
Yeah, so I think Bullet's argument's kind of cucked. It's kind of like socialism in a way, where, if your argument relies on everyone agreeing and not being a bad person, then it's a shit society and a shit argument, okay? So, yeah, they're basically walking nukes. They can be controlled, okay? And you can't rely on everyone not doing it, especially in a society where, again, war is a thing that happens. Also, it's little clan, little villages, they're going to control them at some point. That's inevitable. By virtue of them existing there, it's inevitable. Also, yeah, by basically having a Jinchuriki system, it does allow for a balance of power, which actually, so for example, look at America and Russia. We engage in all-out war? No. We're trying to engage in all-out war? No. We need little proxy wars, little skirmishes? Yeah, we do. The reason we don't go in all-out wars is because we have Jinchurikis. We're not launching nukes at each other for this very reason.
Well, I think the Akatsuki strategy may disagree with you, but go on.
Wait, yeah, Akatsuki strategy about getting all the Biju. And even if everyone in society did, you can always have some miscreants, some bad people, who will take them regardless.
Yeah,
So
almost like your Uchiha argument, huh? There's a few bad in the bunch. That's all it takes.
The difference is we killed Uchiha. We can't kill the Biju. They always come back. If we kill the Biju, we should probably kill the Biju, but it's not an option. And the last point about a treatment of the Jinchuriki, one, that isn't really a virtue of the creation. That's a virtue of like shit people. Because we're scared. We're scared. And to be clear, the reason is most Jinchurikis just suck because they're really bad at controlling it. But that's not all the case. And we've seen many Jinchurikis who are very happy, great friends with their tail beast, and they're treated just fine by the village. So this isn't a thing that's a necessity by Jinchuriki system. It's more about some people handle it better than others, and as society progresses, as shown by Naruto, where everyone was scared of him, but no one cares about him being a Jinchuriki later on. It's not an inevitable factor. It can be overcome.
All right. And now Rames.
Yeah, it's both evil and immoral on a couple levels. The use of children, sometimes infants, as Jinchuriki is something you can never justify. And the fact that you are capturing and binding a sentient creature and enslaving it, right, is pretty bad. We have no record of a tailed beast rampaging in canon without the outside influence of a third party. They existed naturally in the world after Hagoromo separated them and told them eventually one man would bring them together peacefully. He never said, hey, you're going to be sealed for like 100 years and a bunch of random people fighting in bloody conflicts. That wasn't his plan. Secondly, it can be justified to some extent if someone is an adult and it's used to defend the village. We have 3 examples of this. Hagoromo himself to take in the 10 tails beast inside him. Mino Uzumaki, the Hashirama's wife, who took it in after Madara used the 9 tails to prevent the 9 tails, the most destructive beast, being used against Konoha again. And then Kushina Uzumaki taking it into herself as an adult. Besides these 3 examples, we see them being implanted into children against both their will and the will of the tailed beast itself. It's an evil practice. It's not necessary since the villages existed without the Jinchuriki for a very long time. In fact, Hashirama was capable of capturing all the beasts without using Jinchuriki and distributing them to the other villages. So that shows that people can have them under control without needing Jinchuriki.
And now
he captured them against their will and distributed them.
So I just want to just make one point real quick, just so that we can kind of clarify arguments and add some nuance here, right? So like, I think that it seems like we're arguing about somewhat slightly different things, right? We're like, okay, well, is it justified as it was done? How likely is it that as it was done would be how it is done, ideally? And then like, how realistic is it to control the tails and the tail beasts and stuff like that? So just keeping that in mind as we go throughout this. I agree that there's nuance to be added here, but I think that
it's different. Okay, so it's the difference between Jinchuriki as a system is bad versus it's being done in a bad way, but it could be done in an ethical way. Well, right? So for example, what we said about kids, what we said about women kids, is that necessary? Probably not. So like, I don't know if that's really an argument against Jinchurikis. That's an argument saying, they should just do it a little bit better.
Well, don't you think that it's realistic to end up being done that way? Sorry, Fox, I can go after you.
I was going to say that the main reason why they use children for Jinchuriki is so that it gives the children time to actually develop and form a relationship with their Jinchuriki and better control it, so that the Jinchuriki doesn't overpower them eventually.
It doesn't really work when they get oppressed by their societies, right? Doesn't really end up working out that way when they get oppressed by their societies, right, and treated like shit.
Yeah, no, I think that's a bad. I think that's bad,
but that's a different argument.
That's separate.
Is it?
We're talking about this, like, in and of itself. So the use of Jinchuriki can be done in bad ways, but using them in and of themselves is not awful.
But Foxy, remember you said remember, we can't look at this in and of itself, right? We have to take into account all the external factors, right? I think that, like, I agree with you. We should look at, how likely is it that this tailed beast can be controlled and tamed and stuff, and how realistic is that? And Rames and I will probably argue against you on that, but I think that we shouldn't take it in isolation when convenient.
Hey, Bullet, I have to pull a Vosh on you and say, listen, man, if everyone's engaging in this immoral practice, right? And if you don't engage in it, someone else will engage in it. Therefore, net bad things in the world is the same. Therefore, what you did is okay.
Yeah, well, I'll just say that that type of consequentialism is brain dead.
Okay, dude.
Wait,
are you calling us someone brain dead?
Similarly,
Veronica in the colloquial sense of it.
He was also anti-Uchiha, so the dots are connecting.
Yeah, the Jinchuriki example doesn't really work because you need to get the Biju in the first place, which we know Hashirama had to capture them and give them to these other villages, right? That doesn't mean you have to place them in a Jinchuriki, because oftentimes, in a lot of villages, while they're trying to be used as weapons, it wasn't always successful. As we can see, sometimes the Biju would overpower people, sometimes it would break their will. It doesn't really seem to be smart to just be placing these very dangerous weapons that have the chance to backfire, as they have spectacularly on a number of occasions, into people if you're going to use them as a weapon, when just letting them live freely removes the possibility of danger to your village.
It doesn't, though, because someone else can get them. Again, unless your system ensures no one else will ever capture a Biju ever, It doesn't matter.
Why does that
All
not
right,
apply
for
to
the
Jinchuriki?
entirety of ninja history before the creation of the villages, were there any other Jinchuriki
Wait.
or used in these
Why are we
conflicts?
like throwing out the real? Yeah, why are we throwing out the realistic?
I don't know if it ever explicitly stated that there was never a Jinchuriki before this.
Yeah,
They were split up in the 10 tails, right?
Well, no, wait. I mean, was it ever stated at all?
Tagoromo.
No,
So because
I-
it was never stated that they didn't have Jinchuriki.
Well, no, are we saying
Doesn't
that
matter.
the Jinchurikis first existed ever when the villages started?
Well, the first one was Hagoromo, but then after him, we have no examples of the Jinchuriki
Well,
coming about until the village system
We don't know
comes.
it didn't happen, but why is that?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think
I can't prove a negative.
Yeah.
Well, I know. Well, I know. But carrying on. Again, Hashirama, the only reason he was able to do it, so yeah, sure, he could do it by force, but also he had the ability to suppress chakra, which not everyone has, most people can't have. Also, again, if someone else has the ability to suppress chakra, they can just capture it. Again.
So what's the difference between that and a Jinchuriki then? I don't understand why you can just capture the Jinchuriki and do the same thing, like they did actually in the
If you're
series.
Hashirama
fourth
Senju,
Mizukage.
yeah, but this isn't about unique examples. Sure, look, I would agree with most of you, right? I need to be the heel here, okay? Because you're making all like cuck arguments. Look, with Rames is based, okay? His argument with like how it's unethical for children, I would generally agree with this, okay? In this isolated example. But the fact is, if we're bringing in all the variables, Bullet, all these variables that you want to talk about but don't talk about, okay?
Yeah,
the outside
external
world,
relevant ones, yeah.
no, you're leaving out a lot of relevant ones, okay?
Like what?
Including the ones. Why do Jinchuriki have to be there in the first place? Like I said at the beginning, the nuclear, there will always be, because since it's always a spectrum, right? So if there's there's guys at the end of the spectrum, there'll always be guys at the other end of the spectrum. If there are good, there is bad. If there's Hashirama, there is.
Why? How can you
Madara?
control? The
I can't
Jinchuriki,
say
but you can't
Madara is
control the
evil there.
beasts?
Nah.
I don't understand how you think that.
The problem with this is that if the
White
Jinchuriki
children.
don't exist, it's because of totalitarian good, to make sure that hundreds of genocides don't happen and like a bunch of rogue ninjas like the Akatsuki don't decide to fucking like kill half of the villages by gathering like three-tailed beasts. They have to like create Jinchuriki in order to save the world, which sounds like dumb fuck, but it's how the series explains it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Hold on, wait. I just got to respond to that.
To bullet.
I just got to respond. Okay. Just so I agree that like you should be looking at the totality of the good here, but I think that you have to consider like how much harm is actually being done at the small scale level to that minority you're sacrificing for the majority, really, and then on top of this, whether or not they're people, and Uchiha aren't people, they're descendants of aliens. So that's I just want to put that out
So are
there.
the Senju.
We don't start conflating
Okay,
arguments.
slime ball. Look, we're not at the end of the debate. You can't throw out
Yeah,
the
some of the
slimy
Senju,
arguments,
they're
okay?
objectively good aliens. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Descendants of Ashura. I'm just saying. I don't
Yeah,
know.
Dude,
war
you're
crime
all-
aliens. Okay, dude.
But, no,
What
What do you think about Hashirama's dad being willing to kill a child?
True.
He's not one of the descendants, clearly. Right?
Okay.
He's obviously Uchiha in
Alright,
disguise.
back to the-
Yeah.
Plant.
Back to Jinchurikis.
Yeah, sure.
You know, the Jinchurikis aren't even necessary to control the Biju because we have both Hashirama and Madara both controlling tailed
Wait,
Look
beasts.
at who
How
you're
they-
talking
wait,
about,
we
okay?
should, like-
The top
Wait, how they draw?
0.001% of the Ninja Nation. Do you think they're just gonna be like always in every era a Hashirama, Senju, and like a Madara?
Well,
That's
Exactly.
what
So if you don't have
prophecy is.
Jinchuriki, you don't need.
That's what it is, right?
No,
But you know,
hey.
Naruto and Sasuke weren't there for a long time. Hundreds of genocides happened because of the Bijus during that time. They're not always gonna have this. We need to talk about.
It's not
like
just- it's not
the
just-
long-term plan of what's gonna happen.
It's heavily
Like, what historical reference in the Naruto world has the Bijus causing genocide?
Ooh,
I don't know.
What
I'm gonna
historical
toss it to
reference?
Mass
Foxy,
death,
to
whatever.
Foxy.
I was going to say that it's implied, at least with how Kurama or the Kyuubi views humans, that the Biju have had altercations with humans in the past while not being in a Jinchuriki.
Mhm.
So these very powerful forces that can just level entire villages, they have to be Jinchuriki. Whether or not you put them in children, that can be debatable.
Yeah, but that's what happens, right?
Whether or
That's
not
what we're talking about. That's what we're debating.
Whether or not they should exist entirety is not debatable, in my opinion. It's just a necessary evil.
Yeah. See, if your system relies on no bad actors, then your system will just fall apart immediately.
But that's true for your
If
system.
the system
right?
existed for
That's true
1,000
for your
years,
system.
Yeah, it existed for 1,000 years between Hagoromo and the village system. I feel like people were getting along fine without Jinchurikis before then. We only have large-scale world conflicts killing masses of people when the Jinchuriki come in the picture.
I will say that there were comparisons made to socialism, okay? And I just want to make a correction to that in the eyes of our viewing audience who may not know this, but for thousands of years prior, this was a system that worked, unlike socialism, which has never, ever really worked. So I will say, there was a long time that we did figure this out without this. So let's keep that in mind.
What issue, right? So Ray has no evidence, and so Ray, you can't back this up. You can maybe assert that because like we haven't seen it, therefore it might not exist.
Yeah.
But you can't disprove there was never Jinchurikis before that. Hey, that's just when the show kind of started. That's when the history of the show kind of started. With the whole modern period. That's the beginning of where we see the lore. Between Hagoromo and Ashura and Indra, it skips forward to basically Madara. Okay,
Right.
we have the knowledge.
How did Hashirama capture all the Bijus by himself if they were Jinchurikis already existing?
That implies all the Jinchuriki were either dead because again you probably had a huge warring period.
But that implies there weren't Jinchuriki. Why would you assume that they were Jinchuriki after Hagoromo?
You're assuming they never existed, or there was never a system of Jinchuriki.
Hey,
Some
Hugh,
people had Jinchuriki, some people had this.
Before you guys argue about the likelihood, just real quick, Hugh, you're not like your position relies not on like denying the positive, but affirming the negative. Just so you know, right? You're taking the opposite position. Your argument relies on that just as much as Rames apparently does. But I think you guys can argue about likelihoods and probability with it anyway. Right?
Well, no, like basically, the whole point is if there's a profound risk of someone collecting all the Biju, or for example, reforming the Ten Tails, which basically ends the world.
Mm-hmm.
That should never be. That shouldn't be. It's
Why
not
couldn't they
acceptable.
do that with the Jinchuriki, Hugh? Like they did in this. That was the plot of the show.
Yeah,
They did that with the Jinchuriki anyway. Like that's what the Akatsuki did.
It's a different interest, and they're separated by different villages and different clans.
Why is that-
Yeah, but if you didn't have Jinchuriki, if you just left the Biju by themselves, it would even be less likely.
Wait. That just means if you have one battle, one Madara could take all of them.
Yeah, and you could do it with the Jinchuriki as well.
All of them.
This is
Yeah,
true
and he
across
did it
both
with the
arguments.
Jinchuriki. That's the
Yeah.
Sure.
It's less likely with the Biju.
As well.
The Biju are
Like it'd be a lot less likely.
The Biju are easier to control than Jinchuriki. That's objectively true.
That's a bad thing for your argument. You're saying that if it's controllable.
No.
Okay,
The
so you're
Biju
saying
are-
they're controllable.
By easier control, I mean from one guy with really good genjutsu can control all of them easier than controlling a Jinchuriki separated around the world deliberately with different villages and different clans and different self interests. Okay,
I want to say that another argument that I heard mentioned here was that we want to minimize casualties, right? We want to minimize casualties. And I will say, I don't know if you can hold the position of minimizing casualties while also supporting the Jinchuriki system, which I would argue, given their weapons of war owned by these states with their own individual interests, a world where we put them all into Jinchuriki is much more likely to result in
Yeah,
casualties.
Okay.
No. Okay,
Can I
so
make a point pegging back off of that? Just it's so we should consider, right? You might make the point like, oh well, proliferation, right? It's like it's the threat of the child nukes prevents the use of other child nukes, right? But the problem is that, you know, within the world of Naruto, in the international relations, right, there is no higher order state enforcing anything, right? There's nothing stopping from one nation deciding to use those nukes in a certain way, such as when the Sand Village did that to the Leaf Village, such as when the Sand Village did that to the Leaf Village. Right? They did use the nukes. It didn't work. Proliferation didn't work.
Wait, sure, but again, this is like the UN doesn't do shit either. This you still one is usually worked first of all.
Yeah, well, the
And
UN is not powerful enough. Okay, they need to be more powerful.
UN
That's the concept. Okay,
we all agree here. The UN suck. But
Wait, what? I don't agree.
Let's
with
keep
that.
it to Naruto, shall we?
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
boys, come on. We're gonna get assassinated.
Yeah, you know, you guys are. I'm not. Okay.
imagine
Okay.
when Hashirama, right?
Sure.
I would say everyone's talking about Hashirama. Oh, he's so generous, right? You guys notice how he kept the Nine Tails the strongest one because even he knew he needed the power to preserve peace, and he needed to be the strongest to exude a Leaf Village hegemony.
A bit of a realist, yeah.
The Leaf Village is the American imperialism of the Naruto world, and again, it's more and more I'm getting at. Imagine if Hashirama imagine all the Biju were loose, and Madara was going to fight Hashirama. Just imagine that.
That's what happened.
No,
He
that's
did
not
the
what
same
happened.
thing that Madara did throughout the entire plot of the show, which is capturing all
Yeah,
the Jinchuriki.
Madara captured the Nine Tails and
Right.
fought.
Wait, wait.
That
Just
actually
literally-
happened. Even Toby did it.
That was the battle. That was the battle.
That
He
was
came
so
back with
good.
the Nine Tails and fought Hashirama.
Everything
And he brought up the
saying
statue of
different in your
Gigan.
system actually happened in the show.
I said if they were all loose. Okay, so then he would have used all 9-tailed beasts. No, they weren't at that
Okay,
time.
first they were all loose, and he came and he fought him.
No, he only had the 9 tails. Only 9 tails really
Madara only had the 9 tails, but all the beasts were loose at this time. It was after that battle at Final Valley that they sealed it. It was because of that battle that they sealed the 9 tails into Mino Uzumaki, and then at the Kage Summit gave the Biju beasts away to all the villages. So what you're talking about already happened. They were loose. Madara came with the 9 tails, got his ass beat, and then Hashirama was like, oh, we have to. That was my argument, that was ethical because he wanted to seal away the 9 tails into an adult who consented to having it sealed into her, right? Because of that battle. But capturing the rest of the Biju and giving them to the villages was an immoral act. One, because it violated their consent and created this system that created 3 world wars.
Why did they seal it immediately instead of Hashirama just putting it to sleep like he always does? Because then it's easier for it's harder for bad actors to abuse it if it's in a Jinchuriki and it's sealed inside them.
But that's not true. We've seen that that's obviously not true throughout the entire series, right? That was the idea, but he was wrong. That's the plot of the show here.
It is clearly correct.
But
the literal plot of the show is that he's wrong.
If when he's on the show, Jinchurikis are always seen. Jinchurikis saying, "Hey, bro, let's be best bros. Let's fuck bitches." Okay, that's the ideal for Jinchurikis.
Oh.
Jinchurikis at the end of the show, they said, "Hey, we need to work together. We need to get through this. We need to overcome and be a team." That's the whole point.
There's 2 Jinchurikis in the entire series. Out of all of them.
Inside Naruto's space, it shows all the Jinchurikis with the tail beasts. It shows all of them, and it even talks about all their relationships.
And they're influenced by Naruto to be better. But we know from, first of all, Naruto's mother, Kushina, wrote a whole diary about how the Kyuubi was such an asshole and how hard it was to take control of him. And Hagoromo also put down on the tablet with the Rinnegan his dispute with the tailed beast when he was a Jinchuriki. You're just wrong. You're just wrong.
You're just factually wrong.
Okay, all proficient Jinchurikis have a friendship and a working relationship with their tailed beasts. If they're perfect, they're good at that. For example, and yes, if they have full control, they're a friend. What do you mean?
Isn't that a bad thing for the argument? You're saying that they have to have perfect.
Yeah, we see no example to have a.
Wait, we have
if they're perfect Jinchuriki.
And we have Yagura. Also, we have the Bug Girls.
We have the most powerful character in the series.
Wait, no. I guess you before. Okay. Also, but we didn't see this on screen. We don't see them transforming and doing all that shit on screen. We just see how they talk. But Son Goku, so the monkey one of his Jinchuriki, they seem to get along. The slug dude and his boy, they seem to get along. Literally, all the Jinchuriki that we see inside Naruto's internal space all get along. All of them get along.
Because of the influence of Naruto. That's explicitly stated by Hagoromo about how he was the man that was going to bring them together.
No, you don't misunderstand.
I would agree with all of them except Shukaku. I'm not sure what happened with Gaara.
About their memories together, okay? The Jinchurikis, their interaction with the tailed beasts, you're talking to each other, and they're saying they got along. We're not talking about them just being nice in general. We're not
2-minute warning.
Yeah,
okay? You had a working relationship before that.
What Hagoromo was saying is that essentially Naruto was going to be the one to bring them all back together to show them what quote unquote real power was. If we're going to take them verbatim, it wasn't to make them nicer. I'm not sure exactly what your point was there. Whenever you're saying it.
Especially since, and I will add, if the point was to form a relationship with the Jinchuriki, and that was on the minds of the villagers, it is interesting that they ostracize them. We have a whole academy for ninja, but we don't have a how-to on making friends with the evil thing we sealed inside you at birth. It's interesting.
That's the one thing I want to add, right? The way it was done, I think we all do agree with this. Maybe I just want to make sure, right? The way it was actually done in the series was pretty fucking evil, right? Done on kids. Ostracize the kids afterwards, just using it as a way to be cowardly and just avoid the problem and pass it on to the next generation, right?
We only have two examples of this, right? So arguably in the Cloud Village, arguably in the Sand Village, in the Leaf Village, but all that Jinchuriki, bro, we had Yagura.
Yeah, dude.
Right,
Well,
when
dude,
Yagura
all the other villages are just like.
He mastered early as a kid, and he became Hokage. Apparently, everyone loved him. Everyone fucking sims for Yagura. These sims.
Yagura, yeah, because the village he was in was like the bloodiest village ever, dude. Like all the other villages are like total savage shitholes.
Irrelevant. He was loved.
It's not
They
irrelevant.
literally like their ninja academy was just like killing the kids until the
Kill
strongest-
everyone.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah, this is
The
like
only
the
reason
very
they
That's
love
their
Yagura is
culture.
because they're
That's their
evil too.
culture,
Like,
man. That's their
first
culture.
major
God,
arc
Nazi
of
culture.
the
Right?
first major arc of Naruto is about how Zabuza killed everyone in his
Yeah,
exam.
exactly. True.
Is that he killed everyone who was like they were like 10 years old.
You're like, well, the evil people like him. Like,
All right, we have 2 minutes remaining for the votes. I'll allow you to continue this free-form discussion. Then I have a couple of pointed
Wipe
questions.
out.
Okay.
wipe out the village in the mist too. Yeah.
Wait. Are you saying the mist culture is inherently violent and should not exist, and the Leaf Village should take it over?
Not inherently, but there's no way to stop it now. We may as
Oh,
well.
really?
I think if there's any village that should be fucking warred on.
All the people in it are bad.
Oh wait,
people.
actually, sorry, Hugh, I forgot. It was actually they're evil as a result of the Uchiha influence manipulation.
No, hey, I'm ready for this. No, this is actually false. They were
Always going back.
for Obito, but Obito just made it worse. It's confirmed.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
I
I assure you, believe me,
I have
Uchiha
some
make
pointed
evil,
questions for everybody again. The first one, now there's some rhetoric around this position that's not so great, but I will include it because this is the rallying cry of these people. I prefer the phrase "free the Biju," but some people say abolish the Jinchuriki. Okay, I'm not a fan of that as the optics guy, but that's how it is. Now, do you agree with this statement, abolish the Jinchuriki or free the Biju? I'm going to go one by one here. Bullet, how about you?
I am absolutely in favor of free the Biju, if only for the reason that abuse of the Jinchuriki is absolutely not justified and abhorrently cowardly.
Fair. Dibist.
I highly disagree unless we're in a place where we can keep the Biju inside an isolated place where bad actors don't have access to them.
All right, Foxy.
I don't agree with free the Biju. I agree with abolish the current Jinchuriki system and replace it.
Okay. Hugh?
Agree. I agree with repeal and reform, as they would say.
Yep.
But
reform.
I'll go with free to Biju if we have a big globalist society where we have one state, one people. In that case,
Okay,
sure.
dude. Let me guess. The Senju will be the head of it, huh?
Yeah, let me guess.
Hey,
There won't be
yeah,
any
all right,
Uchiha.
yeah.
All right.
No
On to
Uchiha?
Rames.
Okay, dude. Okay,
Globalist, by
Who's
the
the
way.
fascist now?
Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. Okay, straw man.
On to
Not
Rames.
arguments.
On to Rames.
Free the Biju. Sometimes it might be necessary for Jinchuriki, as we saw with Uzumaki, Hashirama's wife, when Madara attacks. Sometimes it's necessary, but it's not something that should be permanent.
All right. My next question is going to be a bit more general, okay? Because I want to get where you're coming from on this. How do you feel about using young, let's say young, I would say child, but young genin during war? How are we feeling on that? Bullet, yay or nay?
Using young genin during war
Mhm.
in general, or with the as Jinchuriki?
In
Are we
general.
into the third topic?
In
He's a
general.
child soldier.
I'm curious.
This is the third
so-
topic.
Yeah, it is.
Personally, I think
But
that-
well,
I
I
think-
want to see how it plays into this one.
Sure. I think that use of the Jinchuriki is unjustified, but use of child soldiers isn't, because the child soldier usage is actually like a practical necessity, not only for the entire village, but it's teaching these kids important skills they can't learn otherwise. In a
How to
different
murder
setting.
other people. All right, Dibist.
Well, yeah, within the world of Naruto.
Fortunately, for the first time, I'm going to have to fully agree with Bullet here. It's a practical in their society because of how their society is. Wartime.
All right, Foxy.
Okay, so yes, I think that the use of child soldiers is justified in certain periods of history throughout Naruto. So, like during the Warring States period, it was justified because that was an act of desperation. Whether or not these children should be used, like if it's a moral question was irrelevant, they needed to because they were losing so many soldiers. The wars were going to happen, and until somebody could actually stop those wars, they need to use it. And then later on, we see
All right. A
characters-
lot of nuance from the child soldier people. Hugh.
Ooh, yeah, I'm ready for
Not
this
an
one.
argument.
So, to be easy, it's an unfortunate necessity that is justified. If one village uses them, every village will have to use them, as these are like life and death clan wars that are occurring. And if one side loses, everyone will die on that side, including the children. Okay. But the more fun part is this is a World
No,
War-
not for the fun part. Rames, how about
Oh,
you?
come on! It's the better argument. Damn it,
No, I don't think it was justified. We see in the Naruto universe, it's even said to be unjustified. As Foxy brought up in the Warring States period, it might have been necessary because there were roaming bands that were being attacked by other mercenary clans. But Hashirama specifically started the village system to prevent child mortality because he saw his young brothers die in war. The whole point of the village system was to get away from the use of child soldiers, and it was a massive moral and ethical failure that they didn't get away from it. We see that the armies of the
That's all I needed. He
It's-
really
this is a
wanted to
2-minute
stop war.
moralizer.
That's why he put that
Moralizer.
Ninetales into a tool of destruction. Anywho,
Anywho.
we're going to go ahead and close up voting in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This time much closer. But Rames is the winner of this round with Hugh close behind. All right. I think that this is a wonderful transition into an intro that will let you use your better arguments to justify child soldiers, because our next topic, number 3, is the use of child soldiers by the villages an act of evil? Is it justified to any extent? Why or why not? Go ahead. Bullet.
So there's a few different models of use of child soldiers that we can look at within the realm of Naruto. I think the relevant one to be looking at here is Konoha in particular, and that's what I'll be saying is not an act of evil and totally justified. And I would argue it can be very much a good thing, even for those child soldiers, right? So it sounds extreme, but just hear me out, right? The reason is that, well, for one, it's not mandatory, right? It's something the kids can opt out of the Child Soldier Academy, right? The Ninja Academy. But more importantly, there really is no other option practically. Most Jonin only reach their level of skill by the middle adulthood. It takes a lifetime of training for village soldiers to even be strong enough to compete with other village soldiers who they're constantly in a standoff with, right? When you look at this at like a macro scale, the international relations within the world of Naruto are essentially the state of nature, right? There is no supranational power to enforce a social contract. There's no higher order institution to maintain the rules of war or conflict. Ultimately, any village that decides to stop using child soldiers is going to get wiped out by the other villages very quickly. So
The Vosh
even
defense.
beyond that, though, even beyond that, at an individual level, it's a good thing for these children, right? If you look at the world of Naruto, right, just think about every single time a merchant like leaves one of the villages, they're always getting attacked by enemy soldiers, by bandits, by fucking magical beasts, right? Knowing how to throw a Rasen Shuriken or knowing how to use a Rasengan or use Kunai or Taijutsu or Ninjutsu or Genjutsu is like knowing how to read and write within the world of Naruto. And the only way to train the skills properly is to send these children on like C or D grade missions, right? Simple stuff, just kind of teach them slowly. The reason they die, I would argue, in the wars that actually happen, the battles that actually happen, has more to do with just the state of the world as an inevitability, and would actually probably be worse overall if the use of child soldiers wasn't in play. So, that's my
Dibbist.
position.
Nothing. Keep going. Bullet said it all that I want to say.
All right, Foxy.
So yeah, the use of child soldiers is justified depending on the time that you're actually looking at. Warring States period was when it was the most justified. Whenever the villages were established and things like the Chunin, Jonin, and Genin system was made, it could be argued that it's less justified. But the issue is that the reason why we see these children fight so much is because of the narrative, not necessarily because of because that's how the system works. Most Genin and Chunin actually don't see combat outside of world like Shinobi Wars. The only reason why we saw Genin and Chunin actually experience combat was because of outside actors like the Akatsuki, or just so that the writer could have a good narrative on these main characters. It's a what's it called? Like an outside factor, an anomaly.
Okay, and Hugh?
Okay, I'm gonna skip all the boring shit. We're like, oh my god, everyone's gonna do it. Oh, like it's necessary, but it's sad. Okay, I'm gonna look at an actually cool argument. So, the cool argument is that we're in a world where everyone's born of, wait, not everyone, but most people are born of chakra. Okay, ooh, the big scary C word. So, in the world of chakra, it's like if kids are born with guns that are permanently part of their body. They're already lethal weapons in effect. So they have to be trained in how to use their powers in a way where they won't end up killing other people, they casually for no reason, or abusing their powers. So it's about to use their abilities they naturally have constructively. And some of these kids, and this is the realistic here, some of these kids are stronger than not only adults, but some of these kids are even are some of the strongest of their whole clan. So let's look at Itachi or Shisui, who Itachi was 12 years old, right? But was said to be the most skilled and strongest person that they had. Arguably as strong as Fugaku, his own father. Again, remember, at 12 years old.
And keep this in mind when we talk about Itachi versus Obito later. But continue.
Don't worry, he's still a cuck, don't worry. But the point is, when you have kids these skilled, these talented, right, and also their chakra levels are this high, and you want them to just like not learn how to use it properly, or in a time of war, you want them to not fight when they're your literal greatest asset, is just ridiculous.
Okay, and Rames?
Yeah, I think in universe you can easily say that it's evil because several characters in universe talk about the immorality of the system. It's even brought up, if you want to go into Boruto, how barbaric it used to be, that they used to send the Genin on such dangerous missions. Hinata talks about her childhood and the mission she was sent on, and her kids are horrified because of how terrible the fact that they're sending kids out into these battles. Literally, Hashirama created the village system to avoid the use of child soldiers. And we see the militaries of the Land of Fire, of other lands, don't use children in them. It's only when they use the special forces that the ninja villages are supposed to be that we see the use of child soldiers. We see in the Land of Iron, none of the samurai are children. And they have chakra too. They're using their special blades. You can train someone without requiring them to be a soldier in a war. So that's why I think it's immoral, because we've seen in the Naruto universe that it's just not necessary to use them in conflict.
All right. And if we could just give a quick thank you to the Scrub King for that raid, we appreciate it. Welcome. If you're interested in the rules of this nonsense shenanigans that's going on here, !rules, you can mute and unmute anyone that you see on the screen outside of the opening statements by donating $25 and mentioning the name of the person that you would like to mute or unmute. That being said, let's go ahead and jump into the free-for-all. I'm interested.
So I just want to establish real quick. I think Foxy, I think you and I agree here, but we're just using a different definition of what like child soldier is. I was considering these missions that they can send on to be use of child soldier, so to speak. I wanted to mention that I think that Hugh, maybe Foxy, and I guess the best and I agree that training children can be useful for them to learn how to use their chakra. But Hugh, I think we should note that training children how to use guns is different than training them how to use guns so that you can send them to war, right? But I would argue against Ray that so Hinata's children are horrified because they're total babies with no character. I don't think that we should be looking to Boruto for our moral compass. He's pretty morally bankrupt, I would argue. And also that the Land of Samurai have no defenses, right? That's why they're always getting attacked and crushed and stuff.
It's interesting that you say that because specifically no village.
I'm going to check one thing real quick. So I'm going to go around. We're going to make sure. Is everybody okay with using the children in war? Just yes or no. So Bullet, children for war.
Only insofar as
Yay or nay?
It is necessary. Only insofar as it is necessary to use to train them.
Is that a yay or is that a nay?
Yeah, that's a yay.
That is a yay. All right, Dibist. Ooh. The word you're looking for is either yay or nay.
Yay. Keep going.
Foxy. Children
Morally
in war.
nay. Morally nay. Pragmatically yay.
Okay, Vosh. Hugh.
Okay, Bosh.
100% yay. I should say
All right, we get it. You like children. Or no, you like Sasha?
You laugh at it.
You like children soldiers. Okay, that was a slip. Add that to the rhetorical blunders. My bad. Raves.
No.
Okay. Now, children on missions, real quick. Bullet.
Children on missions?
Mhm.
Yay or nay? Yay.
Yeah, easy yay. Dibist. Children on missions, Dibist.
Fuck.
You put him in a war, buddy.
Like a necessity.
I'll get you for this one day, okay? Yay.
All right, Foxy.
Depending on the mission, yay.
Ooh, okay, we're gonna put you in a strong yay. All right, Hugh.
Actually,
You know, you go outside those village walls, and I'll tell you, you're not safe. You know, you can get murked. All right, so
Well,
just.
no, I'm saying nay. I'm saying no to the missions.
Okay, I'm just saying that for Foxy. Well, it depends on the mission. If they're not gonna, get fucked up, well, that's the life of a ninja. Rames.
When they're catching dogs and shit, like we see when they're like in the academy, that's cool.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I
Okay,
mean.
how about exploring another place than the land of the fire, and then you're confronted by one of the seven swordsmen? Like the very first mission that Naruto goes on is getting,
Look, would you rather let? those
I think
militants
that's
die?
yeah. So doing that when they were set to be a bodyguard for a person when they're like 12, I'm like, if you're someone's bodyguard, that means you're expecting them to like someone's gonna try to kill them. You don't send a child to.
It doesn't
defend
sound like you're
someone.
very down for ninja missions,
No.
Rames. Are you sure you're okay with using children, using genin on missions?
What's
Stuff like catching dogs.
This is a
Not
very
for
specific
all
case for a
missions,
B
but
rank
for
That
missions.
wasn't within the
Should
purview of the
A rank
mission. It
mission
wasn't supposed
because
to
the
be
guy
best
lied.
You are
friend.
slippier than the serfs, my friend. All right, go back to free for all. Back to free
That's the
for all.
same as saying. That's the same as
very
saying that
biased,
children shouldn't
aren't
be
you?
allowed to leave the village,
So
right? Because
the issue with the missions is entirely like if someone's being honest with how it's ranked. So like Dibis brought up a good point on that one mission. It wasn't properly ranked.
Well,
It was actually
on top of
negative.
this, though, I think if you're including like, well, something could go wrong with that isn't expected, then this is just an argument not to ever let children outside of the village at all, which I think
Yeah.
is kind of
Well,
against practicality
look,
ways
it's
to
not necessarily like to do missions for money. Because those missions help people pay the village, send kids out on missions to protect
Child
people.
soldiers is an economic benefit.
But
to-
well,
I
No,
mean,
no,
the village
right?
covered their education, did they not? I mean,
The,
Oh,
they're,
the economy,
True,
right?
they're in the military, exactly.
yeah, they're technically in the military if they join this.
Mhm.
So they're like
They're educated, they're fed.
yeah.
It's crazy. I didn't know we put kids in ROTC on the front lines. I didn't know that.
We're not
don't.
saying-
well, to be
You send
fair,
them out
those at the academy didn't go on missions, right? So
Yeah, true. They have to graduate.
They graduated.
yeah, this is true.
That's a good point.
So basically, like the reason why I said it depends on the mission. We've seen plenty of different missions where it's inside the village where they're doing menial things like going retrieving dogs, going and retrieving a cat like Itachi did. It still has an aspect of danger. Anything can.
Yeah, there's criminals in the
Since the
village.
world of Naruto is a lot different from our world, it's unreasonable to say that would be bad because you have so much added risk just existing within the world of Naruto.
Okay, sure, but hey,
Like you can use your jutsu to pretty much do anything. Like the equivalent of mowing a lawn would be like scaling up a cliff and bringing a boulder that fell down on a house.
or
Right,
a
it's like
doing
terrorist,
stuff-
non-binary snake person who's trying to live forever could come in and it's not safe.
Just in this
So,
specific
that's I think training people to use their abilities is fine, but sending them out to fight a war or sending them out of the village to defend people's lives is kind of crazy.
No, to define a war, see, I think that's fine because the idea is if you lose the war, everyone's gonna die. Your entire village gets slaughtered. That's why you might say war is fight. But
So
the
it's a
And you
question of
train the- you
population,
can-
right?
Yeah, you
About
can just train the
manpower.
kids to defend the village. Why are you sending them out to fight the war?
wait. So that's the whole point, though. Like you argue they're not being used for war in the most effective way. That's beside the point. Because again, you want to use it as effectively as possible. Because if the idea is if you lose the war,
My position isn't that if someone tries to kill a kid, he should just accept
That's
death
not
and say
what
you
I
don't
said.
send him out into the war.
Not what I think you
You're
meant.
saying that it's different. That I'm saying if someone attacked a village
no,
and a kid needs to defend their lives, that's okay.
No. I'm not saying it.
That's what I said.
This is what I said. That's my position. That's what I'm telling you right now.
No, that's not. But I wasn't attacking you on that way.
Slippery
Let me
Hugh,
finish.
debate tactic.
Okay, bullet shut up.
So first of all, what I'm saying is, the idea is if the war is a life or death war, then if you send a kid away, is to use them most effectively for that war in order to make shit sure, then not everyone's gonna die. Sure, I'm not saying. So you're saying is keep the kids in the village, and if they're attacking the village directly, then they can fight. I'm saying if sending them out is more effective, then send them out for a war.
Hugh? What war?
Huh?
Yeah,
What war?
what's more effective? What do you?
Great war.
So like,
War? That's
No,
more.
my point, if it's more effective, so like,
I'd rather they die in like the land of the wind and the sands outside.
What
is it? I can't remember the
wait,
sands.
wait,
that-
wait,
Konoha
wait,
first,
wait,
am I
wait,
right?
wait.
Konoha
I'm
first.
gonna give you yes or no. So if you're more likely to win the war, if you send the kid out, okay, as opposed to keeping the kid in the village, which means you're more likely to make sure your entire village does not get slaughtered if you send the kid out. Are you saying you should keep the kid inside the village anyway?
Yeah, because you're saying you'd rather sacrifice the kid than the life of an adult.
Yeah, can I?
No,
Trolley
it's
problem.
not all I'm saying.
Train
Like,
track trolley problem, okay?
No,
If you
I'm
send
saying
a kid out, you save 2 lives. If you keep the kid in, you lose 100 lives.
I have a question.
no. What I'm saying, assuming that they're already using adults as much as they can, okay?
To bullet.
I'm not assuming they're using them as cannon fodder.
I do just
So-
want to mention. Let me know if you don't think this is relevant, right? But is the question here
It's
really
not
about
relevant,
like
shut
kids, or is it more about like if, for example, right? Is a child Jonin worse to send out to war than an adult Genin? I feel like the adult Genin is kind of worse in a sense because like I think the morals and the pragmatics are kind of tied together here, right?
Well, if it's an
Yeah.
Uchiha, it's worth the risk, right? I mean, nothing lost. there.
If it's an Uchiha, you should just
Every
I mean,
time
why would you
shitting
send
on
them to war? You
Uchiha.
just- Why
Okay.
risk letting them free, right? Just
Well,
dude, you gotta.
to be clear, again, like, we're talking about what is more likely for you to win the war and preserve life, preserve a village's existence, and not create the wholesale slaughter of every mother, child,
Really?
and regular person.
In universe, they recognize this is a bad thing. In the
Wait,
so I've already.
they
How about the
they-
Allied Shinobi War? You're telling me that you're telling me there weren't waves of teenage Genin they could have sent against Madara? Did you see any kids in that group when he was killing like scores 500 people? No, they didn't put them in the Allied Shinobi War. They didn't put any of the
Think about
children
the
in there.
situation. Think about the situation. The Allied Shinobi War. You know how big that population is?
Also,
There's
Tamari-
many students in
yeah,
that war.
there's so many.
I'm talking about kids. What about Konohamaru?
Oh,
Is the argument here
What
that
age are
there
you
were
talking
not
about?
children? This is to Rames. Is the argument here that there were not children in the Great War? What is this? What are you
The
saying?
Fourth War, they weren't using kids in the Allied Shinobi War against the Zetsus and Madara. They didn't send Genin into that war. Little children.
define
Age
kids.
of-
And who argues
No,
against
like
that? Who
12,
doesn't
13.
think that's true in lore? Who is here? Foxy? Why?
They definitely did. It depends on your definition of kid, but like a teenager
depends
is
on.
still a kid. So like
Like who?
Isn't Naruto like 14 or is it 16 during Shippuden?
What Ray's saying is they
Okay.
didn't send every single child.
No. Where are we drawing the line for child soldier then? What age? Let's pick an age here.
That's why I'm talking about Genin and Jonin.
Underage of majority.
underage. Yeah,
I think if
mean,
you have an Itachi, I think it's okay to send them to war, right?
That's a
Itachi's
lot
so
of
skilled that he
words.
can
I'm
handle it.
asking for a number. Let's pick a number, huh?
18.
Oh my God, book,
Hey,
what are you
you know what
doing?
Hashirama said, hey, I want kids to be old enough to drink. Hashirama was specifically saying legal age of 18.
Well,
Well, if it's
I guess- I
18,
guess you could
not
say
even
still lower than
Naruto's
that,
in there, buddy. So
Yeah.
there were clearly child soldiers
Not-
used in
yeah.
this war.
I'm not gonna
Yeah,
say
it was.
18.
All right, then where are we putting it for you,
well, we've
Rames?
been arguing about different things.
Mr. No Child
Probably put it at
Soldiers.
like 15
15.
So
15.
Konohamaru.
for the ninja war.
Number.
Was there
wait,
anybody?
wait,
Was there
wait.
anybody in the
Sure.
Great War that was under 15? Anybody? Do you have a name?
I'm pretty sure there was, actually.
Okay, well, pretty
like-
sure
like
is not
Madara's,
is not a shinobi I recognize. What was their name?
I don't know their name.
Wait, can I ask?
It's
I
the
think that
brown hair
Your
girl.
friend from another village was there. I need a name.
No. That's the curriculum same for Gaara. Okay, well,
He goes to another school.
Who Gaara saves from the bubble people.
Wait,
Oh,
say it
you
again?
know that one ninja
No, I think
that
I know.
Gaara saved. Remember when the asteroid
Yeah, I do.
came?
No.
There were like
Is it
50
Mizuki?
people. I don't remember who.
I think it's Mizuki. Is that the name?
I don't know her name. I don't even know she's named. Okay.
She has a brown hair girl. She's short, plain. Yeah, she's in one of the filler episodes, and they end up sending her. I do remember that.
And she's super young.
Okay.
I can look up
Bullet
the
and
name.
Hugh
I think it's
remember
Mizuki.
seeing a nice young woman there, and I trust their memory
Also,
about such
wait,
things.
Ray,
so-
I wouldn't
In
use
an
a nice young
anime-
woman
in
about
an
a child.
anime-only
Okay, you need to
episode
chill out.
where
That's
Wait,
something that you would say.
anime's
How
canon,
many?
first of all anime's canon. Second of all,
True.
Ray. So specifically, what did me and Bullet say? Well, at least what I said. I said if it's going to help. So if the leaders of these villages in the armies were like, hey, having people like Konohamaru wouldn't help. Let's say they're wrong. Maybe they're wrong. But let's say that was their thought process.
Yeah, he defeated a pain.
I mean, Konoha
Wait,
is
wait,
like
wait,
the
wait.
California of the Naruto world. They're very liberal. They kept children at home, but I am going to say that there were children there. I don't know if the other villages followed that rule. I will say, I will make a call here that there were children in the final Great War. I will make that call.
We can use a hypothetical. You guys probably agree on this, right? If you had Itachi when he was a child and he was a Jonin level, do you think that they would have sent him to war, right? I think that the separation really that they made in universe was Jonin Genin, not child adult.
Yeah, or basically competence.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're competent.
Yeah.
The reason they were less potent is a result of them
But
being
Hashirama
Jonin.
said,
Yeah,
like,
I think it was terrible that they sent Itachi into war when he was 4 years old when he killed his first man and Itachi Shinden in the
but the
Third
people-
Shinobi War. That's ridiculous. Yeah.
The people in universe that you're appealing to don't think that, right?
Okay, well, also,
I do think that
I don't
Hashirama's
think they
that was
were.
Hashirama's. It was Hashirama's
The ones
whole
that they
goal for
sent
the
to the
village
Great
was
War.
to.
Hashirama's goal was to be in a world, right?
You're appealing to a
This
different
didn't,
person.
this didn't need to happen. He didn't say, for example, do you think he disagreed that there was ever a need for child soldiers? Like, do you think he ever disagreed?
He
What
was
did he screw up?
specifically against
He said he
child
wanted the world-
soldiers.
which
He was
was-
Yeah, he very
Exactly.
specifically said that he wanted to create a world where they didn't. This was also Obito's dream.
Exactly. Create a world. They weren't in that world. You're right, exactly. So at that time,
That's what the village system was supposed to do.
Yeah.
Wait,
the
to
goal was to
Toby
create
Rama-
one where they didn't
and then-
have to do something that was justified.
And Toby Rama came along
Order.
and said, "I'm going to call it the Chunin exam."
Order. Foxy.
All right. So yes, Hashirama wanted to create a world where that would happen. And yes, that's what the village system was meant to do. But it didn't accomplish it. We didn't see it accomplish it until around Boruto. Because these different villages needed to use anything they could in these great shinobi wars. That's where we see the most utilization of child soldiers outside of the Warring State periods is during the Great Ninja Wars. Because if they don't, then they're just going to get fucked. They don't have enough manpower.
I think
Yeah, but
it's,
also,
it's kind of it's
it was
probably-
less bloody. The kids were in less danger when they were system. They were saying, again, they're not nearly the same risk. Again, the village system eventually did progress to the point where Hashirama got what he wanted, but Hashirama was trying to create that world. He wasn't in that world. Okay.
And
Yeah,
to
arguably,
be
it's
fair,
actually-
it's a
it's probably
volunteer
safer-
system now for the most part. I mean, unless you were a
Yeah,
Jinchuriki,
true.
you're kind of not fucked in that regard.
Yeah. So again, he put us on the path for that, but he didn't say we were already at that where that could happen. He wanted to make it that way. So I don't think if Hashirama would say, "Oh, at
He
that
felt it
moment,
was a moral evil.
Yeah, it's morally wrong.
Hashirama
It's practically necessary.
had the boss perspective."
yeah,
Exactly.
and if it's pragmatically necessary, it's morally correct. Right, is the idea.
So like, whether or
we
not
can't say it's justified in the world that doesn't exist. That's not
whether or not
relevant,
they
right?
shouldn't have done it is I feel like the main question.
Mm.
Not that if it's morally wrong or evil. I think that it's morally bad, but it was pragmatically necessary.
We can clarify the terms in the question, right?
The
as a different-
question is the use of child soldiers by the villages an act of evil?
and is
I
it
think the
justified?
founder of the village system would agree that yes, it's evil.
No, wait.
Rames, would you say-
Hashirama's brother died, right? Do you think he interpreted it as children shouldn't fight, or more so as why are we engaging in combat where this is a reality that's even happening? Why are children even being? Why do we even care about this combat? No, he didn't say, "Oh, just children shouldn't fight." Okay, because he knew he was the strongest among his clan, and so did Madara knew as kids. He said they were way above the adults, but he said, "Oh, we should stop fighting. We should end the conflict." That was his interpretation. Not
When he's standing over the cliff where Konoha will eventually be, the cliff that will become the Hokage mountain with the rock, or Hokage rock, he says specifically about ending child death
Right.
in these
How did you
conflicts.
I think you guys.
He doesn't say I want to end war. He doesn't say I want a life with no war. He says we need to stop children dying.
How does he do that? What's his method? About creating peace. By creating peace.
Okay. To bullet.
I just want to say, I think that, Ray, I think you're missing the point that he was making, right? He was just saying that he agrees with you, but he's saying that the method that he wants to do that by is getting rid of war. And insofar as there is war, they have to succeed in stopping the war, right? They have to stop Madara in the case of the actual Naruto universe. I don't think that Hashirama was against pragmatics.
So war first, kids later, but kids is on the agenda, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Kids is the end, but the war is the means to.
Yeah.
I believe it was Tobirama that actually created the Chunin exam system.
Yeah.
Well, he's not everybody's favorite Hokage.
Tobirama's base.
Yeah, but Hashirama, the founder of the village system, thought it was
He's my
favorite. I would
Hashirama is now and Tobirama is base, okay?
The world was less peaceful. The world was less peaceful after Hashirama died.
Tobirama is the Andrew Jackson of the Naruto world. He has
No, he's
rubber
a
in his
yes.
haters, all right.
That's a
Yeah.
comparison.
Yeah, you guys liked him, not
It's by
me.
it's not just by Konoha, it's by the villages in general. I feel like the use of child soldiers by all the villages was
Can you
pretty
acknowledge?
immoral.
I think it's pretty different for each one.
The world was less peaceful.
What?
You acknowledge that under Tobirama, after Hashirama died, the world overall, the villages were less peaceful. Can you agree on that?
Less peaceful after Hashirama died? Well, I believe they died in the same war, so I think it was equally unpeaceful.
Wait, no, Hashirama,
Hashirama.
they didn't state him dying of war.
I think he dies of.
During the first Shinobi War.
Hashirama? No.
No, I don't.
Tobirama's death is the only one that's shown, but I'm pretty sure Hashirama is said to have died during that same period.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, well, no, I don't think I'm make this assertion. Although I think it's kind of implied that he died really really quickly because of his whole healing shit. So old age came on him really really fucking bad. They hit him like a truck. So he died.
It says he died during the first Shinobi World War. I mean,
he died from war.
Remember Toby. Well, I don't know, but Tobirama. Remember,
Tobirama died
was young when he died.
Okay.
He was young when he died, so you know he wasn't old.
You
know he wasn't old.
I'm going to jump in and say it's inconclusive, and I really don't think we have enough specific evidence to say that he died in the war, and I think there's enough evidence to the contrary suggesting health issues that I think we should just say that he died. I don't think we can say that he died in the war for sure, unless somebody has a source.
What I'm saying is it doesn't matter that he died in the war, but he died while the first Shinobi War was going on. It was in that same time period. So we can't really say that, it was safe before he died, and then right after he died, it was less safe under Tobirama. So I would disagree with that presence. That the world
disagree
was
with
less safe
that
after he
because
died.
it actually says that he died while Kono Hagakure began to flourish. So assumably, the village started flourishing sometime after the war, did it not?
No, because Tobirama died during the First World War, so that would mean, maybe they flourished because of the war. Because they were getting so much money.
does die pretty young. Remember that.
What I'm asserting, right, is that we only know about Hashirama and Hashirama's statements as he made the world super peaceful when he gave everyone all the Biju, right? When he basically really manhandled that peace agreement. That was his perspective at that point. His perspective wasn't in that of, we're in a world war. Well, you know what? No matter what happens, no kids allowed. That was never a thing that was even really established. Again, I think my interpretation is more correct. I think maybe we'll agree with this, where his goal is to create a peaceful world where children will never have to be put into harm's way like that, ever. And again, insofar as he was doing that, we don't have any evidence to show, we have no evidence to show the contrary, really.
And I just don't think it's necessary. We see that the other lands don't have to use, in their military outside of the villages, they don't use child soldiers. We see in the Land of Iron with the samurai that the shinobi specifically say they don't fuck with them because they're so dangerous. They don't have to use child soldiers. They use their samurai. Who are all
it takes is one Uchiha and they're slaughtered. So
Oh my god!
That's the best example.
Keep going, book.
You just said, why don't they fight them again? Why are the samurai super strong? Why are they don't fuck samurai?
Because they're super strong. They say that the Land of Iron is it's not a good target. You shouldn't get into a fight with a samurai. Do the samurai use child soldiers though? Why are the samurai so strong?
Wait. Wait. So because they're so strong, they don't need it.
Yeah.
Cool. What if they're weaker?
If they-
The techniques they teach them mean that they don't have to use child soldiers. Is the idea.
That are really so we're gonna say that based on how we saw the samurai do during the Kage during the Kage arc and during the war, that they were so much stronger than the ninjas.
I'm saying they're stronger, but I'm saying that it has nothing to do with not using children. Oh, wait. Let's just ask.
Wait, he's disagreeing with his own point. Wait, are you walking back your own point? You're saying the villages did not fuck with the samurai because they were so strong.
Allegedly.
Yeah, so
I have a question, right? Do you think they'd be stronger with use of child soldiers?
All the villages were wrong and they were actually weak, or no? Because you can't agree with
saying it wasn't necessary for the villages to project military strength with their child soldiers.
Hey, that's pretty good. Then because of that, the samurai didn't need it at that point. Cool.
No, I'm saying the villages didn't need it either, because we saw during that war where there weren't really like young kids as young as 4 when Itachi killed his first man being used in the 4th Shinobi Allied War. It was never necessary.
Wars were not as bad as the feuding state period. The feuding state period was way worse than these preceding wars.
Yeah.
Right? Are you saying that
in terms of small conflicts, it was warring everywhere, and the point of the village system was to create more peace, but it descended into chaos and large scale conflict.
Okay, well, no, because it's even fuck. So like average age.
Foxy.
So the average age during the Warring States period of a shinobi was 30 years old. You can try and like reduce this by saying, oh, it's a bunch of small conflicts. It was so chaotic that the average age of a shinobi at that time was only 30 because so many children were dying. Because they had to use them because people were so desperate. Like people were dying left and right. To say that it was more chaotic after the village system is, I don't understand.
I'd say it was more chaotic after the village system.
You did say that. You 100% said that.
You said.
Did I say that?
Oh, sorry. To be clear, I won't say. He said it descended into chaos. I don't know if he said more chaotic. I don't know.
It wasn't more chaotic, right? The point of the village system was to get rid of these conflicts, but instead of the smaller conflicts, it erupted into a global conflict. It created the first Shinobi World War and the second Shinobi World War, and then there wasn't even a full year between the second and third Shinobi World War.
Wait, so you agree? Whenever war is involved, right? They view it as a necessity, and everyone's always using child soldiers.
I'm saying it wasn't necessary because we see that the Land of Iron never used child soldiers.
Wait.
Well, it's because they're in a position where they don't have.
Wait, you said they don't need it though.
Yeah.
None of the villages needed it.
No, clearly, Kakashi and Obito, for example, they fought. It was like that's what they were put into war. Minato was there as well. They had Minato, and he still thought they needed it. So,
any of these conflicts do we have any record of someone who is young doing something very heroic in the war or turning the tide of the war, or is it always someone like Minato who was an adult at the time?
Again, what you're doing is okay. So I don't think what you're doing is really fair or correct. So you're trying to take an overarching perspective, and then you're going to say, oh, because I can get the overarching perspective, I'll say, oh, they never needed these child soldiers, therefore it was bad. But again, from their perspective, they thought they needed it, and we're judging it from their perspective.
Well, we're judging it objectively.
If we're judging it by their perspective, yeah, we would just agree with them.
Wait a second. If
they judge it from their perspective, we would just agree.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You should agree, exactly.
Okay, bullet.
So when you're talking about the samurai being strong, is this to say that nations can be strong without use of child soldiers? Is because of the Land of Iron? Sorry.
We see that the Land of Fire, they have military besides just Konoha. Konoha, those villages are kind of like special forces. They're in contracts with these daimyos that created the village system.
Let's have you answer that iron question though. What about
the land of samurai? Right? Are you saying that
I'm saying the Land of Samurai and the other daimyos, their military uses adults, and the villages that are supposed to be special forces are the only ones that use children.
So I don't think it follows though necessarily that that them using children is the reason they're weaker, right? If we consider if the Land of Samurai used child soldiers, they'd probably be even stronger, right? If they've been training them since they were kids.
I'm not saying that they're weaker because of child soldiers. I'm saying that it the use of child soldiers wasn't justified. It wasn't necessary. That we saw during the fourth.
I don't know if
We
that's
saw
all-
during the fourth Shinobi World War, right?
Okay.
That they were using adults.
You're projecting one group's ability to be strong enough without it. To say all these groups should be all strong enough without it.
That's why I asked, do we have any example of children in any of the Shinobi World Wars doing a very great feat? Or is it always adults like the Sanin, like Minato, like Kakashi's father? They were all adults when these things happened. We don't have any, even Itachi, who was a genius.
What we have examples of.
Wait, so even if we don't have examples, unless you think only in this modern age, right? So basically, let's say where Naruto was alive and running around as a kid, okay? Unless you're saying only strong children existed at that point, I don't know if you can even assert that at all. Are you saying that, like, the time period Naruto in, like, so Naruto grows up in is unique, where you have all these child prodigies, and it's exclusive to that period?
Repeat that. Rephrase that.
Sure. So basically, when Naruto's growing up and walking around like a little shit, right? You have like Itachi, right, or Kid Kakashi, even Kid Obito was fairly strong, right? So you do have all these decently strong kids who are stronger. Yeah, probably most of the adults. Okay, most of these fodder regular soldiers. So are you asserting that in that time period was special, and in all these other wars there was no strong kids ever?
I'm saying, do you have an example where the kids were necessary to turn the tide of the
Ray,
conflict? We don't have any.
We don't have
any.
because there weren't kids and they won the war. I do actually agree.
Order. All right. So that is the
Thank you,
end.
Bullet.
That
Thank
is
you for
the
agreeing.
end of the free for all, and I have one question, one policy point, and this is gonna. Remember that for everybody who is going to be voting right now, I'll go ahead and post this in the chat. For everybody that's going to be voting, keep in mind that your votes are all being added up, whether they come in late or not, towards the final count for the Hokage. And kind of building on that, I have a policy question for, these people who may just become the Hokage. Would you support a policy of keeping the kids at home to defend the villages rather than sending them out on dangerous missions where they're outside of the village, they could die outside of the village? I'm curious. Bullet, we'll start with you.
I think that, if that policy came to my desk and we could pay for it and make it happen, then I would say that we should do it.
Okay.
If it's possible, we should do it.
And
It's not
Dibbist.
always.
If we're in a position like the Land of Iron, then sure, why not? But we probably won't be.
Okay.
Fucking
Foxy.
Uchiha.
Okay. Should I pull it? So I would say yes, depending on what circumstances we're under. So during times of peace, absolutely. During times of war, I think that it should be merit-based, with maybe an age cap of like 14. If you have like a 15-year-old that's Junin level or Jonin level, it would be a detriment not to try and utilize them in some way. Maybe you could try and send them on less dangerous missions, like scouting missions, but I think that it might be necessary depending on the circumstance.
Yeah, it would be unfortunate to lose somebody like Itachi who could just wipe out an entire clan. I mean, that's a powerful weapon. You want to, an arrow you want to keep in your quiver. Hugh, how about you?
Yeah, so if we're saying that like them staying in the village and not going out increases the risk of everyone in the village being slaughtered and dying and being annihilated, then fuck no. Make them use of them in the most effective way possible so you win the fucking war.
Okay, Rames.
Yes.
Yes. That's quite the answer from you, huh? All right. Interesting. Okay.
Ray is
No.
not
Order. I have one more question. I'm curious. Do you think that the system that the samurai follow is replicable in villages such as Konoha, given everything from culture to politics to geopolitics? What do you think, Bullet?
So arguably, I think that I would want to see evidence for it, but it's something I'd like to see, small pocket experiments done, slow incremental understanding that this is possible, right? And then if if it turns out right, the samurai have just been building this up for far too long, and it's a very specific thing to them, then maybe we have to look at other options.
People like you are the reason we don't have socialism today. Dibist.
True. Thank God.
You might be muted.
Could you repeat? Could you repeat the question? Because I feel like Bullet misled me.
Well, that's his thing. So the question is, do you think that the system of the samurai, that kind of training, is something that we could replicate in villages like Konoha?
Absolutely not. Everything's different, okay? The culture's different. The way they interact with the surrounding nations is different. There's a reason it's called a neutral zone, and that's why the 5 Kage Summit is there. Everything that has developed to that point through the first through third World Ninja War has developed it in a perfect position to become a land where it doesn't have use for child soldiers. Any other land, it's gonna be very difficult to do.
They're built different, like the Uchiha. All right.
Oh my fucking God.
All right, so the issue with the Land of Iron is that we have very, very little knowledge about them and what their circumstances are. If we had more knowledge and could see that it's an implementable system, yeah, sure, let's do it during a time of peace where we can. But as it stands right now, there's so many factors that could be at play that we just couldn't adopt the system immediately. They aren't like Konoha, where it's a very sought-after region that people want to invade and take over.
Yeah, they're all scared until they saw that Kage Summit. Then they started rethinking, why are we afraid of these samurai? Hugh.
I'm gonna say the Land of Iron. You're a land of bitches, okay? I'm gonna be honest. So let's be real for a second.
Wait, so now we're being real? Now we're being real?
Remember that this is supposed to reflect on you as a Hokage. Statements like this. Anywho, continue.
Oh, that's a good point.
Remember, audience, he was lying to you. Now he's being real.
All right.
So the whole idea is, I think I know a level of flex, like real flex on this, and he's like, oh, look, they were so strong about it. Clearly, all these other people didn't need to do it. They could have implemented systems, right? So then children didn't have to go to war. I am sure if the Land of Iron had someone equivalent to Itachi or Kakashi, okay, you know they'd have been on the front lines. Call bullshit on that. Okay? The only reason they did it is because all the kids were weak little shits.
Okay,
dude. That's enough propaganda out of you, Hugh. Reigns.
I would let's say we should replicate it, and in Boruto, they pretty much have.
Okay, so the good old Nordic copy paste. You're hoping that system works here. Okay, I like it. All right. I'm going to close up the polls in the next maybe 15-30 seconds. I'll let you guys have a free-for-all scream match. Let the people know.
Listen, guys, okay, I don't mind Reigns being Hokage, but for this one poll, shut him down because he supported Boruto right there, and that's unforgivable.
You know what? I support Rei as Hokage.
Fuck
Reigns for
opinion.
Hokage. 2021.
Let me address Rei real quick. So yes, they instituted it in Boruto, but that was a time of just unprecedented peace. Like they got rid of Madara, they got rid of Black Zetsu and Kagura. Like there's
Fox, your economic policy maker.
There was 20 years of peace between the first and second Shinobi World War, where they could have put this into practice.
And the vote. Wow, I keep saying it's close, but this was close. We have as the winner, yet again, Reigns. Are you our protagonist of this shonen? You seem to just be coming out of everything.
He's the reincarnation of Ashura, dude.
I smell a potential candidate for a mute. That's what I'm smelling. All right. So
season.
All the race positions morally the most easy to listen to. Okay, no one disagrees with that.
That's what it is. Populism, baby. It tends to work.
Sounds like hope.
Why don't people like me when I take up the most evil arguments?
Evil argument.
Okay, Dr. Toby Rama. Let's chill out there.
Hey, that wasn't an evil argument. Okay.
I think we'll do a meme.
Buddy.
Let's do a meme one before we jump into the last and what I think will be the most contentious and the most interesting, the character fight. Let's go ahead and take care of the meme. So
this would be more important than the final battle, wouldn't it? I don't know.
Maybe. Well, some of you didn't take this one very seriously, and I'm interested to see you actually pick a girl that you like. But the question is, who is best girl? Just your name and a few, quick points on this one. Bullet.
Yeah. So my argument for this one is fairly simple. Sakura is clearly best girl. You can actually determine this deductively. Okay, I've gone ahead and laid it out in syllogistic form. P1, Sakura is a pink-haired anime girl. P2, all pink-haired anime girls, the best girls in their respective series. Conclusion, therefore, Sakura is the best girl of her respective anime, which is Naruto. This argument is both valid and sound for the following reasons. P1 is clearly true. We can see Sakura has pink hair. P2 is a properly basic belief. I think everyone knows, intuitively even, that pink-haired anime girls are the best girls of their respective series in all possible worlds, in the past, present, and future. And simply, the conclusion follows via propositional logic. Therefore, anyone who disagrees with me is simply deductively wrong. And I think it's really just uncontestable. If we want to argue about who is second best girl who doesn't have pink hair, I think that's okay. And if we also want to argue about who is worst girl and why it's we can do that.
Leave it to Bullet to judge people off of indiscriminate or unmutable colors. Dibist, where are you at with this?
I'd just like to say that Bullet would hate Sakura if she was Uchiha. That's all I'm saying. But my favorite girl would have to be. What the fuck? Wait, it'd have to be.
That's good.
The fifth Mizukage,
Oh, dude.
100%. Look, boys, let's be honest, okay? This
Good
guy
one,
can
I
have his
believe.
Sakura cuck, okay? This Sakura. Oh, my boyfriend tried to kill me for my
You just
entire life,
assumed
and then
big
suddenly,
titties, dude.
dude, I love him
I'm
after
sorry,
18 years of him
man.
trying to kill me. What a fucking dumb fuck loser,
my
dude.
God.
Hopefully these guys have some better options. Look, with the order thing, Book, you're gonna have to ease up on it because I'm gonna be shouting a lot in this battle. Next.
Yeah, well, I see that your pick is not the only one spitting fire. All right, Foxy, how about you?
All right, first I'm going to say thank you, Bullet, for absolutely throwing this debate entirely.
Stay mad, Eno Cooks.
Yeah, some of you need it.
The best girl
seriously.
in Naruto is obviously Anko. She is grounded in her morals and her axioms. She believes 100% in what she believes, and also just look at that hair.
So does Orochimaru.
Don't interrupt the intros, Mr. Fucking.
Also, my
Okay,
character is
myself.
a child, so I can't be accused of being a pedophile unlike all of you.
That is true. That Sakura pick got me thinking.
Hey,
got me
Sakura has
thinking.
an adult version. That's my disclaimer. I'm only talking about
You're
the
only
adult
looking
versions.
at the hair. I'm not sure. You didn't have an
I am
answer to
not a
my age
pervert by any
question
means,
either.
okay?
So we're kind of checking boxes here, Bullet.
What age question?
Hugh, how about you, buddy?
Okay, you're all entirely fucking wrong. Ino is clearly the best girl, 100%. Okay, she's not only, if you like teenager, not only is she clearly the hottest girl in Shippuden, objectively, but also when she gets older, when she gets adult, like at Naruto's wedding, for example, somehow I didn't think it was possible. She got even hotter. It's amazing.
Wow.
And, sassy.
Like wow, that's surprising.
You're getting a lot of question marks for this one, Hugh.
Yeah, dude.
What the fuck is this? You
I
take
thought we were talking about the adult version, dog. What the fuck?
Order.
Let him finish.
Let him sink his own ship.
He was like, yeah, Himawari.
She's sassy. Also, she's really easy to please. Literally, and hey, you guys, I know everyone watching here is probably in need, okay, or a loser. So imagine, but I love you guys. Even you can get Eno. Because listen, look at Sai. Sai's a beta cuck. Sai sucks. He's the worst guy. And guess what? Sai calls Eno beautiful once. They get married. It's that easy. Sakura, she'll reject you. Every other girl will reject you. Eno, she loves you.
Unless you try to kill her.
Also, great cook. She's on par with Sakura. All the cooking examples we have. So Ina will make the food for you because she loves to please her man. And she not keep simping for Sasuke her whole life, unlike some people, like Sakura.
Yep. All right, Rames.
Hugh was close. He was just 2 letters off. It's actually Shino Aburame. The best. Very confident. He's got the drip. He looks good in every single series. He doesn't have any very obnoxious tics, personality, quirks, anything like that. He's just really confident and passionate about what he's about, and that's Bugs, man. He never really needs to prove that he's better than anyone else. He just is.
He never had a crush on a war criminal either, so he's got that on Eno. I have one other question. You guys didn't prep for this, so I hope you're ready for this one. I mean, one of you may have. Who is the, and this is gonna, I hope, taint the audience's impression of you. That's my goal. Who is the best girl in Monogatari? We'll start with Bullet.
Oh no!
Why? I just want to
Let him say Hachikuji.
I just want to
Go
give a
ahead.
disclaimer that I just want to give a disclaimer. Okay, first of all, my views on anime do not comport with reality. My views
So
on
we
anime
hope.
do not comport with reality in any regard whatsoever. Hachikuji is a good deconstruction of the archetype that she represents. It has nothing to do. It's not.
Cool.
Best girl doesn't have to be a romantic or sexual thing at all. It's nothing about that. It's just a good character. Okay, that's it. Simple. Right?
Okay, we'll go with that.
It's a long-
Dibbist, who's yours?
She's the oldest.
Nah,
She's not old,
I'm
brother.
She is.
Gotta be
She's
careful
21.
with that. Dibbist.
I'm gonna pull a Hugh and be like very slightly, very like on the line of like Call Me Carson type deal. I'm gonna go with you know who it is, glasses, vanilla, Hanakawa. Let's
Oh
go.
my God.
Okay. Foxy. Could have been a lot worse.
An anime I haven't seen too much of.
Foxy,
You can go with the objectively correct answer and pick a.
Just say you want
Yeah,
one.
Hanakawa. Yeah, go.
If you want an adult, pick a guy in
Basically,
Eastern
you know.
Code,
All right, let him
Basically,
finish.
you know,
Oh, order.
From what I'm seeing right now, Karen looks pretty cute.
Okay.
It's like the youngest one. Oh no.
That's the yikesest one? I don't know, buddy.
The second
All right,
youngest
Hugh.
and most sexualized, yeah.
Okay, I love the correct answer. The one that makes you not a pedophile. Okay, adult kiss shot, specifically the one from the movie.
Well, technically,
Wait.
even young kiss shot is an adult, but let's, not get
No,
into details.
Oh, okay, I think we found the.
Oh, did you fall out of love when she turned into a 6-year-old?
I am not going to engage in pedophile apology on this panel, okay? You can do it. I'm not a reader. It's allowed. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm an adult kiss shot in mind and body. She's mommy. She has mommy milkers. She's
In mind
loving,
and body?
She's caring, and she's based.
Okay, that's the first. Honestly, that's the first political answer I've heard from you, Hugh. I'm proud of you. You're changing your rhetoric. Rames, how about you?
I've never seen it, so I should lose on this question. I'm also gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Uh,
Well,
I-
given that he picked fucking Shino and the question was best girl, and I don't know, maybe
Probably
there's
Kaiki,
something
right?
about canon that I don't know. Let's
wait,
go ahead
Shino's
and open it to a
non-binary.
free for all.
Okay.
I think-
Eno, by the way,
say-
is most useful series. Eno was able to do control.
You guys, none of
Mind
you know
transfer
fucking.
4 weeks ago.
No.
We were really
Why
good.
do you keep
On the Netflix.
talking about abilities? Hugh, you dumb fuck. It's about best
Wait.
waifu. Best
Wait.
waifu.
Name-
That's my shit, okay?
Name one
Look, it's not
anime
everything.
where the pink-haired girl isn't best girl. Name one. Go ahead. Name
Uh,
one.
You can
Monogatari, you
Here
dumb
you go.
fuck.
This is a
There's
Naruto
no pink-haired
panel,
anime
sir.
girls in there.
One
There's
Piece.
no, yeah, but this is true for all possible worlds. All possible.
You picked the
anime.
worst
No, I-
pink-haired
I-
girl.
Also, yeah, Naruto, where the pink girl is the best girl.
Well, joke's on you. I haven't seen any other anime, so there you go.
Wait, one moment.
Other than the
I-
one
I-
where half the cast is, 6-year-old girls. Yeah.
Hey,
it's-
look,
That's the real one. I'll debate. Okay, you guys know.
Hey, I'm gonna respond to someone in chat.
Monogatari panel, let's go.
Trash. No, you're trash. Okay, Eno is based.
Eno is trash. He is the
I-
bitchiest character in the series. You literally only like him because
Honestly.
his boobs, and you like the
Look,
fucking 16-year-old.
No shot. No
Hugh.
shot.
She's so
Bullet,
hot.
Bullet.
Here,
What
you're
is-
smart.
Your harassment is just so
Oh,
wrong.
you already mentioned she was in
Choose
shit.
objective rating of beauty is fine, okay? Is hot. But that's
I
not the
agree with
problem. The
that.
problem is this goes against Hugh's entire ideology of like always taking the heel point. This is the most fucking vanilla tech ever.
I
know,
know.
like,
I know, seriously.
Vanilla's Hinata.
It's great.
Hinata is the basic vanilla. Okay.
Yeah,
The problem is, as good as a waifu like Ino makes, she will never be the best waifu just because she's so vanilla. Best waifu, right here. Think about it, boys.
No,
she's
she's
soft spending.
insecure.
Yeah, think about it. She's not insecure. She just hasn't found a loved one. She's too busy
she's
rebuilding her
so
fucking
insecure.
village that's been done with the bloody mist.
Listen,
If you remotely mention a relationship next to her, she will literally attack you. That's how
No.
desperate and insecure she is.
Wait,
What the
Eno?
fuck?
No way.
I mean, she's a cougar.
The only
exactly.
reason
She's
she
not-
does that is because she's so
Oh, the
close with the
Hokage.
individual. That's a running gag because
Yeah,
of
wait, why
all-
is that a bad thing? She's a Yeah, she's a femdom.
She's actively looking for a marriage partner. It's even better than Ino. It's even better than Ino.
All right. Let's hear from Foxy.
All right, so you're all still wrong because none of y'all have said Anko. Anko is absolutely the best girl. If you're going to try and bring up Boruto and say, oh, look at what happens in Boruto, are you trying to tell me, look me dead in the eyes? Are you going to look me dead in the eyes and tell me that you don't want a thick mom?
Okay.
I think she's better in Boruto, actually.
Yeah, what's wrong?
But
Yeah,
still, Shino's the only person who's never taken an L out of all these choices.
Wait. What do you
If
mean?
I had a bug fetish like Foxy and Ray, then yeah.
You know, to be fair, Mei doesn't need Genjutsu to make you fall in love with her. I think Anko is relying a little heavily on that.
Yeah, true.
100%. Look,
Yeah,
Mei,
Anko-
okay? She's got the intelligence. She's got the experience. She can cook. She can clean. She can do all the. She's basically the perfect marriage child.
Well, listen, I don't want a standard housewife. I'm not looking for a trad wife, okay? I'm looking for someone who can keep up with me, who can bring excitement.
You want excitement? May
You're
went
looking-
through the test.
Foxy, you can just admit you have a thing for snakes, okay?
Hey, Foxy.
I don't know, dude. I don't know if that's a plus. I think he's specifically appealing to tentacles.
Okay, listen to me. Okay, Ino, first of all, she can keep up with you. Okay, she's awesome. She's active. Okay, she's fit, and she's adventurous. Okay?
She's
so
a
she's not
medical
trad.
emergency.
She's
the weakest character in the series.
She's a modern woman, but because she loves you so much, she will engage in trad wife activities. No, she's still an amazing cook.
What are you? You're just making up bullshit. She's a bitch. What do you mean? That's her character.
Hanaka,
What is circular logic?
Ino is a modern woman and trad wife. She's both. I don't want to hear shit.
No.
Why would you say this?
But Hugh, I agree with you. She's all these great things, but this is just an upgraded version of Ino. Why don't you agree with me? This is a better version of Ino.
Yeah, honestly, like, that's the one thing.
Bigger chest and a better tummy.
Putting aside the fact that
everything,
it's all wrong and that it's Sakura, I think that
I'm getting flamed. Getting flamed in chat by Skeptical who's saying I'm going to catch something because Shino's filled with bugs. Let me tell you something. It's brave of you to assume you need a physical relationship to have love between you and another person.
True. That's a good point.
Ooh, Mr. Based. Okay.
Ooh. Wait, Rain. Do I hear a $25 donation incoming? Come on.
Yeah, you better not win this round with your pick, Rames. I would be very upset.
So, listen.
It's worth it. It's worth it for Shino.
Rain is the fucking Hassan Abi of this panel, bro. I don't know.
Oh God, why would you ever say that?
No. In like a physical attractive.
Wait.
Okay.
Him may not be.
That's one way to put it.
Whatever.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, no, dude.
Ino is too much of a bitch for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Raymond is the only one here that could get a real wife. Maybe that's why he's looking for true love.
Yeah, I look pretty nice in this dude.
An actual fight with any girl that has been mentioned. You get a fight with Ino. You know, and how do you solve the fight? Say, hey, I'm sorry, and give her a hug. That's all you have to do.
With Ino, she's literally beating the shit out of you all the
It's
time.
a whole thing. With Mei, she will literally melt your face and dick off, okay?
What a lie.
He was like, yeah, my wife has no brain of her own and submits to my will on anything. She's the best girl ever. What a fulfilling relationship, Hugh. What a great wife. Wow.
There'd never be a fight. There'd never be disagreement.
It would hurt you. She's extremely loyal to her companions. She wouldn't hurt anyone that she's companionated to.
Loyalty from the snake that helped Orochimaru of the Leaf?
Literally a double agent. What do you mean?
An interesting position.
Nice one, Foxy.
Literally, again, you guys always have a complicated relationship drama. Ino has no complicated drama. She is simple.
Because she has no brain, forehead. She's not a fulfilling relationship.
Coming from the Sakura lover, this is...
Yeah, true. That's right. Yeah, that's fucking
now
right.
let me think about it.
It doesn't matter what's wrong with Sakura, okay? She's
literally known for her brain. She has a brain technique. What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter.
You know, since that
rocks from a glass house.
Since that point applies to Sakura as well, boy.
Stay mad.
Sakura for you and Ino for you actually match perfectly with the brain.
Wait, look at this shit though. Fuck that pill weirdo. She ain't right. Hey, you're a pill weirdo. You're Danique, okay? She's the one who's a goddess, around, amazing, hair of like golden locks, right? And guess what? And she'll fuck you too. Just call her pretty once in a while.
No way. Wait, Hugh. do
Hugh
you
loves
think, like,
easy bitches. That's what he's about.
Do you think? Wait. Oh God! Fuck no! No,
Well, are
fuck.
you open
No
relationship
one-
with Ino
no
when
one-
she changes her mind?
What was that?
I was gonna say, would you have an open arrangement with Ino if she's this easy?
No. Ino also, again, she's easy. Hey, she's easy to forgive you. But also, she is possessive and she is sassy. Okay, she has opinions. I like
That
that.
sounds like a horrible
That's
wife.
why she
sounds
can only
very-
get along with
What you're
Sai.
saying is that she's
Sounds
very
very-
rude but has no opinions of her own. Wow, what a
Sounds
fulfilling
like-
relationship.
Wait, do you think Sai is the one who's gonna go out of the way and like push Ino to do something? Sai is probably doing a lot of the time what Ino wants, and guess what? And it's
How would you
still
do
working
that?
great.
Why is that a good thing? I don't
No,
understand.
wait.
And also,
Are you seeing
why is the
Ino
Mizukage
lead
not better?
at all times? Like Sakura's a submissive bitch. Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hey, it doesn't matter.
Wait,
It
what
doesn't
do you mean?
matter what her
Sakura caught up
personality
in
traits are.
argument
Okay,
to
she
Asuka,
has pink
guys.
hair. Period. Simple.
Yeah, no, so Sakura's a simple
Why?
basketball. Ino will
Notice-
have opinions.
Notice
I'm
how
gonna
none of
find
them
a
can
pink-haired
address the
lolly so you
pink
can
hair
label her
argument.
a pedophile.
Notice how they're all dodging.
I'm gonna find a pink-haired lolly so you can be addressed as a pedophile. Okay?
Yeah, no.
Shit.
Hey,
That's
hey,
most of the pink-haired
wait,
girls.
wait,
That's why
wait.
he's picking it. You know.
I have to bring up a comment.
We're talking about Naruto,
I just got a
okay?
text.
Shut it up.
I just got a text from my girlfriend. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's really into this.
Ino isn't
saying,
real to you.
"Ooh,
You need to
she
chill.
was so tough in his fingerless blood. I love it.
Oh my god.
Does your girlfriend go to another school, Hugh? I haven't seen it.
Ooh, that's rough, bro. That's rough.
She's real and she should treat you better.
Yeah, like, you know, she's
Look,
hot.
you're on fire
Yeah,
today, man.
and she's sassy. Again, what he wants.
A personality and pink hair also.
I don't know. Look, guys, at the end of the day, Hugh's just making my argument for me. It's just an upgraded.
Yeah,
That's
true.
what I'm
Actually,
saying.
that's the other thing about it
This
too.
is
The
actual-
Mizukage is just a direct upgrade in every regard.
This is chocolate.
Why is
All
everyone
right.
with passions
I'm
of
going,
their
to,
own?
I'm going to stop some loops. Here's what I'm going to do. If you had to pick one other person in the panel's best girl, who would you pick? If you couldn't pick your first, which of the other ones would you pick? We're going to start with you, Bullet.
I'd first and foremost, if I couldn't pick my own, it would be.
All
Dust,
right. Well,
and
that
if I-
wasn't the question. I know you
You're
struggle with
sorry.
these, but you have to pick
yeah.
one other one that's not yours.
I'm so focused on Sakura being best girl.
Melanoma.
One that's not mine would be the best.
Okay. Again, you're surfacing out of a
Mizukage.
question. This is not helping you
Mizukage,
in your
I-
Hokage selection.
No,
I
we
just
know
said
he's
I just
saying
answered correctly.
You
The
just
best,
wait.
yeah,
he
it's-
answered properly.
The Mizukage that
Good
whatever
man.
her name is. I
Divis,
actually don't remember
your
her
turn.
name.
Man.
All right. So
May, yeah.
even though like this is my strongest area, and like I basically peaked in terms of rhetoric here. Okay. Unfortunately, when we're talking about waifus, it just doesn't just encompass girls. Okay, it's why Speedwagon and JoJo is declared by the anime community as one of the top waifus. So I'm sorry, guys, but Rames got it in one. Okay, especially if Shino was female. Shino is a number one top tier, fucking S tier, S plus tier, right above, like a sliver above the Mizukage.
Cool.
Dude,
Wait, above?
constantly,
Oh, no.
constantly supportive, constantly like relatively silent, right? Won't judge you. Make sure it's not to mock you in public. Won't hurt you. Definitely not.
Okay,
Okay.
Dibist. I'll buy you some knee pads after this because you're spending a lot of time kissing Rames's ass. But on the Foxy, who would you pick?
No, God. Okay?
God. Why'd you have to make it the other panelists? They all have shit options.
Okay, dude. Okay.
Are you gonna
Not
bullet
a
out of
very
this
true argument.
question?
No,
What does that even mean?
I'm gonna have to say maybe Divis.
Okay, Hugh, where are you at with this?
I'm embarrassed.
I'll be honest.
Anyone
Divis
who
and
picks
Reigns,
Sakura
their
or
options
Ino
fucking
gets a mute.
suck.
I don't make the
Okay,
rules.
dude.
This
Okay,
is for Hugh and Bullet.
Bad things are gonna happen, right?
Who did he pick? I missed it.
He said Sakura.
Okay, well that's great because that solidifies both of your positions in being muted for the duration of this. Bullet and Hughes, both of you, please mute yourselves. We got a $50 tip from Nicole to shut both of you up for your awful decisions. That was the last nail in your coffin, Hugh. You could have. Oh man, that's rough. All right, Rames, who else are you picking besides your own?
Roanoke in chat. Tamari is based. She was my second choice.
Well, I don't think anybody in the panel gave Tamari. So are you bulleting out of this one?
Bro, it was Roanoke in chat.
Oh man,
no,
you're bulleting out of it. Interesting decision.
There has to be someone in the panel.
Okay, Dibbist.
Dibbist.
My choice on the panel.
There we go. That's where I'm at with it. All right, not to show my bias. Go ahead, continue for the rest of the free.
I don't accept this one, guys. This was like you all mean. You went with Sakura, which was obviously a bad choice. He's just trying to play Hugh. He's trying to pretend to be Hugh, even though he's Bullet. Rames is Rames. He knows he's gonna win anyway. So he just fucking went balls deep. Foxy's like, I don't know.
It's
like,
not a given. We have a whole.
And he's like, yo, dude, I'm gonna take the girl version of Orochimaru, except Orochimaru but shitter.
She's more like the girl version of Naruto.
Shut up, Foxy. It's my turn, okay? Hugh is like, Hugh, I love you, buddy, and like, I don't want to say bad things about you, but like, you're a fucking moron, okay? Why Ino? There were like 100 different girls. There were like 100 different girls. Yeah, keep talking, Bullet, okay? I can't hear you.
Oh, look at the big man with all these arguments once they're muted. Quite interesting. Interesting strat.
I'm so glad that Bullet and Hugh just immediately threw themselves out of this. So basically, with Nicole muting them, she actually reduced this down to what the actual panel on this question would be. So, why would you not pick Anko? Try and convince me out of Anko real quick.
I think Anko on Baruto is better. I think she's a very confused woman. In the first one, she still has a lot of regrets that she's dealing with Orochimaru. And her self-doubt leads her down a path where she inadvertently aids him several times in the story and becomes a detriment to the other characters. So that would be my reasons for not
And was she
choosing
trying
Anko.
to aid him when she fucked the cigarette man? When she fucked Azuma or whatever his name was? I don't know. It seemed like she had her love life figured out. We just didn't get to see it because she's a woman of status. She keeps that shit, on the download. No kissing and telling until there's a baby. All right. I like that.
What about you, Divis? What would your reasons against Anko be?
Oh, seriously? She's just not okay. So everyone in the Naruto world, because of like how they were raised, they're all pretty like mentally fucked up. Like Boruto obviously makes like the whole situation seems brighter and happier, but like it's the occurrence. Even like the Mizukage, dude, she literally like grew up in the bloody Mist Village, like during peak Mist Village era, where she had to like kill her entire class in order to pass through. With Anko, it's the same type of trauma. She got like a fucking curse seal, always doubtful. Like she gets better in Boruto. Yeah, she'd be better inherently, but it's not about like whether or not she'd be good. It's about like the best wife.
Okay, so the reason why I like Anko so much.
Oh, hold on. Can I interrupt just for 1 second? I have an interesting question for you. Now, have you seen her in Boruto by chance?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, are we talking about, not to be rude, are we talking about Boruto Anko or are we talking about Naruto Anko?
I'm ready to take both. If you're gonna look me dead in the eyes and say you don't want a thick mommy, then I'm just throwing your opinion out of everything.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So, the reason why I like Anko so much is for her personality. She's very fiery. She's very expressive. She has these inner demons that she needs to take care of because she went through extreme trauma. And I would like to be a person who could help her with that. I would like to be the one that could show her that she didn't do anything wrong, that she's not messed up, and that yes, she is
To girls that need your help.
No, it's not just that, because she can stand up for herself. I just want to be there to support her. So,
well, I mean, that's great. Rames, do you want to take this, or should I? Rames?
Some of us like a woman that, knows themselves and can defend themselves.
Which she can.
What was that? I feel like I already gave my spiel about how Anko and Baruto would be, if I had to choose, would be my preferred choice because of how confused, how detrimental she is in the original Naruto series, because she's dealing with these inner demons and lets that kind of express itself in ways that harms everyone around her.
Yes.
Okay, Rames, so you let him off easy. No, Foxy, it's my turn. It's my turn. Shut up. Shut up, Foxy. It's my turn. It's my turn, okay? Listen, let me tell you about why you waifu is shit, okay?
All right, hold on. Let me defend myself real quick. She does deal with these inner demons, and sometimes they can be detrimental to the team. That's why I would want to be there, to help her express it in healthier ways, because she is valid in her struggles. I'm not there to fix her. I'm there to show her that what she's doing isn't the best way to accomplish what she wants to accomplish.
That sounds like you're trying to fix her.
Yeah, I'll be honest. You've said a lot of words, but if I had to summarize it, it would be the same.
Trying to help somebody get help? That's being a hero complex? What? So if your girlfriend's depressed and you tell them, "Oh, I think you should go to a therapist," that's a hero complex? What?
Well, if your reason for being with them is that they need therapy,
nobody said hero complex, but I'm happy you have that term in the back pocket.
You were like, "Yo, I want to choose Anko because I want to help heal her." Well, guess what, Foxy? According to that baby, you're not a main character, Foxy. You're not good enough. You're gonna make the trauma worse.
No, I want her to get healthier. I'm not saying that I'm going to take care of her and control her life or anything like that.
Nobody said that.
Let me shoot you a question here, Foxy. If she woke up tomorrow and she told you, "I'm feeling like helping Orochimaru. I kind of want to, I think he's got something going, collecting all the jutsu and figuring out immortality." If she wanted to do that, would you support her in that decision? Or would you try to change her?
I would not support her in that decision, but I'm not saying that I'm trying to change her fundamentally.
Would you try to change that opinion?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. Okay. Because I'd show her that doesn't align with a lot of her other opinions.
So you're going to tell her what she thinks. That's really interesting. Anyway, I'll let you continue.
If you're going to phrase it like that, but that's not how it actually is.
Fascinating. Any other final remarks before we start sending out the polls?
I just want Anko to be the healthiest
we know you want
she
Anko.
Can be. Yeah, I want Anko. Listen, even if I lose this, I know I'm still right.
That's what you were going to tell Anko too. Even if I lose this argument with you, Anko, just know you're wrong. We get it. We know.
Yeah, sure. Showing her that it's contradictory to a lot of her other opinions. Yeah, sure.
Uncle baby, you're not wrong. I'm just right. I like that, bro. All right, Rames. Any final defenses for your Shino pick?
I think it stands on its own. It doesn't need any more from me.
Yeah, it is an enigma.
Hasn't said a word.
All right, how about anything? I know you've had the opportunity to talk quite a bit, Dibs, but anything else you'd like to add for the people that are doing their votes?
Guys, vote for Hugh. That was like
no.
top 3 entertainment.
Don't vote for Hugh. Listen,
vote for
if
Hugh.
you vote for anybody else besides me, you're supporting fat phobia.
If you vote for Hugh, I will never let Foxy speak again. Go.
Picking all these thin bitches. What's up with that? I don't know about that. Then again, I've never seen Shino without his coat on, so I can't really comment.
True.
Because he's modest. He's modest. I do like that about Shino.
So Booksmarts, would you say that you kind of like dress codes for your partners, huh?
I don't like dress codes. I like letting my partner choose, and if Shino chooses to wear those clothes, I got no problem.
That's a nice double take there about your preferences, Booksmarts. How does it feel to be turned back on all these little fucking Viper strikes?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was on your team, but now I'm reconsidering, Dibist.
No! I killed myself.
Well, better than being burned alive, which may be your future if you continue down your path. I was surprised. We were neck and neck between Dibist and Rames, but now Dibist is pulling ahead. Wow. He just got a truckload of votes right there at the end. I'm going to keep the polls open. You guys, I mean, wow. And even Rames is close to Bullet, and Bullet's muted. What is going on?
This is me to Bullet. This is me to Rames. This is me to Hugh.
No. Listen.
That's Rames, you dodging the spit of your waifu?
I acknowledge that Shino's not for everyone. You need a lot of confidence to pick Shino.
I don't think that Shino is that bad of a pick for a husbando. but this is for a waifu.
You dumb fuck! I just explained what a waifu is. Holy
Actually,
shit.
it was best
You
girl
consider
if we
yourself an
read the
anime fan?
questions.
Have you ever
I
watched
don't
JoJo? Do you even know what JoJo is?
I'm gonna
You
have to
dumb
close.
Orochimaru
I'm gonna
fan,
have
go
to
fuck
close
it.
the polls. I'm gonna have to close
If
the
you're gonna
polls.
tarnish-
Dibist is victorious. Wow, the first one for Dibist. Congratulations, the winner. Goodness.
Listen, thank you everyone. But to be honest, Hugh allowed me to win. Thank you, Hugh. Your dance moves, they accelerated everything. Bullet, fucking nice sunglasses, bro. The fact that you got muted at the beginning was bullshit. Who did that to you? Tell me their name.
Nicole.
Nicole? God damn it.
Nicole. Nebraska Nicole. Just kidding, Nicole.
Nebraska Nicole. Oh, there's some lore I don't know here. I'm just gonna leave that one alone.
She's gonna mute me next for that.
Well, we'll see. Nicole has some buying power, clearly. I don't want to presume where she's from, but it's stinking of oil. Who would win in a fight is our next panel topic. And
Right, so they can unmute, right?
yes, and the matchup is between reincarnated, as in, I believe it's Edo Tensei Itachi versus Orange Mask Obito. Now, keep in mind, this is Orange Mask Obito. This is not the Obito, the final version of which we're seeing later. This is Orange Mask Obito, back when he was called Toby. The intros are going to be for each team, so you're going to have to be civil within your team. Your team will be given a total of 3 minutes to make your intro. I'm not going to control who talks over who. If you're on the same team, you get the mic. It's going to be a hot mic thing. And then after we get an intro from both teams, we're going to move into a structured back and forth, which means each team is going to be... I put 10. 10 seems like a lot. Let's do 5. I think the timings end up being that 5 is quite a bit. So we'll do 5 minutes each for each team. That's going to go back and forth a couple of times, and then we'll move on to final questions in a free-for-all. Now, who all is team Itachi? We'll start with them. Raise your hand if you're team Itachi. All right, so we've got Bullet, we've got Rames. That's it for Itachi, huh? Really?
Best, are you in this team?
Who else?
Yeah, I'm with Itachi. I'm with Itachi.
Oh, okay.
Raise your hand for it.
You couldn't see his hand.
Oh, okay.
okay.
Off screen. That's clever. That way.
It wasn't. I just didn't notice that. Sorry.
Already. Wow.
Okay.
He was waving his hand signs too fast. I just couldn't tell.
Yeah, he's Minato, all right. That's some speed. All right, I'm
That's
gonna hit
Itachi's
play. You're gonna have 3 minutes. Go, Team Itachi.
Okay, so we'll be arguing that Itachi trumps Obito in every single relevant category to combat prowess, that is, tactical intelligence, offensive capability, and defensive capability. In regards to tactical intelligence, as we've seen throughout the series, Itachi is clearly the winner here. He's a literal genius, even from boyhood. At every fight, he has contingency plans, is constantly outsmarting his opponents with the complex tactics in real time. Obito has little in that regard. While Obito does have long-term strategy, this isn't tactics, right? And this isn't really relevant to a 1v1. In regards to offensive capability, Itachi has the larger advantage against Obito's defenses and the larger set of abilities, what with Amaterasu, which we've seen damage Obito before, the Susanoo's destructive power, the Totsuka Blade's one-shot sealing ability, the Tsukuyomi one-shot genjutsu if he can land it. He also has the Izanami, which is another one-shot genjutsu, which can't be countered, but is, albeit difficult to activate. But most importantly, Itachi has the Kodo Omatsukami, which is an unblockable, unavoidable, entirely overpowering genjutsu that will easily one-shot Obito, regardless of the Kamui teleportation ability that he has. Combined together, all these abilities mean that the fight is over the moment Itachi lands an attack, which he should be able to easily do. Regarding defenses, our opponents will likely argue that Obito's Kamui ability, the Suck ability, has some kind of advantage over Itachi's impressive defensive capabilities. However, they're simply wrong. What they fail to account for is the fact that Itachi's Yatamir is imbued not only with the 5 elemental nature transformations, but also yin and yang transformations, meaning that it blocks genjutsu and space-time jutsu as well, of which Kamui is, as they both require yin and yang release. Therefore, Itachi's Yatamir essentially makes him immune to all the attacks that Obito specializes in. On top of this, Itachi has the tactical use of his clones, his regeneration ability because he's reanimated, the infinite stamina because he is reanimated, and his Sharingan predictive ability. It's all very technical. For those less interested in the technical side, just consider the following.
1 minute
throughout
remaining.
the time that Itachi was alive, and very sick, mind you, Obito still put his terrorist plans for the Leaf Village to the side because he knew that he couldn't stand up to Itachi, and he knew that Itachi would fight back against it. Black Zetsu, the oldest living being in the series and the mastermind villain observer throughout it, who killed Madara, by the way, puts it quite nicely. The Yatamir and Kotsuka Blade together make Itachi invincible, and that's not even pointing out the Kodo Matsukami. That's all.
Just for the last 20 seconds, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, it would give him a good advantage against the fact that Obito can passively phase through things and warp to Itachi, especially with his infinite stamina. So that would help out.
Yeah, right. He can see the chakra build up in the eye to know where it's coming. Yeah. Or to know what's going to happen, rather.
Interesting not to hear anything from the Hokage candidate. I hope that doesn't impact who we pick as MVP. As a reminder to the audience, you're going to be able to pick the team that was most convincing to you. People can switch teams at the beginning of the round for whatever team they want to switch to. So if anybody from Team Itachi is compelled to switch over to Team Obito, they can at the start of Team Obito's remarks, at which point they will be muted, as was requested by the 5 members of this panel to be the rule. The benefit in switching is going to be that whatever team winds up getting the most votes, all of those votes will be counted towards the individual scores of those final team members. So if you end up on Team Obito and Team Obito wins at the end of this, and that's who you were with in the final structured round, then you too will get those same votes along with all the other members of your team. Now, just let me know at the beginning if you want to switch. Anybody from Team Itachi that felt like Bullet didn't do a good job, now would be the time to speak up. Otherwise, I'm going to throw it over to Team Obito to make their 3-minute intro. And start.
Okay, that was everything Bullet said is hilarious. So let me just start overall though. So Obito has Genjutsu. So I'm gonna still a man. I'm gonna be as charitable to Itachi as I possibly can. So Obito has Genjutsu with his base Sharingan that far surpasses Itachi's Mangekyo, and it's at least, if I'm being charitable, Kodomatsu Kami is comparable to it, although I'd argue Obito's is even better. It allows him to control the 9 tails of the little child and fully control perfect Jinchurikis, which is unheard of. He is immune to all physical attacks of Kamui, which means all Itachi's jutsus are irrelevant, including the Totsuka Blade, which I know Bullet really wants to jerk off, but it won't affect him. So next part, Minato thought of him as a much bigger threat than Pain, and said Naruto would need to master 9 tails to beat, Obito. Also, Minato was watching from inside Naruto the whole time. Minato knows all of Naruto's memories, and Minato, for some reason, never said Itachi was a threat. I don't know, kind of sus. It kind of seems like Minato thinks Itachi is a beta bitch. Next part. Obito has insane levels of stamina, so he's not going to get tired, okay? His speed and durability are super fucking high. He's able to survive his heart being destroyed by Kakashi for a decent amount of time. And he survived losing the 10 tails, and it's the Jinchuriki automatically die if they lose their tail beast. And Obito is the only known exception to this ever in this entire series. He can remove Itachi from the battlefield, right? By sucking him up completely into Kamui, battlefield removal, so he will just win. And he can use Izanagi as well. Itachi can't really reasonably use it, because if he loses one of his eyes, he'll lose one of his main abilities. Obito's second eye is like a fodder eye. He doesn't give a shit about that eye. He does nothing for him. It's not his Kamui eye. Therefore, he can throw it away whenever he wants. So he's one free death, which I don't think he'll ever die anyway. Also, he can avoid Izanami, because the only time it's ever been used, Itachi was much stronger than that version of Kabuto. Itachi also wasn't able to do it instantly to Kabuto. And if Izanami is that busted an ability, Madara would have used it instantly against Hashirama. Okay.
All right. And just to clarify on a couple of things that Bullet claimed, Bullet was claiming that the Yatamir would be able to block Kamui somehow, even though it only affects nature transformations. Yin and Yang, while being nature, while
yourself.
Yin and Yang are nature transformations themselves, they spawn non-nature element techniques. So the Kamui being a space-time technique, I don't think it'd be affected. Also, if you're going to argue that Itachi would have the reaction time to be able to just Yatamir Kamui to suck him up, I just don't believe it's possible. Obito's too fast.
All right. And now I'm going to go ahead and follow what the Notion document says because I'm lost. Any panelists switching? Was anybody on Team Itachi convinced over? I'll ask that first. Nope. Okay. Well, then we're going to move into the first structured back and forth. I'm going to toss it over to Team Itachi. Feel free to do any rebuttals and add any new arguments. I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning at 1 minute, and then the 10 seconds visually. Go ahead.
Sure. Let's go over some of the points that were made here. First of all, he even tripped over because he knew that he was wrong about the Kamui. With its nature as it uses yin and yang, that means it would be blocked by the Yatamir, which can adapt to. It can adapt. Oh, whoa! This is my time. Come on, let's.
Uncivil, and you throw stones at the Uchiha. Unbelievable. Go ahead.
Do your mic, you.
The Yatamir is both material and immaterial. It can change to any nature, to any physical shape or ethereal shape necessary to block an attack. As Bullet mentioned, Black Zetsu, who killed Madara, who's been there since the beginning of the ninja world, as he is literally Kaguya's will, said, with no ulterior motive, he was literally talking to himself, said that with the Yatamir and the Totsuka blade, Itachi was invincible. The will of Kaguya, with all her memories, said that with those two things, Itachi was invincible. Now, when we first started doing this, I was like, okay, this is kind of good. Itachi versus Obito. When you did Ito Tensei Itachi, come on, literally infinite chakra, infinite stamina. This was a no-brainer from the beginning. Yeah. You're trying to say that with Kamui. By the way, while he only has one of them, his right eye, he can only do a short-range Kamui, right? So that would require him to break through the Totsuka blade and Itachi Suzuno to even get close enough to use it, because the long-range version of Kamui is in the left eye, which Kakashi currently has when he's Orange Mask Obito. There's no way he wins this fight at any point. Yeah. You also said that based on Minato talking about Obito was the threat. That's because he's the one who resulted in his death. Minato didn't even know Itachi. Itachi was like a fucking child when Minato died. Right, he was like 6 years old, and Itachi hadn't even betrayed the village yet. Why would he be like, oh yeah, that random kid who I knew as like a friend my entire life, who like a kid that I probably saw at the academy? He's the one you got to worry about, not the one who killed me and your mother. Like, I don't understand what that has to do with anything. That has more to do with personal grievances than his evaluations of someone's skill relative to Itachi.
Is it my turn?
Nope. No. You got about 1 minute left.
Oh, we got a whole bunch of time. Did they make any points that I missed, Bullet? I have all day here.
No, it's what's predictable, right? Is like oh well, it'll the linchpin will be the Yatamir, but I think this is pretty clear that it beats it, right? It blocks yin and yang transformations. It's immaterial and ethereal, so it can change its shape. There's no reason why he wouldn't just cover his whole body with it. There's no reason why he'd let him get close at all. He'd see the nature transformations or whatever, the chakra and shit building up in his eye. You know that, so he'd at least know that some kind of Sharingan ability is coming. So yeah, I think it's simple. The Izanami is not a point we even really need to argue, but I would probably disagree there. It's kind of irrelevant because the Yatamir just lets him win infinite stamina, so there's no sickness question.
Okay. And now we're going to toss it over to Team Obito, rebuttals and more arguments. Go ahead.
Okay, so your Yatamir point is absurdly wrong. That blocks Kamui. Like, you know what true-seeing orbs are, right? The true-seeing orbs include every nature transformation, including yin yang. So same makeup as you described the Yatamir as being interesting. And what did Kakashi do to that? What did Kakashi do to true-seeing orbs? Notice how he used Kamui to make a giant hole in them? So weird. So why the hell would Yatamir block it when the true-seeing orb, which again is said to nullify all ninjutsu, it's described as many ways to the Yatamir, and is allegedly, as you even say, is made up of the same things as the Yatamir, but you're saying Kamui wouldn't work on it. So that out of hand, I'm just going to flat out reject. Also, with Minato had all of Naruto's memories. Minato knew what happened to Jiraiya. Okay, Minato saw everything from Naruto's perspective and has all of Naruto's memories. So saying, oh, Minato didn't know about Itachi, he knew all about Itachi. He knew everything Naruto knew about it. So unless you think Naruto did not see him as a threat, which I don't think you even buy that. The next point I want to address, which you didn't make, but I'm just going to go out and say it. I want to talk about speed. Okay, Itachi's speed. If you wink him, if I'm really hard, he's as fast as a tired KCM clone. By the way, that KCM clone, right, he was not only tired, he was casually talking to Itachi. And Itachi blatantly says, hey, bro, you can't do this on your own. And he immediately falls out of it because he's so exhausted. Well, Obito, this is remember, same level of Obito, right? Obito was able to dodge KCM2, Kakashi, and my guy all at the same time. And the only way they were able to land a hit on him was with Kakashi using Kamui and sending a clone inside that dimension. And I know, if you guys know about the scene, I know what you're going to say. Oh my god, that Obito had a Rinnegan. Well, first of all, that Rinnegan, I know you say that Rinnegans do not affect speed or reaction time. It's never even stated to do that ever in the series. I dare you look. You won't find a single reference that Rinnegan raises reaction time or reaction speed or boosts your durability or any of your stats. Now, if I'm being ultra charitable, you can say maybe it's comparable to Mangekyo Sharingan at best, and even then, there's no evidence for that. So I'm just being charitable in that regard. Because even Kakashi, in that fight against Pain, where he almost killed the Diva Path of Pain, Kakashi just had a Mangekyo Sharingan, and that Pain had a Rinnegan. And Pain was about to lose. Pain got caught off guard by Kakashi. So again, if Rinnegan gets to use this massive amp, it's never been shown ever in a series or ever stated.
Yeah, and if you're gonna go and say like, oh, Itachi with the Yatamura and the Totsuka blade is invincible, we can go to the data books and actually see that it's stated that there is no counter to the Kamui within the data books. It claims that there's zero counter to it.
Okay.
That's basically it.
And I will give Team Obito the opportunity. Do either of you want to switch sides before the other team begins? No? All right. Team Itachi, back to you. Another 3 minutes.
All right. If we would know, when did Naruto speak to Minato? At what point in the story was this at? Does anyone remember when he spoke to him?
Pain fight?
Oh, pain fight. Let's see. I wonder what happened at that point in the story. Was Itachi dead at the time that fight started?
Okay.
I think he was. I think this is after Itachi's dead. Why would he warn him about someone who's fucking dead? All right, this whole Minato point is useless, right? Let's just blow it out of the water.
Why are you? Isn't this still?
He did know that. Everyone knew.
I've turned his volume all the way down.
Anyway, everyone knew because it had literally gone out that he had died. They went to the site of the murder. They saw the black flames still circling where the battle had taken place. Itachi was dead. That whole point doesn't matter at all. Minato wouldn't worry about someone who was already dead. Second, with your truth-seeking orbs, Kamui was already activated, and the truth-seeking orbs, when they hit something, right? When they hit something is when it nullifies the jutsu. Kamui makes the hole in trans-space that the truth-seeking orb was going into. It didn't destroy the truth-seeking orb. It sent it into that other dimension. All right? And Kamui, someone in chat said this, so I'm just going to let them know that they're wrong. It's specifically stated in it that the right-eye Kamui that Obito has is only close range. He can only use it to suck in at close range to either put in himself, other things right in front of him, or to make himself intangible. While the reason that Kakashi never uses it the same way is that his is specifically the long-range Kamui, where at a distance he can take things in, as he does with Daidora's explosion. So you're wrong there in chat. I feel like we've already covered this. All the things about Obito being faster than Itachi is obviously ridiculous. Youngest member of the Amu Black Ops, fought several Amu Black Ops members to a standstill. He also has infinite, it doesn't matter, how much stamina Obito has, because Itachi, it's Ito Tensei. He's literally cannot get tired. He's a reanimated dead body, infinite chakra. Also, he's invulnerable. He cannot be destroyed. We've seen Madara, while Ito Tensei, get disintegrated by dust release and reform. We saw Pain Nagato resurrected, get hit with Amaterasu and reform. He is literally indestructible in Ito Tensei. There's literally nothing Obito can do to Itachi to beat him while he's in Ito Tensei form, and maybe talk no jutsu and convince him to give up.
Yeah, another point I'd make too is that we've seen Obito get hit by Amaterasu before anyway, so we know that even if you could argue like, oh, okay, well he was caught off guard with Sasuke, but he actually got hit long enough that that when he tried to warp away, he was screaming, right, and he was still being hurt by it. Also, beyond this, Itachi can break off parts of his body since he's reanimated and reform them, even if they are sucked somehow. But the important point is that the Kamui wouldn't even get inside the Susanoo to begin with because of the Yatamir.
Okay. And I just let you finish it because Hugh so rudely. Hugh, I suggest you mute yourself, buddy. I think you're having a hard time with this one.
Yeah, I had
when
him,
your back's against the
muted.
wall, you're pulling out some jutsu I ain't seen before. You opened up the hidden scrolls. That's all I gotta say about that.
Forbidden jutsu.
That's some fucking forbidden shit, bro. If Toby Rama saw this, he wouldn't be happy, and I know he's your guy. Anywho, let's go ahead
Here,
and
Foxy,
toss
maybe
it
you should stick with some simpler jutsu. Here's one for you.
back
Figure out
over
this
to your
jutsu-
team. 3 minutes uninterrupted. I hope to see, charitability and following the rules from the other side.
Okay, hold on.
Wait,
It's really cute. But
I was going to say, let me address the truth-seeking orb situation. So what actually happened was that we saw the Kamui blow a hole within a truth-seeking barrier, I believe. Let me double check.
wait, why are you not? I gotta just give you a little bit of time. So, wait, I find it really cute how you didn't even address this point. You say, oh, well, of course Itachi's faster. He was part of the Anbu as a little kid. The Anbu. Okay, an argument from incredulity is not an argument. Okay, make an argument or concede the speed point to me. And all the data suggests I'm right. And also, you didn't even address the Rinnegan point. So I'm assuming you're conceding that point as well, where it gives you no reaction time. So any feat we use with Rinnegan Obito, we can even scale it to that any organized Obito. There's no evidence that suggests otherwise, and you cannot make an argument against it because clearly you didn't. And as far as what the whole Susanoo thing, he phases through. He's not even there. Obito can, even if he doesn't make a hole, right, blow up the Jutsu orb with Kamui. He doesn't make part of it disappear like Susanoo, which he totally could, right? Then you could say he could reform Susanoo. That's different than saying it won't be affected. But as well as the fact that it can even affect it, as well as affect the truth-seeking orbs, probably means Obito can just phase through the Susanoo, phase through the shield, if you really want to talk about that, because he can totally phase through a truth-seeking orb. That's not an issue, because we know truth-seeking orbs can be affected by phasing. And, God, what was your point, Boxing?
I was going to say, the Kamui specifically says they can go through any barrier jutsu, which... So the Yatamir is just a non-factor in this. I was just going to say that Kakashi used Obito's left eye to blow a hole through a truth-seeking orb barrier. And if you're going to try and argue that the Yatamir is more powerful than a truth-seeking orb barrier, then you're just completely out of touch.
1 minute.
Oh yeah, also 2 more points. So with the point you said about, the Kaguya's will sing, he's invincible, are you actually going to assert, I want you to double down on this if you have the balls, to say Kaguya would lose to Itachi, or someone stronger than Kaguya, like all the Boruto villains, would they all lose to Itachi? Because then if you won't double down and defend that, you have to concede that it's more of an exaggerated statement saying, oh man, Itachi's so fucking badass right now. Okay, or are you saying he thinks Madara would lose to Itachi? Again, come on. Bullet, shut the fuck. I know what you're thinking. So, and on top of that, even if you couldn't go through Susanoo, let's say we conceded that, which we don't. Remember how Gaara was able to pull Madara out of his Susanoo?
Naruto!
You know why? Because Itachi's Susanoo is it's a weaker stage where it has no legs. That's the best Itachi can do. Even resurrected, it's the best he can do. Right? So Gaara was able to put his sand under it and just pull him out. What does Obito do all the time with Kamui? He just goes underground and just pops up like a squirrel, okay? He just pops up. He can do that again with Itachi. Are you saying Sands can get into Susanoo and then not Obito using Kamui? I want you to say that. Imagine saying sand, rocks, pebbles can get in, but not fucking Kamui. Okay, go.
And freaking Obito is incredibly faster than Itachi, proven through his fight with Minato when he was a lot younger.
Okay. Now, I will offer this to the panelists. Do you guys want to do one more round of structured back and forths, or would you prefer to jump into the free-for-all? I'll start with you, Bullet. Which one? Free-for-all or another back and forth? You're muted, Bullet. All right, Dibbist.
Rames. I'd like to do one
free for all.
Okay, so that team wants a free-for-all. How about you, other team? Do you want another structured?
I'd be down for free-for-all.
Okay, what about you, Hugh?
want free for all right now.
All right.
Running
Free
away.
for all starts now. Good luck,
Okay,
gents.
so hey, I'll give you a chance.
Wait,
to
hold
respond
on. So just to be clear, who, if anybody, wants to switch their team, say now or forever hold your peace. You're going to be locked in once this Shinobi war starts, all right? Which side
Now,
are you
who
on?
do I want to win? That's a good question. Who do I want to win? That's No, I'm
Okay.
kidding.
I'll let you guys respond to my points because I don't think you have anything against
Okay,
them. Go
no
ahead.
switches.
Really?
Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, sure. Well, why would you equivocate that saying that Black Zetsu saying that he's invincible is similar to him saying that he would be Kage? That's an asinine position to take. I don't know why you think I would fall for such a debate tactic to equivocate my position as something that I do not hold. Right?
No.
What I'm telling you is that
No.
in universe,
Dude,
we
shut up.
have Black Zetsu saying that with the Yatamir and the
clearly,
Tosuka
then
Blade,
you don't mean it.
Itachi is
Dude, then
invincible.
respond to your
There's a
points.
free for all. There's a free for all. What are you talking about?
So
The free for all.
The
Let him
points.
go.
You want us to respond to the points? Stay mad. Dude. He doesn't want us to respond because he knows we could beat it.
Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad?
All right,
Shut the fuck up,
to
okay.
Hugh.
Okay, you aren't taking that statement at face value, which I agree with. You're right. We agree with that. We shouldn't take it as face value. But you're asserting. Wait,
You don't take. I do take that face value. He's saying that he's invincible.
So then you would say that
The reason Kage would beat him is because you could just remove the Yatamir because she has like a god control of reality, right?
okay, then you would have to concede that he would beat Madara with Totsuka Blade and
He
Yatamir.
would beat Madara.
Yeah.
What version of Madara? Talking
It
about like
depends on the
version
version.
where he's just Kaguya. He's just Kaguya.
If this is
What do you mean any version?
This
What
is
it,
Ito.
kid?
If this is Ito, Ito Tensei Itachi versus old
what
Madara
kills
in the
him?
cave.
I'm gonna still man. I'm gonna still man. Okay, and say it doesn't fucking matter because Madara himself with his Susanoo, with Sand was able to pull him out. Are you saying Itachi would not be affected by the same tactic?
Like,
What would happen to Itachi? He's Ito Tensei. He literally reforms.
No. I'm saying so with Madara, he was able to be pulled out of his Susanoo by Gaara's sand. But
Did Madara have
point
the Yatamir that blocks all jutsu?
Wait. The Yatamir is not omnidirectional. It's a shield you hold up.
Yes, it is.
No,
No,
it's
it
not.
literally it
It can take its
reforms.
form.
It can take
Yeah,
it can
it's
take any
ethereal and
form
can
that he
change any
wants.
form.
No. Are you saying it's a omnidirectional defense where it literally like Shermal, he
Yes, it
holds
changes
it?
form.
Why does he always hold it if you can permanently put it around him?
The shield is just the so the Yatamir is like it's ethereal, right?
Yeah, it's a liquid
I
that's
don't
held
think we're
inside
talking- I
a
think
inside
you're
a
thinking of the
gourd.
shield.
Yeah.
You're thinking of the shield that's just part of the Susanoo. That's not like the Yatamir is like the ethereal part, right? That's the important part.
Yeah.
Of it.
So he has a gourd, and the Yatamir is actually the liquid inside, which can take any form that he wants. So it can move around. It can take any shape. It's not an actual physical shield.
And also, you're talking about him phasing through attacks.
Hold on. Give it to Hugh.
I haven't changed an alter. My point is, it's not omnidirectional. He can react and make it do that, for example. But clearly, one, it isn't foolproof because, again, remember Orochimaru when he went to his snake form? Itachi had his Yatamir up, and you know what Orochimaru did? He was fucking. He was like, and Itachi was being pushed the fuck back. Okay?
Yeah, because it doesn't stop physical force. It's a spiritual or chakra counter, right?
Sure.
It changes
It's
the
not-
chakra transformations. It doesn't
No,
stop the
I'm
Are you
not-
going to
What does
concede
Obito have that he's gonna?
try and say that the Yatamir is better than a truth-seeking orb barrier? Because we've already seen that Kamui beat out a
Yeah,
truth-seeking
because
orb barrier.
so the truth-seeking orb doesn't like. It's just it's like an attack, right? It's not a deflection.
No, it's the barrier.
It's to nullify all ninjutsu.
Yeah.
That's why it affects Edo people. Edo, when they get hit by it, they don't regenerate because it nullifies ninjutsu.
I think that
Well,
anything
no,
that exists
no,
in
so
time
the
and
reason it
space is
destroys the Edo,
affected by a
actually-
time and space jutsu, right? I
Yeah,
don't think you can.
But we see so with the truth-seeking orbs destroying the Edo Tensei. This is because it's destroying like what's it called? It's destroying
What they're
the
made of,
part.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just-
sure.
and that's just a point to point out that like even if
The
Itachi was
Yatamir is
sucked in,
literally
it doesn't actually destroy
it's
him.
immaterial. There's nothing that you can suck in similar. Like the truth-seeking orbs are still made of something.
Wait. So again,
Yatamir is an immaterial spirit
Wait.
like liquid that blocks everything. I don't know. I don't understand how much.
It's gonna come at you. First of all, does Itachi is it always out or does he form it? Remember when Itachi
When
turns
he
on
forms the
Susanoo,
Susanoo.
he forms it,
I
right?
think he just
So-
wouldn't use the Susanoo in the
Wait,
fight.
I'm not
Is that
done.
the
I'm
limitation?
not done.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, let's say I don't even think he needs to make a hole. Let's say he wants to make a hole in Susanoo. Okay. It doesn't make sense to say, oh, it wouldn't make a hole. The argument would be, oh, well, it can make a hole, but it'll just regenerate because he can just repair it. because it's an immaterial thing, so you can just fix a hole.
Yatsumi.
We're not talking about the Susanoo. We're talking about the
Yeah,
Yatsumi.
that's it's
No, but
different things.
Wait. Okay, so
the mirror will affect every single part of it.
Yatsumi is not something.
Wait.
revealing.
Okay, so here, let's follow Hugh's hypothetical,
Oh,
right?
wait,
This
you-
absurd hypothetical.
Hold on.
where
Give it to
Yadamura-
Dibs. Give it to Dibs. Let's hear him.
Let's just follow this hypothetical just to see where it leads for like a couple seconds. Let's give Hugh the benefit of the doubt. Yadamura doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do. That's the opposite of what it's supposed to do. It doesn't nullify the attack. He gets in. What's the decision here? Reaction time. Now, Hugh, you talked about doubling down. You talked about, hey, you're missing a lot of my points. That means you agree with them. Let's talk about the Rinnegan real quick, okay? What did you say about the Rinnegan? Can you double down on that for me, please?
Yeah, there is no evidence where it's ever stated it improves reaction speed. Now,
There's
any
zero
evidence, any evidence you can find, right, would apply to only Sasuke, who got not only he got a Rinnegan, which
wait.
is not Rinnegan.
What's this? What's this? The Rinnegan it boosts voice enormous ocular power. It gives
Wait,
it
wait,
amazing.
wait.
Listen, I sound like Hugh doesn't actually read the wiki.
What is
Steve,
this?
you read that
Wait.
ocular power, and it's referring to the abilities that the Rinnegan
Obviously, wait. I think the only
That's
person who
exactly.
had the Rinnegan in this debate was you, Hugh, because you
Wait,
couldn't use your
wait,
ocular
wait.
jutsu.
You're trying to construe
Finish.
it. You're operating in bad.
I want you to prove one statement. If you can't prove it, I'm gonna call you a dumb bitch. Okay? I want you to prove ocular power in that statement means reaction
I like how it's changing now. I like how what we have to prove is totally
Yeah,
changing.
so
Which is
okay,
phenomenal.
so the Rinnegan is literally
Alright.
called the superior dojutsu.
No, we didn't
It's-
say
He's explaining
No,
our
let me try-
the Rinnegan doesn't give the user other abilities or other powers.
Let's go
or
walk it back.
powers.
I
No,
didn't want- I
you
didn't
don't
want shit.
get
That's
anything
not
back.
what I'm saying. You're avoiding it. We're
Saying
just
that the Rinnegan doesn't allow the user
I'm saying-
to have better reaction time. You have
saying
no
it
evidence to say that it has better reaction time by just pulling up ocular power when it clearly means the abilities that the Rinnegan gives the user.
And before
I
you
agree with you, but you're straw manning.
I have an example. When I was straw
You
manning,
are.
that's exactly.
Because- okay, no,
Order. All right, let's sort this out. So I hear you guys. Now let's be clear, because I heard some things that are less than great. So the Rinnegan certainly does give you extra powers. It does.
Yes.
Like we can all agree on that, I would hope. Now the question is, does the Rinnegan make you faster? Because I think that's what Team Obito's argument is hinging on here, right? You want to be able to disprove that it increases speed, right? Is that your thing?
Yeah, we're saying that having the Rinnegan doesn't increase reaction time or speed. There's no evidence to suggest this.
I'll stop you.
Why-
So reaction time, most certainly, because it takes out the lag that a normal eye would have. If it's increasing your ocular abilities, I would say that by consequence, it is going to increase your reaction times, which to us
well,
is...
That's why people
I have
strong
an
gun
example
users.
that
That's why
would
the
go
strong
against-
gun
Hold on,
users are able to
be
see
quiet,
what they're
Bullet.
acting on.
All right, you have a
All right.
counter to that? Do you want to fight that, Hugh?
Yes, I do. So I stated earlier, okay? So Pain, objectively, he is vastly stronger than Kakashi. I don't think anyone will even dare disagree with this, okay? Pain, physically, he's superior in every fucking way. What's the only difference? So Pain has a Rinnegan. Kakashi has a Mangekyo Sharingan he had active at that time. Kakashi, who's vastly weaker than Pain, was able to maneuver and catch this Pain off guard and react to his attacks. A Pain who's vastly stronger than him. So if Rinnegan really boosts reaction time to any level compared to a Mangekyo Sharingan or even higher, as maybe one
This is
movie got
this is
Hold
Nagato
on,
looking
hold
through
on,
6
hold on,
pairs
hold
of
on,
eyes
hold
at
on,
once.
hold
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
Wait. You have no evidence that means anything.
Order.
Yes, we do.
Order.
Literally, his fight with Naruto was
Yes,
just
yes,
Guys, that was one rule. That was one rule.
We're talking about reaction
That was
speed.
one
All
rule.
right, I'm
That was one
muting
rule.
people now. I'm muting people. You've forced me. All three of you. Incredible. More barbaric than the Uchihas, I must say. I thought they would teach you something in Konoha.
Every
Apparently not.
time.
This is a system that is not work. And Dibist is also now getting muted. All right, interesting, fascinating even. The question, Hugh, which you're bulleting out of right now, is what your contention was that it would increase reaction time, which it most certainly does as an ocular jutsu. So when I unmute you, I want to hear some kind of refutation that doesn't involve some long-winded story about Pain, who, may I add, is operating multiple bodies, limited by his single body and his single brain, which can react to all of this sensory stimulus. In a perfect world where Pain has 6 fucking brains that can utilize all of these different sets of Rinnegan, perhaps his reaction time would benefit. And I would argue that having these 6 eyes and this immediate, sensory overflow flow. He's still pretty fucking fast, okay? So I'm going to unmute you. I need to hear some kind of responses to a refutation of the Rinnegan increasing reaction time, because I feel like that's a fairly okay concession for your team to give. Go ahead.
Okay, I can give an example. So, for example, Byakugan. Now, you may think, oh, Byakugan, of course,
you're going off? I need you to really respond to this, okay?
No, I'm giving you another example. So, to be clear, so what you stated was, because it's increasing your ocular power, of course it does this. So I'm putting the of course in relation to increasing ocular powers. I am directly addressing your point, okay? And I'm saying, just by virtue of having, so just by virtue of having an eye power does not mean you have reaction time. So, for example, having Amaterasu, oh, you have stability, it's great ocular power. Amaterasu does not, because you gain Amaterasu. Okay.
We're moving off of this point. You've got no argument. Let's go ahead and continue with.
You got mad at the Byakugan point.
Who's got the mallet, bitch? Who's got the wig? I'm judging this, and I'm judging that this is completely fair. I've not heard anything to the contrary that doesn't have to do with some irrelevant character. Like, you're talking about the Hyuga. Pardon me, can we take any shinobi and get them to spin around at the amazing speed of sound with one fucking degree of missing? I'm not hearing it. This court will continue under the assumption that reaction times are increased by the Rinnegan, which I feel is a fair assertion. I feel that's fair. Go ahead and continue.
And I have a direct counterfactual. You just want to address that.
Yes,
The
I
evidence has been
won't.
thrown out on the merits.
Can I continue?
What are we unresolved on?
Wait, no. So,
Besides that point that he was bold.
So my point is, you said, for example, he can't maybe break a whole fruit combo because immaterial. But do you have any argument to say he can't just phase through it?
Yeah, because it's so the reason he's able to phase is because it's of his space-time jutsu, right? He's using space-time jutsu on parts of his body. If that comes in contact with the mirror, it deflects it, and his body stops getting phased.
Wait, so again,
simple. Why would he be able to phase into it?
So
he effectively teleports. Are you saying he can't teleport inside the Sana?
So what he's doing is he's moving, and he's moving like what the part of the material world that he's phasing, right, along with his body, so that it keeps phasing his body, right? So when that hits the mirror, it just stops.
Wait, not necessarily. No, he's not necessarily phasing material. He can just phase through the material. He's not phasing the material necessarily. He doesn't have to.
So what he's removing his body into the dimension, right? When he phases.
Like, so when he's going in the ground, right? When he's going underground, he's not removing the ground. He's removing himself. He's not interacting with the ground. So he's not interacting with the Yata mirror at all.
Right, I agree. Yeah.
So the Yata mirror, is immaterial and goes into.
Wait, he's not interacting.
Couldn't phase through it.
Wait, he's not interacting with the Yata mirror.
Yes, he is as soon as he contacts it, right? Because he's removing the part of like space that is his body, and when his body comes in contact with the mirror, so does the part that he's trying to remove.
His body's never in contact with the mirror.
When he's trying to phase through the mirror, yeah.
No, he's not there.
No, he goes into his other dimension and can teleport to the other side.
He isn't there.
Yeah, but in order to do that, he has to phase that part of his body, right?
No,
so
he can go into the other dimension. What are you talking about? He can fully teleport.
I'm going to jump in again.
When we see him,
I'm going to jump in just real quick. So this Yata mirror, it's important for anybody in the audience who doesn't already kind of have some understanding, and this is from the wiki. The Yata mirror was an ethereal shield with no set form nor properties, and has the ability to alter every one of its attributes, which is interesting. You may want to consider. By doing so, it can be used to negate any attack, whether it be spiritual or physical. And I think it is fair to categorize the Mangekyo's ability in this case to be a physical one, distorting physical space. An interesting question may be if you could somehow negate that ability if that ability is being used in the same space occupied by the Yata mirror. And I think it would be fair to assume that it could, right? So you'd have to avoid the Yata mirror, otherwise your ability wouldn't be able to work within it, correct?
Besides this, right? If you say he phases first and then moves through the thing, is that what you're saying?
Okay, so
how would he get back in there?
The Truth-Seeing Orb explicitly has a very similar description where it says it nullifies all attack. As far as ninjutsu-wise. Okay? And in terms of chakra nature, it is described as one, it's like the ultimate chakra. It's the ultimate one, implying it's the most superior form of attack and defense. But also, the chakra nature it's made of is the same as the fucking Yata mirror.
No, it's not. The truth-seeking balls are orbs of malleable black chakra, whereas...
No, read it. Read what it's made of. Read what it's made of.
The berry.
That's what it's
It's
made of.
chocolate.
That's the
The
first
difference is
sentence,
that-
Hugh. It's made of
So
So we have
malleable.
chocolate components on the bottom right. I know you're looking at the
It
Naruto
can
PDF.
nullify, but it
Okay.
still has physical form, which the Yatamir does
Which
not
the
have.
Yatamir does not.
No. You're describing the nullification property right now, not the form.
No,
The
because
thing you're-
The reason
remember
it can
that the
nullify
form here
Kamui,
is
but
no
it-
set form or properties and has the power to alter every one of its attributes. I would say it's significantly different than the truth balls, which we know are made of black malleable chakra.
Wait, but the black chakra is made of every type of chakra. That's what it's made
Sure,
of.
but
That
the
makes
shield
black
is not
chakra.
made of
But it's
chakra.
not
The shield can be
immaterial.
made out of anything.
Wait. So,
It's
okay,
not
so are you
immaterial,
so-
which means it can be
are you guys
affected by
saying
Kamui.
are you guys saying the shooting orb would not clearly just punch through and destroy Itachi Susanoo?
Truth-seeking orb. Why do you?
When it's superior to
Susanoo
all
or
ninjutsu?
Yatamir? This is-
And it's only ever been combated effectively, and it's stated it can only be combated by either direct brute force, right, which you said affects the Susanoo as well, or Sage Jutsu.
No, I'm actually rescinding that because I didn't realize it was also physical. I thought it was just ethereal, but Book pointed out that on the wiki. I guess I misspoken then.
Wait, what was that?
It can change its physical attributes as well.
No, because Orochimaru was able to push his ass back. He's not immune to physical force.
Who?
I mean, I don't think that this is like. It's like if you move all the.
Orochimaru,
I
at the Chi compound after the fight.
don't know if that suggests that it's like immune to it. Right?
Well, no, but
in the world.
No, but my point is, it isn't an invincible thing as you're describing it. Because you're describing it as if it's superior to the shooting orb, which is kind of almost explicitly stated to be superior. Like, it's the superior thing.
When
It's
is
the
it
most
explicitly
superior
stated?
defense and offense. It is the ultimate for jutsu.
Now you're doing an appeal to incredulity, which you.
Well, no. I'm making a lore argument. That it's
Right.
it's stated to be the
No, you're
ultimate
not.
jutsu.
They're never compared, right?
No.
They're implicitly compared. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's not explicitly.
If it's still,
What do you mean? What do you mean
if
implicitly
someone
compared?
says the ultimate jutsu, and you give me a jutsu, and you're saying which is stronger, I'm gonna go with the one that's stated explicitly to be the ultimate jutsu.
Though it gets kicked around all the time. That's not even true. First of all, right?
Also, but the other point I was gonna make about the speed thing, but which is a little off topic. Again, if it's such an instant thing, where again, Susanoo, he always has it ready. He got caught off guard by Kirin. He got knocked on his fucking ass by Kirin.
Itachi?
Yeah.
When?
He got fucked up by Kirin.
When?
Also, just a note on the truth-seeking orbs. You're defending Orange Mask, Toby, who doesn't have those. So just as a
No, we're not saying
reminder
that
to the
that's an
audience.
ability that he's using. We're using it to compare it to the Yatamir.
Because that ability,
I'm saying they're not comparable because we've never seen.
They're
them
not
use each
comparable
other.
because the Yatamir doesn't exist and it can exist however you want, if at all.
No.
You can say that they're
His argument, he has to be the argument that the Yatamir is explicitly superior to truth-seeking orbs. When truth-seeking orbs are explicitly said to be the ultimate jutsu.
I know why you would focus on that because it's a difficult position you have, but it's so far removed from this Obito thing.
Yeah,
I
Wait,
think we should go
it's
back
not
to
removed at
Obito.
all. Because Kamui was used against that, which is something very, very similar.
We're trying to establish this so that we can show you why the
Can I outline the winning conditions in this fight?
Sure.
Right. If I was being charitable, Obito has won. It's to suck Itachi into his Kamui and leave him in the alternate dimension because he has no means of destroying his Edo Tensei body. Remember, this is reanimated Itachi. He cannot destroy his form. He doesn't have any sealing jutsu.
He could if he had a
that we know.
truth-seeking orb, but unfortunately he
But
doesn't
he
have
doesn't.
those yet.
Kamui beat the truth-seeking orb. That's the whole point, Book.
Well, let me hold it. He needs to suck him into his Kamui and leave him there. Now, on Itachi's side, for winning conditions, we have Azanami, we have the Totsuka Blade, we have Amaterasu, which we know hurts Obito because he got caught off guard with it and lit on fire and let out perilous shrieks while he was burning before he was able to phase out of his clothes because he got caught off guard the first time he met up with Sasuke. We have 3 winning conditions with Itachi, and for Obito, he needs to somehow get through his Yatamir.
Wait, just
catch
to
him off guard,
wait, just to
turn
for
him
me.
into Kamui.
Wait, so Amaterasu then is not even a good counter against Obito because Obito gets hit by it, then he can survive it because he can just
Yeah,
get
you can
rid
just get damaged, bro.
Yeah,
Wait,
because he just burns for a little bit.
No. So the whole point is that again, that isn't the one-shot kill you have. Second thing, he can face your enemy. You still never explain why he can't just teleport inside. Again, there is no interaction.
Why would he teleport to him?
Gaara stands.
You know, he has to phase through the
Gaara
Yatsura.
removed-
We
He
just
teleport. What are you talking?
Okay.
Why would
okay,
he
okay,
teleport
You
if
know
it
how slow
nullifies
it is,
that?
though? Yeah, his if you're talking about the 4-inch teleport, he literally has to disappear completely into his dimension, which is a process, and then appear out, which isn't in a very exact teleportation. To
I'm
phase to that location, he would have to get through the Yatsura.
I want to tell you what Kashi did,
Perfect
and I'm going to go to what Obito did, okay? Kashi, so in inscription for Kamo, it stated... What?
Oh, 1 minute.
Okay. Kashi stated to Vermo, he able to affect the size, and like the size and shape of his Kamui. Okay? So it's simple. We're talking same ability, okay? Yes, you're right. Kakashi is long range. I'm not saying you can do it from a long distance. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Kakashi's song isn't a massive thing. Actually, it's pretty small. It's pretty compared to any other really big song like Madara Susanoo, okay? He can suck up the entire fucking thing. So again, Kakashi was able to suck up, again, a good chunk of the Ghetto Mazo, which is the Ten Tails husk, which is, if you look at photos of it, is insanely big compared to anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And
It can change all of its physical attributes, including its size.
No. So okay, you're saying
it can be infinitely big.
again.
Yeah,
You're saying
according to this.
Kaguya couldn't teleport
I don't know why
the
you
entire
didn't make that though.
Yeah.
No, my point. We're talking about teleporting the entire thing.
Teleporting.
Why is
is
that
another
possible?
thing.
Sucking it into his Kamui, do we have evidence of him doing anything
A
on
weaker
that scale?
Kakashi was
I
able to
don't
do it to a
understand
much
why.
bigger
Like,
thing.
why would he?
Is it a weaker
If he can
Kakashi, or is
just
it
change its
Kakashi
shape.
with a completely different form of Kamui?
Yeah,
No,
also,
wait, no,
why would he not
wait,
just
Obito does not have.
get out of
The
that?
only thing Kakashi's different is that it is his long distance. The size and power of it is not
Also, don't
described
forget
as being
Koto
better.
Matsukami. I don't know why we're
Okay.
not even focusing on offense. But...
And we're done. The first poll that I'm going to put out is for the winning team. So you guys are going to pick the winning team. Separate from that, we're going to be able to choose who the MVP of this was. Now, you can vote for somebody that wasn't on the winning team, even if you thought that they were an MVP. So I'm going to put that out there. Everybody, there you go. And then we'll put out the MVP as soon as that one is done. I'll give 2 minutes for that. And during those 2 minutes, you guys can continue the argument if you'd like.
Yeah. So also, you guys never addressed the Koto Matsukami.
Wait,
That was like the most important- Hold on. We
I think
just
it's-
argued about we're gonna loop on that argument forever. Like, can we at
Well,
least
no,
try to cover this in the last 2 minutes we have?
He's wrong because he's saying that Kakashi's Kamui is different. The only difference is that the distance, where Kakashi's long distance and close distance. It's the only difference.
I would disagree.
Let's say this.
We've already
You've already seen.
Other different than
Are you guys avoiding the Koto Matsukami?
Yeah, but,
No, I get
Obito's Kamui can also save himself. We see him use it for different portions, also teleportation. It's not just short range. With Kakashi, we've seen him use it on bigger things, like you mentioned, such as Gaara's explosion.
Okay, wait. So Obito's okay. I got yellow bullet because both being fucking stupid. Koto Matsukami is so much weaker than Obito. Oh my god, Obito
No,
is
it's not. It's
based
explicitly
showing
stated.
on
It's a perfect. Okay,
What are
first
you
of all, you
talking
just
about?
wrong. Man. It's a perfect genjutsu that cannot be stopped. It is literally called that by Aisha.
It's in the
You already
data
never
book.
thought Obito was.
It's in the data book.
Kamui is literally called that.
Hey, Shisui's a dumb bitch. He's weak as fuck. Okay,
Talking about Genjutsu,
Obito's eyes
fire-
are
fire
so much better. And you know what? Itachi
You're
probably
just
just didn't know.
appealing to
Obito's eyes.
equality right now. dude.
Literally,
Oh my
Shisui's eye would work on the entire Uchiha clan. That was the original plan. It would work on the entire Uchiha clan.
wait.
Oh, bullshit, dude.
That's not stated. That he knew on the whole clan? No.
But what was his plan
No,
to
no,
stop
no,
the
I'm
Uchiha
not
rebellion?
saying he knew on the whole plan. He's not saying he knew on the whole plan.
What was he going to use the genjutsu on, Hugh?
No. You said what was your statement? Are you gonna walk it back and say, "Oh, it was"?
That it would
something
work on them. Yeah, that
Yeah.
would work
It
on the
was
entire
gonna be
clan.
used on the whole. Yeah.
Why else would it be his plan to
Wait,
use it on the whole clan?
Wait, okay. If you think that's true, okay. If you think that's true, then why wouldn't Itachi agree with it?
Itachi
Why
did
wouldn't
agree
Itachi
with
agree
it.
with it?
It was Danzo that went against that plan and crushed Shisui's eye before he could use a
Wait.
peaceful solution.
Wait, do you know why Danzo did that?
Because he's a piece of shit.
Danzo was objectively right. It wouldn't have worked. That was the whole argument. It wouldn't work.
He was lying.
But again,
Why it wouldn't work?
so, okay,
Donzo, hold on, wait. Sorry. Donzo thinks that. Donzo
Jinchuriki
thinks that because he's a maniac.
and mind control him. Like, put your hand up your ass and fully control him. which is that's more control than what Kodo Matsukami has. Kodo Matsukami cannot make you put your hand up your ass to control them. It can. That's not what it does. No, it can make you basically say, hey, protect the leaf, and then they're forced to protect the leaf, right? And they'll think it's them. My point is, you don't need to require any thinking. You fully control their actions with Obito's eye against a perfect Jinchuriki, which is his base Sharingan, which he doesn't need to lose 10 years for his eye to come back.
So yeah,
You can just tell
I
him,
don't see how this is a counter at all. The Kodo Amatsukami is still stronger.
Yeah, if he says Obito, give up whenever you fight me,
Yeah,
that's
what?
a literal command in his mind forever.
Why is that different than controlling his actions?
It's him. I don't understand why you thought this
Don't
would
fight
be a good
me, and then he just fucking kills him with Totsuka Blade.
So that's Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Obito's base Sharingan does something comparable to that, and that's not even his Mangekyo. So imagine
It's not comparable at
No,
all.
it's not comparable.
The Kodo Matsukami is considered to be the strongest genjutsu in the data books.
If it was
Absolutely.
comparable, Obito would do that to
Unblockable,
Itachi. He would do that to everyone.
Okay.
Wait.
The reason he doesn't use it is just the one-time use.
Wait. Are you saying why would he ever use Kakashi?
What
Why would
if
he
you
use-
use it to anyone fighting him? He would change their mind to be on his side.
No, he doesn't want that. Again, he doesn't want that. Why would he do it in character?
Wait, what? Are you asking why would Itachi use the Kodo Matsukami?
Why would he use a
one-time
game-winning,
Obito?
an instant win jutsu? Why would he want to use that? I don't know. That's a good
Oh,
question.
wait. To be clear, Kodo Matsukami, again, and it is shown as well as in anime, and you can find the manga as well. Notice how the eyes lock onto each other?
No, it doesn't require. It doesn't require eye
eye contact. Danzo uses it at the Kage Summit while it's covered up.
Yeah, we actually did watch the anime.
Yeah,
I have a different ability, and also that's a weaker genjutsu. Notice how Danzo was able to do it?
he doesn't have
Danzo
to
uses it to control him at the Kage Summit.
No.
It doesn't require eye contact.
It doesn't require eye contact. It's literally covered.
He did it to Samurai, right? What happened? They told him he was under genjutsu. He immediately snapped out of it. It was weak as shit
What are
compared
you
to the
talking
other
about?
eyes. His eyes are different.
He got caught, and Danzo wasn't
Why
Danzo
was-
wasn't a Uchiha to proficiently use it.
I want you to argue these are the same eyes. One of them to break him up at Tensei. The other one, the Samurai? Oh, you're in the genjutsu. Oh, what the fuck, Danzo? What a dick. These aren't the same power. These are clearly
Because
different.
Danzo's not a Uchiha, but we saw it work without eye contact.
No.
Yeah, we see
wait,
it work without eye contact. I think is it Nagi or Kodo Matsukami? I think he uses both during the Sasuke fight, right? Danzo versus Sasuke.
No two eyes have the same ability. It's never been shown that two eyes have the same ability. They're different powers.
Wait,
No, they're not. It's literally that's why he has Shisui's eye. It's
do you think that
specifically stated to
yeah,
get power.
dude, these aren't is the Kodo Matsukami a Mangekyo Sharingan ability or just Shisui's ability?
It's
It's just-
Okay, there's no reason for us to believe that two Mangekyo can have the same
Oh,
ability.
the votes are in. Oh man. Anybody want to switch teams? Anybody feeling like that was convincing enough for them?
Oh no.
Foxy, come over here, man.
No, I'm sorry. You guys are still wrong, even if the vote doesn't show it.
Okay. Well, you're starting to
Yeah,
sound
we
like
spent the whole time arguing about defenses. We didn't even get to the
If you
point.
say
that we
Uchiha
can-
one
It's
more
starting
time,
to sound
boy,
like
I swear to fucking
one of my
God.
least favorite presidents, bruh, because unfortunately, boy, have you been beaten at the votes.
Oh,
Team
shit.
Itachi with 85% of the vote just blew out the other team, unfortunately. So at the end, which will be very, very soon, I'm going to add up all of the votes, and everybody on Team Itachi currently will receive these votes to count towards their final score for the Hokage selection. Now we're going to look at the MVP screen real quick. Let me get there. Let's see who our MVP is here. MVP.
But the person said, "Oh, Kakashi has the ability." No,
Your text is
That's a long
backwards,
range
dude.
follow. It's not.
A much.
Look at this screen.
Oh no! And it's backwards. It's lovely.
Leave it, it's perfect.
All that work. Okay.
Emblematic.
Rames is our.
Who is that?
Jesus Christ! You get a lot of votes, bruh. All right, so Rames is the MVP.
Well,
Followed.
Well,
Obviously, this is the
easy
important
with
thing.
morally easy positions.
Dang. Well, morally
That was
easy
the
is what
fight
gets you to
part.
be the Hokage.
Isn't that-
Apparently,
that just
Just
means
fight.
right?
ask
That just means
Hashirama.
that you just admitted he was right.
Bullet
No,
magnet close
Morally
behind.
easy to make it right.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, no one should ever die. And then someone gets right.
No,
Oh,
this is MVP for the fight portion, Hugh, not for the ethical position.
No,
I
no,
won
no.
those votes already.
You're
my
sounding like
concern-
Madara. I can't accept
Sorry,
becoming the
no.
Hokage because nobody likes me. All right, bro.
No,
I gotcha.
The one nuance and detail. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you can't process it. I'm sorry you're not smart enough to understand it. Okay, I'm sorry you're just too weak.
I'm sorry, your tiny Uchiha brain is blinded by rage. You can't see the truth. All right, bro. Yeah, we get it. Woo, that didn't do very well.
Oh no, it was the right way on stream. Good job, Dibus.
Okay, now you guys can go ahead and freely discuss among yourselves while I tally the Hokage votes. Feel free.
Wait, so who is?
Okay, so here's no choice that everyone's going to have the same thing ever in the series.
But does MVP weigh in? Sorry.
Once.
Okay, it does.
I'm just saying, you're just wrong on that.
It's still, I don't know. So I'm just going off the data books, honestly, mostly for the most part.
If you did
but also the eye contact thing.
If you did Orange Mask Obito versus Pre-Death Itachi, the fact that you were like, no, I feel like you were the one who said make it Ito Tensei Itachi. That was like you lost before the battle.
This is what's interesting. Nice for us to come back and do an alive Itachi versus Obito.
This is the interesting part where Obito literally wins with every matchup except this one.
Here's a point we didn't get to actually go to, right? Was so even if Obito gets inside and sucks part of him away, Itachi can break off part of his body and reform.
Wait, part of him.
I think in order to actually destroy the reanimated body, you have to destroy the soul aspect of it.
No. I'm not destroyed.
It would just be a reaction time thing. It takes a long time.
Well, I know, but again, so to be clear, I don't think we ever really got to finishing the point about running out. I would like I say bullet complete separateness. You can look. I tried because I didn't think I could make this argument. Mm-hmm. Look for any statement or anything to show that Rinnegan boosts reaction speed. I couldn't find a single one.
Yeah, I think I was typing notes during when you were talking about the Rinnegan thing. What was the point with that about speed?
Because for example, the Rinnegan and Mangekyo, they do not have the same abilities. Even though Mangekyo evolves into the Rinnegan. For example, Rinnegan Madara, he had to go back to a Mangekyo Sharingan to cast his Genjutsu. So clearly, not every single power is retained.
Sure, yeah.
You're not the same eyes. So then you can't just assume, all abilities from one eye goes to the other eye.
Sure.
So then I'm looking for evidence.
We have to make reasonable assumptions about all of these, right? Because it's not explicitly stated. And like because the problem, right, is like, you're kind of you're saying like, well, you guys are making an induction thing that you can't really be entirely sure on. It's like, okay, well, then you can't really appeal to like Kakashi versus Pain, right? Like there's a ton of variables there that aren't being controlled.
What did I say that to? Sorry, the induction thing? Did I say that in response to something?
No, sorry. I was extrapolating from what you said.
I don't think
that's it. You can't be entirely sure.
Do you feel like it kind of shows the weakness of your positions that you have to go on like this really long rabbit hole to even get to somewhere where you're
like Rinnegan?
The
speed point is not even like
King Kong Big Monkey, King Kong smash, King Kong wins versus the nuanced Godzilla debater. Okay, he's a nuance is not necessary to understand the point. Just because you're just wins, you can process nuance.
You're a damn Zilla, dude. I forget what it's
Zilla for life. Zilla for life.
That was actually Zilla too. That's right.
I'm not against making induction. I think like it's supported by everything. And I'm looking at the lore. I'm looking at the jutsu statements. I'm looking at the data books. I'm looking at what happens. I'm making arguments based off that, and making relations between events.
Yeah, but you're saying, within this, right? Within explicitly what happens, we're saying like, okay, well, for one, it says here's a question, right? Do you think it gives inductive weight to say that like overall the Rinnegan is a much more powerful ocular ability?
Wait, sure, but
I don't think that's like reaction time.
Wait, no. Wait, sure, but I don't begin. But the problem is, and this is why I think I understand why we make that assumption. So part of it is when we think of ocular abilities, what do we think of? What's the first thing that comes to our mind? Naruto. Oh, Sharingan. So when we think of, you have so much strong power, ocular power, right? We think of, yeah, she's a really good Sharingan. But again, there's so many other ocular abilities. And Rinnegan, what's it known for? It's that again, it's never explained. Oh, you have all these reactions. It's more about you can do shared vision.
If it's a superior eye, I feel like we can assume that it has the base abilities of both the Byakugan and the Sharingan, and it's not until you get into advanced forms of those eyes that it's going to be different.
Wait. I have to not wait. So the Rinnegan is definitely nothing to do with Byakugan. They're completely different.
Well, okay, hold on. Just takes.
No, 100%.
I think Q is a little
bit. They're completely different.
It's stronger because it's like so when the Rinnegan gets split up into the Sharingan and the Byakugan, I think there are emergent properties from doing that.
Well, no. Rinnegan never split up into the Byakugan.
Yeah.
Didn't it split up? into
No,
the
no, no.
weapon
So,
of Sharingan? Is it up-
oh,
no, that's right.
Sharingan line, the only one line. Byakugan had Ketsu Yugon or some bullshit like that. Okay?
Oh yeah, they combine into the Sharingan and the Rinnegan.
That's a
combine
completely
into one
separate thing.
thing.
Byakugan completely separate line.
Yeah, you're right. That's like a.
But
It's like
my point
it
is,
has
clearly
to.
Sharingan and Rinnegan do not share all the same abilities or all the same stats. It doesn't make sense to even suggest that because clearly, like, if it doesn't share some abilities, why would you assume it's supposed to share the rest? And then there's counterfactual to show Pain, who is clearly superior to it. Again, what's it called?
Kakashi.
That's not exactly right. Because you're saying like, okay, well, Kakashi has Sharingan and he's able to be faster than Pain, right?
Well, no. So what I'm saying is, okay, the stats of these people are controlled by chakra, okay, which is just true. People who have more chakra are able to be faster and stronger.
Oh, wait. There's a lot of variables we're not controlling here. Folks.
Oh, no, there is variable. You can have
things that
specific
Pain is
juice to the
worse at.
AMCU. No, you can have specific juice to the AMCU and all that
Sure,
stuff.
but I don't think that necessarily shows that he's like explicitly because he has weaknesses too, right?
Wait, sure, no. So my point is, the Rinnegan's visual. So let's talk about visual perks. Rinnegan's visual perks that are blatantly shown is shared vision. That's something we can totally say, right? But again, isn't it weird to say the visual perks are super good for the Rinnegan? Then the Konohamaru was able to like speed blitz passive Pain. Like it gets really weird. Like it feels like a lot of dissonance here.
I would argue a lot of these are just like plot holes.
Yeah, but you know, even if there are plot holes, unless they're contradictions, if we can make sense of them, we have to make sense of them. Unless they're blatant contradictions, which we can't recognize.
I would maybe.
This just in. Order. We have a winner. You guys probably could have guessed it based on how things have been going, but Jesus Christ, you pulled a fucking Naruto, bro. You beat second place by quite a bit. Our Hokage is Rames. Rames, congratulations. Congratulations. The what are we up to now? 8 of those fucking things? Jesus Christ. Where's my revolution? The socialists tell me all about it. I can't wait. Let's get rid of Jinchuriki. Maybe you'll be the last Hokage, bro. Bring all the villages together.
Dude. Okay, dude.
Listen, so that's great.
It was obvious.
Now, I think it's important to just... Do you guys want me to tell you what everybody else got, or do we just kind of care about the Hokage?
What was mine?
Yours?
I mean, apparently we cared about Kagurama, didn't we? We cared about Gonzo.
You got third place, Hugh. You got third place.
What? Did Divis get second or some bullshit?
No, it's you, Hugh. It's you, 100%.
Second place goes to Bullet. Went to Bullet.
Oh, that's
easy. So hey, all I wanted to do was beat you.
Those 25 points that were awarded for the person from the team thing really swayed stuff. That really pulled out some less than good debaters into territory that, you know, in my opinion, as the judge.
Man, audience clapping.
Okay,
wrong.
All the clappers, bro. You making a list now?
I hope we get another panel like this in the future.
Yeah.
There are judges that like under the table accept money. This is like an active. He has an advertisement on his stream. Hey guys, give me money.
You guys don't appreciate nuance.
Nepotism, dude. Oh shit.
All right. Well, thank you to all of the participants. If you guys want to shout anything out, we can go through anything that you guys want to plug. Anybody have something?
Guys, if you have Twitch, if you have Twitch Prime, subscribe to Booksmarts right now. It's $5. If you hate capitalism, if you hate bald people like Jeff Bezos making billions of dollars of your hard-earned McDonald's money, Twitch Prime sub now. Booksmarts. It's right there. It's right at the bottom. It's so easy. Just 1 click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks, 4 clicks, 5. I don't know how many clicks. I've never been subscribed before.
I'm a pale man in a wig, but that doesn't make me privileged. You know, counter to common belief. I could use it. Throw it over to Bullet. I know there's some things you'd like to plug.
So I just want to plug my our company. I run a small business company with a couple of my friends. It's just the 3 of us. We make board games. If you like board games, you should come check us out. We try to innovate on some classical board game mechanics. A bunch of games lined up. Right now, most of the barriers are just logistics and ironing out the mechanics a little bit, but we have a lot coming. The first game we have is 1961. It's a Cold War themed card game. I'm sure that he was sick about hearing about this game, but we'll be soon releasing on Amazon. It'd be super cool if you guys can check it out. Anyone wants more info, hit me up on Books Discord. You should definitely join Books Discord. It's a really good place. We need more members. You can find this on Kickstarter and soon to be on Amazon and on our website.
Awesome. And if there's a
Tim, if you
company
want-
name they should look up, what should they look up?
Yeah, so the company name is House Fish Balloon.
House Fish Balloon. There you go.
Memorable.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I got a big one. Okay, I want all of you to bully really, really fucking hard.
Bruh! That's against your list! No! You guys aren't doing that. He's memeing. He is memeing. He is memeing.
Okay.
In a
I
video.
want you to ask nicely, like suggest. If there's, I don't know if you have suggestions.
Dude, how about you just give this as a message to if you're
No,
on
I don't have enough clout. So again, if you give some suggestions, I want to get on a panel.
He has a very, very good topic to argue.
I have some great topics to discuss, and I think you guys would be interested. I don't know if there's anyone who's talked about this on Twitch at all. It's a really fresh.
Because they get banned, Bullet. Because they get permabanned. What do you mean?
No, I don't think they get banned.
Okay. Anybody else?
No,
But,
my use account is getting banned. I hope mine doesn't. Somebody bad order too. I don't remember.
All
Nah,
right.
this has been awesome, guys.
Awesome.
I don't
like
stream or
it's such
anything.
a fucking privilege. This is awesome. Thanks for like
Plug
everything.
Plug your thing, dude.
I
my
would
thing? Oh, Rames, go.
yeah, I don't stream anything, but I would just like to thank Booksmarts for letting me on the panel. I really enjoyed it. A lot of fun. I hope I get a chance to do this again in the future. I'd like to thank Bullet as my Toby Rama and Hugh as my Madara for asking me to do this panel randomly last week. They were like, bro, you should do it. We're going to argue, which is great. I do this all the time. So I really enjoyed it. Subscribe to Booksmarts. He's a great guy. And also, because she gave me a shout out earlier in the chat, go check out Riley Grosser Strong. I really enjoy that. She's a great streamer.
Super true.
All right.
Thanks. No,
Go ahead.
All right.
Oh no, mine's a meme. Go.
Okay. Thanks for having me onto the panel. I kind of just got roped in here out of nowhere. He was like, "Hey, we're having a Naruto debate. You should come in." I was like, "Oh,
Excuses.
I
Excuses.
I
Beta.
recruited every single person here. Okay.
This is
I'll
one
take
of the
credit for that.
strangest
I'm the real
experiences.
Hokage.
Yeah, he is the mastermind behind. He's the Black Zetsu.
This is in fact a lie. I actually just
This-
followed my
this-
nose
this was
to
this
find
is
the
my
Naruto.
Stumbled in.
this is my first actual debate ever, like even unofficial debates. So thanks for having me on. I loved it, and if you ever want to do something like this again, I'd be totally down.
Awesome. I look
This was
forward
super
to it.
awesome, bro.
Alrighty.
Speaking of official debates, if you want to be as cool as these panelists, guys, occasionally, sometimes, rarely, if you're lucky, if you're on Booksmart's Discord server, people gather around and debate. If you want to be a cool debate lord like Bullet,
Good point.
Hugh, or Foxy, you'll never be like Rames, but like, here's hoping, right? One day, you can become a debate lord in Booksmart's Discord channel. Come join. Eventually, we'll grow big enough to actually have one person in VC every week.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. I'll see you later. Good fight, and have a
Thanks for
great rest of
having
your
fun,
day.
man.
Bye.
Take care.
Awesome. There you go.
Hey!